has like the worst opinions. They're propping him up as like an Uncle Tom, like just he's ridiculous. Whoever his like manager and publicist is, they suck, and he sucks. Sorry.
No, he does. No, he does. Um, he does go too far sometimes. But see, the whole message that he's putting out there. I don't care about the religious stuff. I don't care about none of that stuff. But he does speak the truth. Okay, sometimes about some stuff, like But once again, he's like a meme. He's a walking meme. He's just funny. But I don't take him serious. I take more of like the Anton Daniels, the Brandon Tatum, the Candace Owens. Those are the people that I take. And I'm assuming you do like Candace Owens or you hate her?
I hate her, and she is a fucking idiot too.
How though?
I
She's speaking on stuff that black people listen to
She
her
is
will be
married
better
to a
off.
white man, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she's stupid.
I'm like,
I
you're married
stay
to the rest.
away. I stay away from anyone that has like these extreme right leaning values. I don't listen to anything they say. Like I am not of that mindset. I'm a very kind of, I don't want to say I'm a leaning liberal or anything like that. Like yeah, females should be able to have an abortion. Like that's as far as like left leaning. Like I'm not like a libtard or anything. I just hate all government and kind of like encompassing, like both sides are fucking shit. Both policies are shit. Like, but a lot of the right leaning people are just so crazy and push this specific agenda that it's disgusting.
I mean, I don't like to call my. That's the reason why I don't like to call myself a conservative anymore, because it is getting radical. Because I mean, I'm okay with abortion before 3 months. I don't think after 3 months. Are you okay up after 3 months or up until birth?
Yeah, like we're
Until birth?
overpopulated. Not like, obviously if the baby is like born, like there's limitations to this, right? But like we're so overpopulated as it is. Like, do you know why you don't see as many Asian children with Down syndrome that are like actually from Asian countries and not the United States?
No, why?
Because they have abortions because they don't want to have a child with Down syndrome.
Oh yeah,
That
that
like
case right there. We do push that. We do push, like your kid could be like freaking like born without like a like the heart. The kid's gonna survive 2 years and you still have the baby. I mean, I
right,
think that should be, you should be allowed to, just like if you get R worded, you should be allowed to terminate. I'm with you there. I just don't
right.
think that, like, I think they should do something where you have like these cards that women have to sign and men sign, or women sign, to where a man can ask, because this is how crazy we are in America, to where the man can ask, hey, if you get pregnant, if they see the card, then that means you're not going to terminate pregnancy. Because I think that
So
women
you
should.
want a woman to show like a no abortion registration card before she has sex with someone? Is that what you're
No, I'm
saying?
saying no woman has to do that. What I'm saying is, some men, for example, like me, I don't want my child terminated. So what I'm saying is, if we did this to where women, it'd be more conservative women that would do this. They would have a card that would state that they won't terminate pregnancy. They're pro-life, and they show us this card. It's going to be in a registry to where they show us this card. Now, I'm going to date this woman because I know she's not going to terminate pregnancy. Like Cali girl is not going to kill her child, no matter what. Ain't happening. Okay. So what I'm saying is, I don't want them to be able to, or the woman I'm with, to like 3 months later or 2.5 months later, if her family talks her out of, giving this birth, she can say, you know what? I think I changed my mind. I just want to end it. But like I said, you have a right to do it. You
Right.
have a right to do it. Like, but if you got that card and you showed me that card and you got me under understanding that you're not going to do it, because I don't want to see my child die after 3 months. Now, before 3 months, you can terminate. I don't care. I mean, don't tell me about it. But after 3 months, I can't imagine 5 months down the line, my child being sucked out and thrown away.
Well,
Like,
that doesn't really happen very often unless there's something critically wrong. If there's something wrong with the fetus or something wrong with the mother,
yeah,
like nobody's having abortions at 5 months. It's not like you're that way through it and you're like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to have this baby. And it's just like that's very rare cases. Like I feel like that's a thing that the right pushes a lot, is they're insinuating that people are having like full term abortions like left and right every day that it's occurring. Like it's the fringe cases that's happening. It's like one out of 1,000. If like definitely more than that, definitely more. Not 1 out of 1,000. That's
But,
exaggeration, but you know,
it's still a lot. I mean, I asked Cali girl though before, and she told me she wouldn't do that. It ain't even safe for her to do that, and that's the reason why I moved on and to deal with her. But like, if a woman told me that they're gonna do, they may possibly do that, then I'll probably not want to deal with that chick. Now, like I said before, 3 months is fine, but just after that, it's nasty. But like you said, it doesn't.
Can I say something, Dennis?
Yeah, go for it, Maverick.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting, like with this topic, because I don't like bringing like exceptions to the rule, but
Yep.
like Tim Tebow, that famous football player in the NFL, like he would. I mean, his parents were actually recommended for him to be like aborted, and it obviously didn't go that way, but it's kind of an interesting situation. Like sometimes I think it like an analogy would be a like say black person who's like um they're appointed as being guilty of a crime that they never committed, and then they're released from prison. So you always have to think about, yeah, maybe there's like there's a different story to this situation. So but I mean it is interesting with what you said, right, Chase, because I did live in Russia. My brother lived in Russia for 2 years. And I mean, yeah, certainly, like if you get over to, I was in Eurasia, not Asia, but the mentality, I mean, in the Soviet Union, there were so many abortions. Like in Argentina, even it was the same. My brother lives in Argentina. Like one of the his good friends, her sister literally had 6 abortions.
damn.
Argentina, over the course of like 15 years. It was just like again and again. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, like the mindset with that was just like, oh yeah, I'll get an abortion, but it's it goes back to the same thing. Like, who do you value more? Do you value like I mean, if you're like a Christian person, obviously it's like this is wrong. And like one of his friends actually, she got 2 abortions, and yeah, that's just unfortunately the way how it is in some parts of the world. But I was just going to say that.
Yeah. I mean, so we should probably like not discuss that anymore. Like,
I was just saying,
we're men. Like we have no reproductive right. Like we our opinion on reproductive rights for women are irrelevant. Like we don't.
And look at like the other thing too, right? Like if I would always like use like a condom or something. I wouldn't like intentionally impregnate a person. I mean, it will never happen for me. Like I sometimes joke to people on here to wear like 2 condoms because it's just yeah, it like it won't happen for me, but I just like bring that up. So
no, I'll say this to wrap that up. The reason why it is important to talk about it as men, because the situation is it's not fair. Because if a woman tells you in advance she's on birth control and you have no way of knowing she's on birth control, she can put you on child support, and you are hooked for 18 years when y'all both were just hooking up. It was just a sexual encounter, like just friends with benefits, and then you now got to deal with a kid because you thought that she couldn't have she was on birth control. But then at the same time, a woman who you know decides to terminate because okay, that guy that was with that woman that had 2 kids, and he showed up to the abortion clinic. She was in there, and he started crying because she was terminating without even talking to him about it while he's taking care of her 2 kids. And of course, I hope he left that relationship after that. But the whole point of the matter is, like, should we have cards to where if a man is dating a woman and she states that she's a birth control, she doesn't want kids, she says she doesn't want kids, and they're doing their thing, even you got condoms on, she gets pregnant, now she wants to have a kid, and now the man is on hook for child support. Shouldn't he get the right to where he can say, oh, I got the card, she said that she wasn't trying to have kids, no birth control? I mean, shouldn't we have a fair system for both parties?
No, that does not need to be. That sounds like that fucking Chappelle Show skit where they had like the consent form that they've filled out before they had sex. Like that's
So how fair is it for a man
you shouldn't be putting yourself in that situation. If you're pro-life and you're conservative, you're not fucking around with all these women and nutting in them and worrying about them getting pregnant and getting you for child support, dude. That is like,
no, I'm talking
you're
about
not
determination.
like in general,
if you're conservative and you're with
it's
a
not
woman,
going to happen.
No, but I'm saying that what I'm saying is that kid, that the woman said that she couldn't have more kids, but then they had to, she got pregnant, and then she decided to go to a clinic because her mom talked her into it to terminate the pregnancy. That's what I mean by like, when are men gonna get rights to where that
shouldn't have rights. We should not have rights over a woman's body in any way, shape, or form. Just because you came in someone and they got pregnant, you're not developing the fetus inside your body. Like that's has nothing to do with you. You're there as like a fucking maternal parent. That's it. You're not creating a human.
Yeah. Well, I'll agree to disagree. I guess we'll move past that. And whenever you guys gotta leave, just let me know. I'm gonna stay on now that I don't have any deliveries and I just clocked out. I got my actually I clocked out late. I got 2.5 hours of pay.
Well, no, I mean it's cool. Honestly, like speaking with you and speaking with Rage Face, I don't know your name. I'm Tyler's my first name, by the way. But
I'm
yeah,
Rage
no,
Face.
I mean it's awesome, like with this format and whatnot, and just kind of like covering different situations. Because I think often, like especially in the workplace in America now, there's just like suppression of free speech and whatnot, and it's just, I mean, for me, I get so like tired of it. But
well, you work in a school, so you should have suppression of free speech. You shouldn't have a platform to impressionable children and just say whatever fringe stuff you want to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, more than that, I mean, I mean, I can't even get into, I mean, some of the issues, like, I like, let's just put it this way. There's many of the people like in Florida that will work in education, like Bivas, Brandon, come from like the Marine Corps, and it makes sense because I mean you have to be one strong, stoic mother effort to go into like a Florida school. I don't know how it is in other schools because it's not easy. I mean maybe it was like 30 years ago, but it's tough. So yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it's as my dad has told me, Ray Trace. Yes, it's a public environment, so not everyone is going to share the same values, and you have to come in objective and as a leader, basically. So,
I agree. I guess another thing that and here's the thing, guys. Okay, you see this? Just so we have context. I didn't have any deliveries. Okay, that's the point. When it shows, if it shows a delivery, then I'll show you the other week though. See how like on Wednesday I had 4 deliveries, but I can't put the address on here, but I had 3 deliveries, but I didn't get any sales. And then on Thursday I had 3 deliveries. It looks like here. But today, they didn't give me nothing. That's just how Shori and this company is. It's freaking a mess right now. Here's the situation. No, I can't. I was gonna actually allow Brandon to come back on, but I can't because he's going too far. With
Yeah, you don't need to like.
I'm not doing it.
Indulge in any of that. You both need to chill out and then kiss afterwards.
No, because the thing
kiss
is,
and make up.
I think what he really wants, because I haven't really focused on his YouTube channel. I've been like doing all kinds of other stuff, and I'm finally back focused. So he didn't understand that this format is better because it's more balanced, chat's better, and I think he wants a piece of action with me actually controlling and actually doing YouTube again. And he was in the chat and people want him on here, and I thought for a second because he said Dennis doesn't something about me. And I'll flip out on him or something. So I assumed he wanted to come on here, but then he went back to the whole situation with, now he's, I guess, going to telling me about me clocking out a half an hour late, not realizing that they're going to do a time correction automatically. So it doesn't really matter. But I was going to ask y'all, Would you say that men, and I guess this is more geared towards race, do you think men are more, because you're on what, 32, 33?
33.
Okay, so would you say men are more lazy? You can include me in this also. Do you think men are more lazy and unwilling to work regular jobs that would for sure guarantee you a number that will allow you to take care of your family more now than any time in the history that we can remember, you know, like the 80s, 90s, 2000s, whatever?
Do I think men are more lazy now to like
Yeah.
get stable jobs?
Stable jobs, make more than 25,000, which is what you need in most cities, you know, to grind it out. Like, not talk men out of making or working 58, 60 hours. They got to do what they got to do. You know, the whole mental health crisis going on, where they're saying that like we should not be working more than 40 hours. They're trying to cut it down to 30 hours. What I'm saying is, are we being babied as men, which would ultimately cause the women to, you know, they're picking up the slack because they got to now work full time to, you know, for us to have a household.
I don't think that's gender specific, man. I think that's everyone. I think that's an issue with the way that capitalism functions and being an employee working for an employer who's giving you a set amount of hours, or doing like gig tube like you did, where you're trying to like do Lyft and shit like that when you're working for a fucking an app that is taking money from people and then giving you a little bit of it because they're using you as a fucking pawn to transport these people. You know, like, it's not a gender specific issue.
So you don't think that men were, you know, able like you are?
Are they lazier now than they were in the 1950s when everyone was like
1990s
working?
And 1990s, 80s, even
the
2000s.
mindset and the values are. Sorry, I keep bumping into my fucking mic. The mindset and values of men, I guess, are definitely different now than they were in the 90s. Yes, I agree. People aren't looking for regular type jobs and they're trying to do independent work, or people are just lazy and want to live off the government. Like, the government has given incentives to people to behave like that. So it's like there is a mix of just being straight up lazy and a mix of working dead end jobs, and people don't want to do it because it's grueling and fucking terrible for your mind. But like, yeah, to answer your question, yes, men are more lazy now than they were 30, 40 years ago when it comes to working a full-time struggling job.
Yeah. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, like, with much of what Raytrace was saying. I think that with the times that we live in, like, when I was I've said this, in my early 20s, I was making what would be the equivalent of like 70 to 75,000 a year. It was from like 2015 to 2017. And yeah, I mean, there's not like a lot of like motivation for many guys to like go out there. I mean, we obviously are on the like potential on the point of war with like the Middle East once again, but it's like it goes back to and also, I mean, women obviously have more like advantage, or they have more opportunities than ever before to like make money. Now, like here in Florida, I mean, yeah, if you're a guy, you're gonna have to like absolutely slay it like work wise. I can't speak of like other parts of the country. When I lived up in Chicago, I was making very good money, like for my age at the time, being in my early to mid 20s. But like anything else, times change. I attempted to start like two businesses and I lost in the ballpark of $80,000. So potentially by now, I mean, even if I was just like doing stuff conservative, could have been well into the mid six figures. But yeah, I mean, you don't know how things are going to play out. Like you saw Iran attacked Israel, so there could be another world war. Like, I mean, in a few weeks, and all I would tell someone is invest in oil, energy, like gas, and like anything with energy, you're going to make a lot of return on. But it's like, yeah, with that said, we live in different times. Like my parents, yeah, they have very high standards for me. I was going to join the U.S. Air Force last summer. I took the Air Force ASVAB. I got a 72 on, which is a pretty high score. But I'm like, I don't know where where the U.S. is going in the next few years. I don't want to make this kind of commitment. I love the fact of being committed. Like I'm a loyal person, even if I don't totally agree with people. I want to be loyal and try follow through with my word, and that's something that's changed about me like in the past few years. So yeah.
Cool. Well, out New King, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's goody, fam? You know, I just came up
Living.
here, you know, because like I started hearing about how, you know, people are lazy nowadays. You know, they're not working as hard as how, you know, people used to. One of the biggest concerns here that I think about is that, you know, things are not like how it was back then, like the incentives, you know, working extremely hard, right? Like
Mhm.
right now, everything, like if you look at a lot of things nowadays, right? Like getting a home, right? With the jobs that we have now and like the pay we have, it's really difficult compared to how it was back then.
Oh, for
Like
sure.
it's insane. Like, you know, back then people were able to get homes. Like, you ever heard the saying like, "Oh, I bought my house with raspberries"? Like,
Nope, never heard that.
no, yeah, it's like some new thing that's going on. But one of the biggest concerns nowadays that a lot of young folks, it's not that they're lazier, is that they are working like 2 or 3 jobs just for the basic necessities, you know, just for the basic things, right? Like, so I don't necessarily agree that the generation nowadays is like lazy compared to the ones from back then, right? So that's
Okay.
why,
Go ahead.
yeah.
What did you say? I was going to say, so the only reason why I asked that question is because that's the other gripe that a lot of people on this channel have with me. Because, I got to say, I found myself being lazy because prior to like quitting rideshare, which was stupid for me to even do rideshare, I was doing about 50, 60 hours minimum a week. And I was only making like $1,000, $1,100 a week, which is trash. I could have went and got a job at, like Costco, Sam's Club, Walmart, whatever. And I would have made out in California, I think the minimum is like $16, $17 an hour. That may have been more productive for me. And I'm actually considering that going to get a full-time job and get rid of this part-time job. And then I can do, finish the school in between. But I just find that like we talk about poverty is the reason why you have all this crime. But me pushing what I've been pushing on this channel from day one, which is work as much as possible and just work and figure it out later, but just work. People feel some kind of way because they think with me, like yesterday, I put in like 9, 10 hours. I did my shorting job and then I did some rideshare. And mind you, I did rideshare first time yesterday. And, I was part of that whole shooting situation. I was stuck. But I think that we should, as men, push, other men and ourselves to like work harder. But I'm getting a lot of pushback because people are saying that I'm calling men losers and this and that. I never called anybody a loser. I'm just saying you should be making more than 25,000. You should be working,
Was it?
a bit harder.
I have a
What was
question.
that?
Was it Uber or Lyft?
I did Lyft. I was doing I was in that out in Venice Beach. It was like some crazy guy that was shooting up the a complex. But when I was doing rideshare, I was doing Lyft, and it was brutal. Not making no money. And by the way, do any of y'all know anything about this Iran going on? I'm supposed to talk to Brandon about that. Are y'all into politics more so? World news?
I know a little bit. I know that I think 99% of the missiles that they shot at Israel were deflected by
Dennis?
fighter jets and like the Iron Curtain in general that Israel
Yep, I
has
saw
to
that.
like defend themselves. So it's like
Dennis, like if you should like talk to my brother, like he can like explain everything with regards to Iran and stuff. would you be willing to have him come on live?
Can he come on now?
Yes.
Yeah, come on. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me contact.
While he's doing that, you go ahead, Rach, to finish. I know a little bit, but I just want to.
Like,
well, I want to backtrack a little bit back to the laziness thing, because another thing that has to do with like the way the job market environment is now is like back in the day, a lot of people would get hired at one company and work there for however many years and work their way up and get like a big fat pension and retire with that. It's not the same like workplace as it was back then as it is now. People can get higher pay by working a couple years at one firm or a tech company or one job and build up an experience, and then go to a new company that has no idea about their past work history, like how they were as an employee or whatever at this company, and then get hired at a higher level and get paid more. So they can jump around to different places and not have to put in a lot of work at some of these beginner jobs and kind of shoot their way up. So like it's a different way of working than it was back in the day. So I don't think it's necessarily lazier, but maybe like Jay Media said, they're like people are working a little smarter than they did.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like we're just too. I'm not gonna say we're just too busy, but we're just too locked in, right? Trying to escape the economy creeping up on us. Technically, I'm pretty sure everybody has the economy creeping up on us, especially with that inflation. It's really hitting us, and especially with the Iran thing that's coming up. Like
the new aid package.
One of the things that I was a little concerned is like how much money the United States government is like providing all these other countries, and you have
like, isn't it kind of suspicious that how much money we've been giving to Israel to fund this war on Gaza, and now all of a sudden Iran is now attacking Israel, and we have to now back them up because it's Israel and Iran. Probably we didn't fuck it up enough. We got to get back in there and do more damage.
Yeah. What would they be trying to? What's suspicious about it? What are they trying to do?
Well, I mean, like, is there oil there? Like, what is there that we want? Like, what are the resources that the U.S. can take from Iran that they already haven't?
Influence.
So you think Iran is a good guy in this situation?
No, there's no good guy in this situation. It's all bad. All the people at the tops in all these countries are not. There's no good guy in this case. But I don't think it's like everyone says it's like Iran, but it's like a group of the military operation in Iran. It's not like every citizen of Iran is like in this mindset. So it's whoever is currently in power. Is like obviously there's something going on where like the pot is being stirred and like the levers are being pulled behind the curtain.
I mean, do you think we're in the end of time? Like, can you see a missile hitting this country in within a year with Russia and everything that's going down? Do you think we're safe, or do you think we need to start prepare? Maybe go buy some disc games for PlayStation 5.
Yeah, definitely spend. I think everyone in the chat should definitely cash in all their money and invest it into gold. You need to take out every penny you have and get gold and just sit on that gold and just do nothing with it like every other fucking person does when they buy gold.
How does that work? Like, if the world goes to an end, how does that work in regards to like gold?
When the world ends, the economy collapses and there's nothing else. You then have chunks of gold. That's it. You got gold. Like, you do not watch like any type of like.
Nope.
Like, you ever seen The Hobbit? Like with a dragon in the Mines of Moria, and he's protecting his gold. Like it's about the gold, dude.
Nope, I've never seen that. I mean, remember I'm black and slow, so
if the world would have right, I think like gold would be like the least thing that people would care about.
No, exactly. It's just funny to me because I see a lot of people that are doing this, and it's just kind of stupid. Like they think that the gold has more monetary value, which it probably does in the dollar bill. I think it does. Like per ounce of however much gold is worth more than the dollar bill is worth or whatever. But their mindset is you can melt down the gold and use it for some sort of resource. But then what are you going to use it for? Like gold is used in electronics and jewelry and stuff. Like the gold is not going to do anything. The gold is not your money. The bones are your money. You got to get the bones.
You got to talk about guns and body.
So my question to you too is so
Guns and butter, you know.
so give me a percentage of what you think in regards to like us having a missile hit America. Can you see that happening? Can you see us
A
being in
missile hitting
war?
America?
Yeah, can you
The
see us being in
chances of
war?
that, so, like, we would probably have to ask Bvaz that because he's the disabled veteran. He was in the military. I actually had a job with the military for, like, a summer as an internship, but all I did was, like, input people's information into the computer. But,
Yeah.
I don't see us getting hit with a missile. We have a lot of defenses. It really depends on where it's coming from. I don't know. It could happen. It couldn't happen. I'm not a fucking expert on this shit.
Now, one thing, because I'm not an expert into this, but I do follow it, a lot. One of the things that I think about is like, the gun and butter thing, right? Like how much, like you want to dedicate, resources into the war, like the United States, right? Compared to how much resources you want to dedicate to the people. Would you rather have the people starve, to, keep financing that war? Or do you want to focus on the people? And in this case, the way I'm looking at it nowadays, it seems like they're more focused on, outward instead of the people at this point.
Yeah, it's always been like that. America has been more focused on arming themselves and building weapons than they have about the American people since, like, I don't know, since the modern era. Like when they made like a whole secret town to develop a nuclear weapon that no one knew about, that they just like pulled in American citizens and said, "Hey, build this shit." Like they have not give a fuck about the American people since then. Like it's all about war, money, control. Yeah, we've had very few presidents in the past, like, I don't know, 100 years that have actually cared about the American people in like a welfare state of mind.
I think Trump might have been the last one.
That man only cared about himself. He didn't care about anybody else.
Nah, blacks are doing better under Trump.
See, one thing,
people I'd never seen work a job, knew they were working jobs, like my sisters. I mean, there were so many jobs. I'm talking about we're flourishing when he was around, but now it's like freaking brutal out here.
See, like it.
Okay.
To me, it doesn't necessarily like really matter what if it's like Trump or like Biden. At the end of the day, our government, their whole purpose and goal, right, is to really like kind of like, it's just the sphere of influence, right? Like when you think about it, right, the more a country has control over like other territories and country, they kind of like control the whole global trade, right? Which is the reason why the States is just so, like so focused on like wars and like taking over territories in place. Because and one of the things because that's one thing that my friend always like talked about. Like for instance, you guys ever heard like the situation in Venezuela and Guyana, right? With like how right now Venezuela is trying to fight over a certain territory of Guyana because they found that there's more oil reserves like on the Atlantic Ocean near Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people really aren't talking too much about this thing right now, but like like what's gonna usually happen is that the United States is gonna interject, right? Because obviously there's an incentive for them to interject, and what's gonna happen is the idea of like if I scratch your back, you scratch my back, right? So that way they can have like some kind of their hands on that oil. They want to keep their hands in that pocket, right? And to be honest, the United States been doing that for like a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And what's going on is that they're just sacrificing like today, this are current for like the next like hundreds of years, right? The situation is that we're like really like right there at the edge, right? Because like everything is really falling apart. Like I mean, like next 200 years. So you see, and the thing is that we're not really gonna benefit it now. We're not gonna benefit from this now. What the people that are usually gonna benefit from is 200 years from now, or 100 years from now. Like,
well, let me say this. I got first thing real quick, and we're gonna stay on this topic for a couple more a little bit longer. Look, Brandon, everybody's asking for you in regards to this subject, okay, or this topic. Look, like I've like looked past harder people that came at me harder, okay. no pause. Okay. I don't really care. I just don't want the disrespect. But if you want to come on and you want to talk about this, Brandon, you have the floor. Okay. I don't hate people. I don't hate you. Okay. I have no issue with you. I just didn't like what happened yesterday. But if you're going to come on and you can't keep it respectful, the same way, Rage has been, Rapid's been, don't correct me on my communications. Let me do what I do. You can say that's nasty. I don't care. But just then you can come on. I don't care. But point I was going to ask you, Rage. Herbie looks like she's a Trump supporter and she loves her some Jesse Peterson. How does that work in your household?
She's trolling. She's not a Trump supporter, and she doesn't love Jesse Lee. It's a meme. She's not a Biden supporter either. Neither of us. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Neither of us have a political preference of anyone. She doesn't. We both do not like Trump. Okay, maybe she does love Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, see, you got So
JLP.
what do you think gonna happen if Trump loses? If we even make it there? I mean, actually this is two questions for each of y'all. Y'all can answer. Do you think it's gonna be World War III before Civil War? And do you think that we're gonna make it to Trump getting in office to avoid and to get this all like eliminated? What's going on right now? Do you think we're gonna make it there before the World War III? So two questions there. You can start, Rage.
That's
pretty much. I was asking. I don't know if you remember. Just will it be a civil war or World War III? Either of these wars going to happen, and if they do happen, will it happen before Trump gets in office? Because he's probably going to win at this point.
Okay, so I feel like I'll go to this point first because I have a thought about it already in my head. If Trump does get elected, obviously there will be no civil war because the people get what they want. The people that are the violent offenders, like the J6ers, JK.
Oh no!
I know. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm joking.
Okay.
I'm not joking. But anyway, if he wins, obviously there's not going to be a civil war. But the war in Ukraine and Russia is going to possibly shift in a different direction because he is so involved with Putin and he's buddy with him. Whatever, maybe something will happen with that. I'm not completely sure. Same with the China thing. I feel like he will just kind of give them incentive to just take what they want with like Taiwan. I feel like he'll let Putin be like take part of Ukraine. Do it. Whatever. He doesn't want to be in NATO anyway. Like he's gonna involve some other. I don't know, dude. I'm not the right one to be asking that type of shit.
I do think that the right one to actually ask that question would be B-Bass. If this would be a really good question for him, to be honest, because he's prior military. Like, it'd be nice to see what his thoughts are on this. To be honest.
Yeah, now this is the topic we were supposed to have before all the drama happened yesterday, but we didn't get there because this is an important thing. Because the people see, this is crazy. I was picking people up, and I'm gonna have you go next, Matt. I was picking people up yesterday, okay, because I wanted, I was trying to get a conversation started. When I used to do the YouTube, and I was like able to just come on and just talk like this for 6 hours nonstop, it was because I was doing rideshare, and I got enough content off of talking to people, and just I knew the vibe going on in the world. But because I wasn't doing rideshare and I wasn't listening to podcasts while doing it and whatever, I just got out of touch with reality. So I didn't even realize until like a few days ago how close we are to World War III. You literally have what happened to Israel, and we have to defend them. Ultimately, we sent over, I think, like 2,500 Marines already this morning. So it's kind of crazy because people don't even understand how close we are to it, and people are over here. They're going to the Dodgers game. I'm like, do y'all not realize that we're literally almost at World War III? And I wrote on my Facebook page, I'm like, I hope y'all happy, those of y'all try to bash me about Trump, because y'all wanted Biden so much. Now y'all got what y'all asked for, and now you got like all these conflicts happening. You got the country's being destroyed. You got freaking military age men that every single day are showing up on boats, running into the country, like jumping in the cars. Like I saw a couple videos of that this morning. And this is chaos. This wouldn't be happening under Trump. I mean, it would be more law and order. I think that these other countries would respect us more. Even under Bush, I think we are like looked at as like weak right now. Nobody respects us to where they're just smacking us. I think China is actually about to go into Taiwan. They're working on that right now because they know what we're going to do. We're just weak all around. So, I mean, that's my thought. I think that if we don't get Trump in office ASAP, we're doomed. Matt, you want to touch on that? You must be on the phone.
In what sense? Like in what sense?
Do you think there's going to be? Do you think there's going to be a civil or a World War III before the election? And if it is, or do you think it's going to be either Civil War, World War III? Do you think it's going to happen? And do you think we'll make it up to the election and Trump get in office before it happens? Because it's probably going to happen. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I thought like when they like Iran was starting to launch weapons like yesterday, I thought like on my Facebook and stuff, I thought like stuff was going to break down. But yes, most definitely. I mean, I lived in Russia. My brother lived in Russia for 2.5 years. He got his master's degree in Russia. Like I said, my on both my mom and my dad's side, they came from the Marine Corps. So in terms of military, like I was going on to the Air Force, and I'm still considering it, but I some things I don't like about it a lot. But yeah, there's like definitely some things that are probably go down if here's the other thing with Iran. Even if they like launch these missiles or these drones, maybe like as they stated, it was to like show to the world that this is like a warning that yeah, the US isn't going to like bomb us again, and like the next time around we can like launch 20 like intercontinental ballistic missiles like at Israel and just destroy them. So I'm almost certain, but like we'll have like WW3 within the next like 5 or 10 years, unless these major players are taken out. But most likely that they won't be. So it's pretty likely that there's going to be another like world war, and it's going to be just insane. But
you don't think it's going to happen within the next year, World War III?
The fact that very likely. Yeah, I mean, I think yeah. I mean, WW3 is looking very likely. I believe in God. I mean, I'm not going. That's a different, like. I mean, obviously, podcast. I believe in God, so it doesn't really bother me. But for people who don't like fear God or I mean, who don't have anything to live for, yeah. I mean, WW3 is looking more likely. My parents, or I should say, I live right next to like an air base of the U.S. Navy, and if anyone lives close to like military jets that are like passing at like 200, 500 feet, it's like pretty intimidating, honestly. Like when these jets, like, so I know people like talking a big talk, but when they're actually on their front lines, it's a whole different story when like stuff is going down. So I wish Israel would just negotiate with Iran or with other countries and be like, yes, we've done this wrong, we need to do stuff better, but it's unlikely to happen.
What about in Noob? I want to have you. I want to, because Rage Face, you said you don't believe in a God. Isn't that atheist? Like you don't believe in a higher power?
I believe in like a monotheistic God? No, I do not.
What type is a monotheistic? Yeah,
monotheistic is when you believe in one single deity to be like your all true knowing God. That's monotheistic, like Judaism and Christianity and Islam. Those are monotheistic religions because they have a God, one singular God.
Can I ask you something, Rich Face? Like, I mean, just kind of out of the blue. I mean, do you fear death or not?
No. I mean, do I fear dying? Yeah, because I want to keep living. I don't want to like go on and then like the people I love and care about don't have me
like,
around to be with them.
Like just like what you said, I don't fear death myself. So yeah, it's I always ask that with people. I myself do. I mean, if I were to die tomorrow, I'll just like I don't fear that at all. But I'm different than most people my age. So
no, I just hope. Yeah, Noob. I'm gonna have you go next. I'm just gonna say this. I hope that if we do go to war, like if North Korea, with South Korea, if all that happens and the world's just going crazy, I hope that before they take away this, our telecommunication ability, to communicate more so, the internet goes down. I hope that nuke or whatever missile that hits America, I hope it hits like directly on me, because I don't know if I want to face that, but that would be cowardly because I do have kids that I would want to protect. But at the same time, if we're going to be destroyed anyway, I'd rather that land literally like right
be
on
over
my
quick.
complex.
Yeah,
just
I've always had that
wouldn't it be
mentality
fast?
where like I'd rather want to die in like a bus crash where a bunch of other people are
Yeah,
dying with me instead of me just going like from being sick or something.
I'm not
yeah,
gonna.
yeah. Wouldn't a nuke, if a nuke hit my building, wouldn't it literally just immediately like? Wouldn't it be a
Yeah, you'd
split
be
second, or would it
you'd be
take time?
done. You'd be vaporized. And usually the nuke isn't hitting the building. The nuke is blowing up before it touches the ground. So you're dying from
So
the.
it vaporizes the building and everything, or just
Oh yeah,
vaporizes the people?
yeah, everything.
I don't think any of y'all know. Like, have any of us ever got hit by a nuke?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
No.
I've watched some videos recently on like Hiroshima and like those like the whole like Manhattan Project type stuff. So like they had obviously a lot of that footage was fake because like you can't like put a camera up and like record like a building getting blown up without the camera getting damaged too. So like we don't know exactly like what it looks like, but we saw the aftermath.
Oh,
What's that noise, Noob? You guys said they're going. You got a wrestling match going on in the background. But yeah, you have that's my thought. Like I would rather be vaporized. I don't want to have to go through like Walking Dead to where we got people like scavenging for food and
Yeah.
water and resources. I think that'd be bad. But people don't realize how close we are, because wouldn't they go after the satellites immediately? Because they're already like taking out our bridges, which is killing our transport. It's kind of like only going to get worse.
Oh God, Bivez said there was a Nostradamus thing about
a prediction.
Iran. Oh no.
Nah, this shit.
We're fucked. Yeah.
When it happens, it's gonna be fire because I'm gonna be in the hood. Projects ain't getting shot, so I'm good.
Yeah.
What do you mean they ain't getting shot? When like where would the nuke hit? Like pretty much if they launch it, if Russia launches a nuke over here, where would they go
It
first?
depends on like, well, obviously they're coming. If it's gonna be Russia, it's coming from the West Coast. So like,
Oh shoot,
maybe launching it from like Alaska around that area. I don't know how far they can get it from there to anywhere in the United States.
Oh, you mean Russia launching it from Alaska?
Yeah, because Alaska is like right across the border from Russia.
Oh shoot, what? Nope.
They're gonna hit Hollywood. They're gonna hit Hollywood.
They'll hit a major city like New York, California. They'll blow out the infrastructure first.
So if they're coming from the West Coast, like from Alaska, wouldn't they go for LA first?
They'll go wherever the distance of the missile can go. That's all dependent on like how their technology is and how far they can shoot that thing, or how they're going to, because obviously they're not going to have like a plane flying over, because we'll just get that before it even drops it. They have to launch it from a ground or sub outside of our range, and it has to be like a long range ballistic missile.
So once it launches, can we take it out? Do we have that type of defense system, or we're just screwed?
I would hope we have some type of defense system. We've put so much money into the military, but I'm sure we do. They have like probably some some alien technology that they've been hiding, like that David Grush guy that came to the Supreme Court about like UAPs and shit. We definitely have like some alien tech that we got that can do something.
Yeah, I never understood that. I never understood the fact that we're to the point that we're pushing this war, which is going to happen. Like, what would stop a country from sending over a nuke and like destroying something? And like, I mean, if it happens, will we see anything, or would it be just immediately just like, will we see it coming, or is it just disappear?
I don't think so. I mean, we wouldn't be able to see like the missile dropping. It'll just explode and then it's over.
Well, it's like, why would you want to get like destroyed by the missile, like on impact?
No, I want to feel the pain. That's the problem. I'm scared of the pain of
You
death.
just wanted to be over with quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, are we gonna go to heaven? Like, is there like, I mean, assuming Rage, you don't believe in this heaven place, but I mean, I hope it's a heaven. Do you think you just die, like you just go black, or do you think you go somewhere?
I don't know. I have like a bunch of skewed kind of views. Like I feel like it's all like energy kind of connection. Like our brain is just like running on electricity. Like we don't have like a soul, but like there's electricity going through our body, and maybe like our energy goes back into the earth, into the atmosphere, because there's like particles in space and like on other planets. It's all the same type of particles that like atoms that we have in us. So like there's all types of interconnectivity between like our DNA and like other shit in the universe. So I feel like it's more of like a, do we go to like fluffy cloud kingdom? Probably not.
Fluffy cloud kingdom.
It's like probably turning your computer off. But I would hope that there's some type of like recycling of your essence into the world, you know.
No, that makes sense. Y'all, Mav or Noob, y'all got anything in regards to y'all think that it's life after death, or you think you just fade to black? No, I don't know if they're both muted.
It's gonna be fire, right? You know, when
What was that?
comes. I said it's gonna be fire when World War III comes. Like it's gonna be crazy. Yeah. It's gonna be wild.
You know, I think people don't appreciate, people assume, like Jerome, he's in the chat. He doesn't understand that he's like, nobody's going to attack America. He doesn't understand that we're not the same America we used to be. Like, we used to be a major threat. Like, we had, from what other countries thought, we got the capabilities to like destroy we can destroy anybody in this world, but they can get to us now because we're like, our technology is like, what they're saying is like dated. Like we're like still 1950s, 60s. We never upgraded. Like Trump trying to do the Space Force, whatever. People are mad at him for it, but you got to understand, we didn't have any division that were creating technology that's on a level of Russia. Like Russia, they got that space satellite nuke system, whatever. That is crazy if they're able to achieve that. We haven't had any advances. I think we haven't really been on. Have we been on the planet the past couple?
We've
decades?
never been on another planet.
Oh, you don't think they went to?
They've never been. They've been on maybe the moon. Maybe that happened, but man has not been on any other planet. We've never been to Mars.
Why do you think so? And with all the video and all that, that's how.
With the moon?
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems too fishy, like the video quality, and like I don't know. At this point, I'm saying like the moon landing back then, probably fake. But have we been to the moon? Yeah. There's other countries that have done it recently. I think India recently landed on the moon. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, but the United States, it's just like the same old phrase, like anyone can get touched. So it's like, yeah, you can think the United States not going to be touched, but right now in the United States, everybody's living too good of a life. Like people are scared to go to the military, just like what Bvaz just said. Like nobody's enlisting to the military because everybody's scared of World War III. And even if Trump get elected, there's no for sure way to say we're not going to go to World War III, because at the end of the day, if someone drops a nuke at you, what you gonna do? You gonna sit back and cower? You gonna sit back and be poom poom your whole life? You gonna be a punani? Nah, bro. You make that decision.
Yeah, I mean, even with that said, the whole Civil War aspect of it, like us headed there because, we keep allowing Democrats to push conflict, to come up with ways that, people are being like heard or whatever such, that, if we end up getting into Civil War, would it be something of a conservatives and, versus liberals, more right versus left, to where, police, military, they're all probably going to be on the side of, the right, but then, like Democrats and liberals, they control media, they control most of corporations, they control most of like the resources in a way. But I think we control, or not we, because I'm not really, but the conservatives, I think like the more the right Republicans, they can control more of like the actual military, guns, and they actually know how to shoot a gun. Because I think a lot of liberals, a lot of us are afraid of guns. I consider myself a liberal when it comes to guns. We're afraid to touch a gun. We don't know how to fight half of the time, we don't know how to cook our own food, farm, etc. I think that's kind of like now in 2024. The left have been more more city folks. Most of the city folks are liberals. Most of the conservatives are like middle of nowhere living people, like a lot of land. So when you say that, like survival wise and like longevity, wouldn't the right survive past what the left liberals would in regards to like being a civil war?
Yeah, because they already own property. They have a house. They don't live in a major city where they're living in an apartment building or a condo or something. They're out in the country with fucking land and guns and farms and shit. Like, I mean, granted, there's cities in these southern states as well that it's like that, where but the right definitely has like if there is a civil war type scenario, they have the upper hand in that situation. But like, I don't think a civil war is going to happen because of the election. Like, it's kind of far fetched in my opinion. Like, the only people that are really going to get like the left isn't going to get mad and attack if Trump wins. Like, that's not going to happen.
Look, to be honest, I don't think any civil war is going to happen. It's really it may put it like this, right? We're number one, we're too separated. Like we're too separated. We're too on. Either we're Republican, Democratic. Like we're just too separated at this point to ever think about like overthrowing some kind of government, right? And plus, on top of that, like we're too. How can I say it? Let's see here, we're struggling, but we're also kind of contempt at the same time, right? Like if we're pushed a little further, if the people are pushed a little further, then there's going to be some blood spill. That's when they start taking out the guillotines, right? But to be honest, it's like how can I say it? It's like when someone's like on the fence, right? And they're comfortable on that fence because they know that there's a fence, but if you push someone off that fence, right, there's a chance that they might fight back, right? I don't think the analogy's coming out right, but to be honest, one of the things that because I'm not really a political person, right? I'm to be honest, I don't really politics really don't like. I'm not gonna say they don't affect me, right? Because I know in the end of the day, Republican or Democratic, they're both two sides of the same coin, anyways, right? And the end of the day, I'm not really gonna benefit whether or not, right? I'm not gonna benefit whether or not Trump become president or Biden become president. I'm still gonna be fucked at the end of the day, right? One of the things that like. Let's see, I didn't really like thought too much of it because I just jump in, right?
Yeah.
And like, I'm not gonna lie, man. Yo, this don't know how to cut a pizza.
Yeah, right.
Yo, that pizza, bro. Yo,
yeah. Trying to get this pizza going. I gotta eat.
That's that dumb stuff.
Cool down a little bit. I like it nice and soft in my mouth because it goes like down smooth.
Okay.
Don't say that.
I'm talking about the crust.
Yeah, okay.
No pause.
Mr. Jesse Lee Peterson over here.
Like
amazing. I love the soft crust in my mouth.
Like
no, let me say this though. Like the reason why I asked that is because first thing I would do if they announced Civil War. I mean, if they announced World War III.
All right.
Is I would have to just go and just be with my, I would literally just go with my son because I know, world's probably going to be over because once one country launches a nuke, it's over. No coming back from that. And I know we got too many crazy people leading right now, and then we got the weakest president that ain't going to do what needs to be done. So I'm probably going to just face facts. It's over. This country ain't going to recover. Now, when it comes to civil war, the reason why it terrifies me is because the Democrats continue pushing false flags. Like that guy, that kid that shot the cops, and he got shot up. They're trying to start back Black Lives Matter, and it's starting to cause people to turn. Then you have all these cities that crime is happening, people are rioting, looting, and all of that still happening now randomly. You have a lot of anger going on, and it's causing people to feel resentment because when you have a group of people that are doing all of this stuff, I think it's going to be back to a race war, which I hate because I would never go against my side, but I think it's going to be more about race than anything when it comes to civil war, because I think you have too much. You have, like, for example, Democrats, they're pushing, LGBT is cool. But then when you have like all the other stuff included, the TUZ and all the X and all that stuff, it's too radical and it's overstepping normalcy. And then you have, like, with law and order, with Democrats allowing certain individuals to commit crime like no other. You just had two cops shot by two young thugs who shouldn't have been out of jail, and one cop died, the other is in critical condition. You have this happening every day now, and it's one group of people doing this all, and it's causing Democrats to lose and get out of favor because people are just tired of it, and it's going to come down to, like, Democrats going for a Hail Mary and figuring out a way to get people to take their side again by another false flag, like another either a black guy getting shot by the cops, or some immigrants doing something like that. People take out a bunch of immigrants, so where you cause enough conflict, like January 6th, calling them criminals, but then you want to excuse the whole Black Lives Matter riot for a whole year that destroyed everything. That's the reason why I think that civil war is probably going to happen in the next year and a half if World War III doesn't happen, because it's just too much. We're shaky. And if Trump wins, forget about it. The Democrats are going to find a way to try to say he cheated. And if Trump loses, it's really going to be bad, because it's probably going to be about cheating, because there's no way in hell Biden can possibly win with him, being at all-time low, like the lowest approval rating of a president ever. I think it's still the lowest rating. He would have to cheat to win. It would have to be with absentee balloting, just ways that they used last cycle to get votes that just weren't there. Trump got more votes than any president, Republican president in history, which is crazy to think that. But let me get off the tangent. That's the reason why I think that it's getting scary, and I hope that I don't get there, because I don't want to have to hurt nobody. I don't want to have to kill nobody. And most of my people I love are all liberals, and they're all going to see the other way.
Right.
So you're secretly a liberal running around as a conservative?
No, I got liberal values. I got a lot of liberal values. But this is the thing. If I tell people, like, two-parent household, like, the man's the leader, ultimately, that's just what it is. Households do better when the woman understands the man is here to lead. When I tell them that we got to put education first, like my son knows he's not getting money unless he reads a book or something. You got to earn it. Work ethic, accountability, in regards to, like, if I was to get in trouble for anything, like, let's say sports betting, then it's on me, my responsibility. I'm not going to blame nobody. I'm going to just go and I got to do what I got to do. But you have a situation that people that do anything, and I call it violent crime, because I think that anybody that got caught selling weed, somebody that jaywalked, somebody that stole something from a store, but they, if they did it one time, should not be in jail. But if you are habitual theft or thief,
a recidivist.
There you go, recidivist. I think you should be in jail.
Shout out to BVAS for teaching us the word recidivist.
Yeah, recidivist.
That's what the recidivism, right? Because I went to school for criminal justice, right?
Okay.
So recidivism is like when, I'm not gonna say prisoners, but when people come out of prison, it's just them going back in.
Yeah,
it's just a simple explanation. But to be honest, it would be a really good subject for BVAS to come. I'm not even but
he wants me. Let me tell you, he wants me to. This is what I'm not gonna do. I'm not apologizing to the chat, because you see the chat is smooth, it's cool, because what he didn't understand is when I come on here and I'm actually cooking and talking, and you have good people that are on here talking and having a civil conversation, the chat it's cool. Like it ain't all negative people. Everybody got their opinion. We're actually getting somewhere. But when me and him are on here, we usually end up bickering with each other about race or just something they check me on. So it brings out the haters and it makes the chat like nasty to where nobody wants to deal with it. So I'm not going to apologize because the chat is what it is to the chat. And to him, the only thing that I will apologize for, if he feels some kind of way, and I'm going to be the bigger man with this, is to say that if he feels something that I said about him, which I don't think I said anything directly to him today, I apologize, just like I apologize to Eli for, yesterday's video about if I, disrespected him. But in regards to me doing today's live, I'm not going to apologize. It's my right to talk about what happened on my platform yesterday and what was done. And I'm going to stand by that. But he's welcome because, yes, I ain't going to lie. When I say he's my friend, okay, what I mean by that is we are always going to be friends because of childhood. But right now, I wouldn't say like we're good friends because the type of person I am, you got to be like actively my friend. I don't play the whole we're like you're my friend forever, because when I had all my money and I had my success and I had whatever, people coming out of woodworks talking about, hey, like we've been friends forever. Can I borrow some money, or can I have this, or can I do this, or can you give me this? And that happened to me for like pretty much all my life because I've always been accomplishing something. And I'm saying Brandon is doing that, but that's what I deal with. So when people say they're my friend, I cringe because I feel like from what I see on TV, what people call friends, I haven't really had that. Like somebody to call me and check up on me other than my cousin and say, hey, you're okay. And, like we talk every other day. That's what I consider a friend. What I, like good friend. But a friend can be anything. It can be Brandon, whatever. But don't call yourself a good friend because we're not, because we don't actively communicate. Now, for y'all, it might be different. So with that said, um, you know, it did hurt me. I'm not gonna lie, because this is why I tell you I don't like to accept people into my life. I have, once again, love for Brandon, just like I would have for, other people that I consider friends, to where it hurt because I trust people, which I hate trusting people. And when I feel like I was let down, to where somebody did something that would do nothing but tear down my character and make me out to be crazy, and take away a financial opportunity for me, whatever such, I feel like that should be done off of line and actually be on a phone call. And all I had to do, and I had to do for the sake of my channel with today's live, was to clean up by talking about what happened yesterday, talking about why I said what I said to Brandon and this and that. And that's the reason why I spent 2 hours breaking down my life prior to YouTube, my childhood, the reason why I treat women the way I treat them. At one point, the reason why I said what I said, the reason why I don't like having friends, I don't talk to nobody, I don't trust nobody. That's what I tried to take the time out to do so he would understand how I felt. Because on Monday when I don't call him, I wasn't thinking that like I'm hating on him, I'm doing whatever, because I didn't just want to talk to him no more. But maybe I did a bad job. Maybe I shouldn't have did this. I just feel like, once again, what was said yesterday, I have a right to speak on it. But with that said, that's the reason why I was yelling at him, and me calling you a fuck boy and all that stuff. I apologize. That's unbecoming of a man. That was weak, and I gotta laugh at myself because when I was saying that stuff in my head, because I'm bipolar, I was laughing at myself that I was calling a grown man a fuck boy. Like I sound like freaking the epitome of what I hate, a nigga. I literally sounded the exact same way. I sounded like first off a female, but then a nigga. I mean, I was like nasty, and that was the epitome. And I shouldn't have went that far. I shouldn't have went there. So with that said, I apologize for all the nasty words and all the nasty things that I said to Brandon. In regards to that, I got taken out of character because I felt like I was being, I was in a situation of being like, not manipulated, but more so abusive relationship, to where I can't talk about something that hurt me without repercussions happening. So that's the reason why I took out what I took out on you. So you're free to come on here, but just keep it respectful. I have no issues with you, but I'm not apologizing for nothing other than that. I'm not apologizing for doing this live. I'm not taking it back. I'm leaving it up. But you have, just like I apologize to everybody. Rage, I apologize to him multiple times, and then he goes and beefs for me again, whatever. But he's on here right now. I apologize to everybody that's been on my channel if I went too far. But there you go, Brandon. So if y'all want to tell him to come on, he can come on, but I'm not begging him. He doesn't have to. This is his choice. But go ahead, Noob.
Nah, like, like it would have been a lot better if if you said that while he was on, to be honest, right?
They were going at it too hard for him to
Like,
even apologize at that point.
like, one of the things is this, right? Because I do kind of watch you sometimes here and there, right? Actually, I watched this whole live when I was, cleaning my crib up, and just cooking and shit. But
Yeah.
I also watched the live too from yesterday when he was on my way from work. And, the thing is, right, is one of the things you said, like the reason why you don't like, having friends and stuff like that, right? There's a reason behind it. Like, you just don't like the idea of people like challenge your ideas, right? It makes you very uncomfortable, right? Like, especially when it gets a little personal, right? Like, in the end of the day, right? I agree with what he was saying. Like, you're like, you're not really a humble person. You're not. I'm just being 100% honest. Like, and I'm not gonna say you lack accountability, right? It's not that you lack accountability, right? Like, let's see. I'm trying to.
Say it. You don't got to clean it
I,
up. Just be. I respect you just being blunt. You don't got to be a man. Just say it how you say it. I'm not gonna boot you or anything as long as you keep it
I,
respectful.
yeah,
Something that you know what it is. Just say what you gotta
yeah.
say. It's all good.
See, like the thing is this, right? Like, is that you don't. How can I say it? You don't really like want to admit, right? Like, you don't like to admit that a lot of the things you do or say, right, is some ain't shit,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Like you really, like, I don't know, like, because I do watch you. When I do watch you, you do say some crazy things, right? A lot of things you say, it's like you just don't have the ability to do some research on a lot of things, right? And a lot of people, they do come on here, they do be violating you, they do some crazy stuff, right? And you also got like meat rotters like Nav, right? And like nah, I'm not ski. I wish I was though, but like, yeah, I'm not ski though. Like, I don't because otherwise I probably would end up talking about some racist stuff or whatever.
The only thing I can say is, I had to take the friend back off the phone. No, it's just what it is. People get too personal. People don't know how to separate the two, and I feel like people need to stop getting personal and like realize you can't police a friendship, and people are too afraid to disagree. Like, like just agree to disagree and move on, go on to the next topic. Because it was very disgusting just to see two childhood friends. You guys may not be friends like that, but we talking about two childhood friends that like it didn't really need to go there. And then since it went there, everybody's just like egging it on, everybody's enjoying it. But it's just like it's wild. But nah, I am not ski.
Like, that ass.
Okay. So let me say this. Okay. So you first off, a lot of women in the chat right now upset because I guess I disrespected women. Okay.
Now they're
Because
right.
once again, if I did that, I mean, I don't know what to tell you because I'm sorry. We know in society that it's okay. Most women argue. It's not becoming of a man. Men don't argue. So
I'm not. Look, I'm not gonna cap. Like, I saw Christina put that. I'm a meat rotter, right? I'm not. Like, number one, right? I'm not ski because ski don't speak Spanish. I speak Spanish. Yo hablo español. Uh, you know, pe- the ski. I'm not gonna lie, do kind of sound like ski. Like, but
Yeah, do
mucho
you
gusto. Tú también, madre.
hey, there you go.
So now yo sé español también, pero like the thing is, right? Like,
You Dominican or something?
hold on. I'm not trying to start a war. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It was. So you gotta understand. You like you. I want you on. I want you on. But the problem is, I had to boot him. I'm sorry. I want you on because I forgive and forget. But you hurt people that just won't get over that. Uh, and I care about them more than I care about you, obviously. So I can't do it. I'm sorry. And he knows this. It was ski. I'm sorry. I can't do it. And I don't care. I really don't care. And look, what I mean by women, okay. So here's the situation. Um, you know, and actually I do care because I forgot. I just remember because I saw Gallagher in the chat. I remember why now I can't have him on because I forgot what he said. He actually said something that was crazy. That was nasty work. Now I remember, okay, because you understand. I have so many people that I get into it with that I forget, and I literally forgot why I had to do that. And I'm not going to mention why. Everybody knows in the chat why, but it is what it is. But it didn't sound like ski. But they had moments that sounded like ski, and the moments that didn't. But he made some good points there. Okay, what I'm going to say is this: it ain't the fact that I want this is what he didn't understand, and what I think Brandon doesn't understand, and people don't understand. I debate with Gallagher all day, and she doesn't agree with nothing I say. She's literally, even though she doesn't like to be called a liberal, because she's not like financially liberal or whatever, but she's socially, I think, a liberal. I like to debate and argue and with people. I want to argue, but debate and make my arguments, whatever, with people. That's all I do. I do it when if I'm doing rideshare. Back in the day, I used to love doing it. So that's just not the case because I want people to tell me where I'm wrong, tell me I ain't shit, tell me about whatever. That's the reason why I do it. So for that to be a narrative that I don't want people to criticize me, I keep myself around people that will criticize me. I let you come on Rage. I didn't tell you what to say. I can never tell you. You're like Stone Cold. In regards to that, you will freaking literally go off on me before I tell you, Rage, don't come at me like that. Like, keep it. No, you're going to talk. I let you on. You can say whatever you want to. Okay.
I'm surprised you did, to be honest. I've said some foul shit to you in chat. I'm surprised you even let me on here.
See, it's all good because this is what I'm trying to explain to Brandon. He doesn't understand the stuff that people say to me in the chat, and I forgive and forget every time, and I let people come on. I don't care. I love the debate because I know that I'm not right. I want to be told that I'm wrong. I want to be put in my place so that way I can adapt and learn something different if I need to. But what happens is people, they come on here with their beliefs and they don't understand that it's their opinion. You came on with your opinion. You never said this is fact that I need to stop saying the blacks or this and that. And this, you told me why you think I should stop saying it. And I understand, just like you told me about the Bloods in that white school. Like, if you give me examples why I'm wrong, it makes me change my mind. It makes a lot of people change their mind. But when you don't have people come approach the situation like that, they just come on and tell me, you need to shut up and stop talking about that, or you're ignorant because of this or that. And they act like that's law just because one side of the country thinks that you can be two people gender, but the other half of the country know that you can only be, for the most part, man, woman. It is what it is. Why are we bad and the other side of the country good? Why is it that half of the country don't like illegal immigration, while the other half is okay with it? Why does that make one side bad? Just like the last one I'll say is why one side of the country wanted law and order, and then the other half of the country not wanting law and order, who was wrong, who's and that's where we're at, where we know law and order needs to be fixed because we have people dying, getting robbed, beat up like no other right now. And it's white women. They're the targets right now. You see them on the news crying right now, especially at the subway. You haven't seen that at the subway? You see like the one liberal lady, Anna, or whatever her name is, from Young Turks.
Dude, I don't want to hear about white women playing the victim and crying about anything.
I mean, it's happening though, and the thing is, I don't care. I'm not caping for them. I'm just saying that when people like me were talking about how bad it is out here, they were saying, "Oh my God, you stop being ignorant, and you stop worrying about crime. It ain't bad. We don't need stop and frisk and all this." Now that they're getting, literally targeted, now they want to hit the narrative of, "Oh, we need police officers funded, and we need this and we need that." That's the point I'm making. Not that white women need protection. It's just now they're trying to be conservatives now, in regards to the law and order side of things, and it's hypocritical. you know, and that's the reason why I think that, you know, we don't, nobody has right or wrong. We just got to do you, and as long as you're not calling nobody a derogatory name. I'm black, so I'm sorry. Just like people walk up to me like, yo, what up, nigga? Like, I hate that. That's derogatory to me. I'm not a nigga. I'm a freaking black man. I'm a man. I'm American. I don't want to hear that. But I can't tell them to stop saying my nigga. No, I got to just deal with it. Just like, you know, me saying the blacks, I should be allowed to say the blacks because it's funny to a lot of people who are black. No, white people might be uncomfortable, but black people don't care. They're going to be like, whatever. So that's all I'm saying. We should be able to feel and do whatever we want to do and keep it moving. So and it looks like, I guess, Ski, it's all love. We just emailed each other yesterday. I don't want no drama. I don't want no beef, but I can't because you know what you said, and that was too far. Like, it was way too far, and it's unforgivable. You know, I forgive everybody, but some people just don't have that in them to forgive. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you can write a letter to, a letter to, if you really care enough, to the people that you were part of hurting. Kylie girl, my son, the mom, my son's mom, and just tell them that, it was wrong to, dox and be a part of the doxing and all that. I know it wasn't you that necessarily did it, but you still said what you said. Maybe that might change things. I would do the same. If I said something about somebody, like if I went to the point of calling somebody, like disabled or something, I'm going to say, I'm sorry for calling your mom disabled. I'm sorry for telling your son I'm going to be looking through your son's window, with the scope. Like, I would just apologize to these people personally, because that's just the only way to heal from that. That's just don't come. And that's me personally. Maybe you don't feel like that. I mean, Rage, you tell me. With what was said in regards to them, talking about like R wording, or not them, but one person, but it was a group of people saying these things, that they would do all these things, scope through my son's bedroom window, and then, calling a woman, disabled and all this and that. You as a person, if you had a YouTube channel, would you forgive? Like, I'm forgiving of it. But would you expect your people that were talked about to forgive and want that person to come back on?
So if someone said that, like if I was like a YouTube personality like you, and I had someone come on here, and then there was a falling out, and then they said that they were gonna like fucking shoot up my house and all this other stuff, like I don't know if I would take it completely serious, because there are people on the internet. There's just a million shitheads on the internet. Like, you can't take to heart what these people say to you. And if they're like doxing information about you online, like addresses and stuff like that, there's course for legal action in that sense. Like, because that's illegal. But anyway, like, I don't know. I wouldn't forgive them. I would just drop it, because the more you address it and the more you bring it up, it's more eyeballs on that situation.
Yeah, that's how I feel. What do you think, Matt? Because I don't care. It's just the people that were affected, they care. I should care more. I do care, but it's like I'm not going to act like I care, because people said worse to me personally on this YouTube channel, and I was told to forgive them. Like, when Ori used to say crazy stuff to me, and I was told by individuals who are affected in this to forgive him and forgive a bunch of different people, and I forgave them, and I didn't hold no grudges. So, I mean, they just aren't like me, I guess.
Care about what, Dennis?
Pretty much nasty names that were said about people that were innocent, and then being involved with multiple lives, showing the address of my kid mom, and talking about showing up with scope through the window to watch my son, and we're gonna see what happens, like all that stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it. I mean, it's like kind of like common sense. Like, it's like one of my sisters, I don't even know where she lives. Like, she's older than me. She, I mean, has not spoken to like any family members for like 4 or 5 years. So yeah, I mean, you have to proceed with what's like happening at the time. But unfortunately now too, like in America, people like they perpetuate stuff that shouldn't really like be that big of a deal. I mean, that's like another problem. When I lived like in Russia and Estonia, like certain things that people like they think a lot into, like like there, they don't really focus as much. Another thing too that's kind of cool with Estonia, like people focus more on like problem solving rather than delving into problems and being like, oh, what if this and what if that, like rather than just like how can we solve this and like be proactive and like changing whatever the situation is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's just like this, okay? Bottom line is people feel like I'm an easy target to put to disrespect because it's funny sometimes for people, I guess, to disrespect. And I do posit because of the stuff I say, because I don't got to say to blacks, for example.
Oh yeah, I mean, we live in very like strange times, Dennis. It's really difficult. I mean, with my channel, like I was getting criticized constantly by, especially by British and Canadian people, like 2 or 3 years ago, because I posted videos that were the truth. The people did not like hearing them, and it's just what it is. Unfortunately, like my brother, I wanted to bring in Todd for this military situation, but unfortunately he's I think he's sleeping. I mean, he's a super busy person and it's really hard getting a hold of him even as a family member. But yeah, I mean, people just, the egos and stuff are like the center of everything nowadays. So like that's why I still think having guys like Beavis and Roy, they bring a very different and unique perspective to the channel. And I myself generally prefer interacting with Gen Xers and older I guess millennials. I don't like well, that's a whole different topic, but yeah, Gen Xers, I mean, they have a good perspective.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know. I think that that situation. I want this channel ultimately I want to say this channel, but I want to get to the point of just talking about topics every day. I think I go too far with I start my lives with like
the thing is, Dennis, also it doesn't matter. Like your channel I mean, your numbers are growing like crazy. Like you have over 100 subs each day. Like you'll be at 1,000.
Not anymore. I would say not anymore because I don't do vertical. I stopped doing vertical lives. Okay, so it looks like so Noob, go ahead and show your face, Noob. Okay, it doesn't look like Ski. Okay, come on, Noob. That's not you. Come on, man. Now you're trolling. He showed first. He showed it was a black guy. I think he messed up and it showed his face. But I remember he had a mask on. That didn't look like Ski. But then now he's showing a picture of a white guy for some reason. But yeah, go ahead, Mav. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I mean, your like sub count is going up like crazy. I remember back in, it was like between October to December, and I think it was kind of stagnant. I had a friend actually, Dennis, he fled to Russia. He lived in Florida. He was a Florida, he worked for the police department in the Marine Corps here. And his name is John Mark Dugan, Bad Wolf. His channel went from like 7,000 subs to like 50 or 60,000 subs in less than a year. And then he was taken off YouTube because he fled to Russia, exposing basically police corruption in Florida. And that's another thing. If you go to Florida, I mean, you do not want to expose any kind of like government corruption because even if you're 100% like spot on, the system is not going to work in your favor.
No.
He exposed it, John Mark Dugan, and he was taken off YouTube. I mean, they just told him to shut up and go to the back of the bus. And eventually he had to flee because he was indicted by the FBI. He was going to be sent to prison in the US. They wanted him to be like literally anally raped. Also, like yeah. So he left Florida in I think it was 2014, and he's been in Russia for 9 or 10 years since. He's lived, because he first had to go to Canada and then he went to Russia and he hasn't left since. He was a Florida, like he worked for the police, but the police, unfortunately, it was some of the stuff you hear about George Floyd. Okay, I don't totally agree with John Mark Dugan on, but like he was kind of before his era. Like he was exposing like police corruption in Florida. And anyone who's lived in Florida, especially like Palm Beach, Pinellas, I mean, I live in Escambia County. I mean, these like Florida, I mean, it is corrupt as F, you might say, when it comes to like police matters. Not everyone, but institutional wise, and he was just trying to expose it, and he got like he was going to be indicted for federal charges, sent to prison, and he went off to Russia, and he's like in his early 50s. He's lived in Russia now for like 8 years. So well, Russia's a tough place to live. I mean, my brother was in jail in Russia.
Can I just interject real quick?
Yeah.
Dennis, it's 11:40 over here on the East Coast. I'm tired. You take it easy, bro. I'm gonna hop off of here.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah. Dude. Nice to meet you, Ray.
Good night.
Stream. Have a good night.
Good night.
Yeah, appreciate your time, man.
Take it easy.
Yep. All right, man. All right, you go ahead, Matt.
Oh no, so I mean Russia. I mean, it's a tough place to be, and that's why I really wanted to bring my brother and Todd. Like he's been in prison in Russia, and I mean, he has such a unique perspective. One of his good friends, like Cali Girl, would actually find this interesting. I'm not going to say his name. He was of Hispanic origin, grew up mostly in California, and he actually got a asylum visa in Russia like some years ago. He lives now in Russia. He's of Hispanic origin, this friend of my brother's. He's like, what is he, like early 40s? So the Hispanics, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, they like Russia a lot in general. Like, I mean, you can go to like South America, like Mexico. I mean, I don't know if it's because their gals are like so like, I mean, gorgeous. I mean, you've seen Russian gals. I mean, don't look at the ones like in California, but like in general, I mean, they have like those. Yeah, they're very fine looking gals. So,
now I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you like black people?
Yes. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Yes.
Do you love black people?
Yes.
Okay.
I have no, because this when I said no, I meant like, yeah, I know what you're quite. Yes, I do.
That's just me, Peterson. I had to make sure you didn't slip and say, oh, well, so we know you're a genuinely loving person.
Well, the problem is nowadays how society is. A lot of these countries, we'll just say America, they have like these assigned agendas to people, so they want people to say and do X, Y, Z. I mean, even like you look at those guys from Fresh and Fit, and that fellow, I can't remember his name. He made it really stupid. Even if he didn't do that, even if that's not his child, I mean, if he was having unprotected sex, he was pretty stupid, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
But he's going to be paying a lot of child support. I have like relatives that have paid like $1,000 to $2,000 for one child in child support for making like 80 to 120,000 in income a year. That guy's going to be paying, if that is his child, he's going to be paying at least $20,000 to $30,000 a month in child support, most likely, at least minimum, plus like alimony. But
well, I got another question for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever been with a black woman?
What?
Have you ever been with a black woman?
I'm
asking tough questions.
I've been with like Hispanic, never black.
Why not? Is it attraction? Is it attitude? Or is it not just not no black woman ever wanted you? Why would
A
you
lot of
say
it
you've
is
never been with a
because
black woman?
of my self-preservation. A lot of my time in the US has been about preserving, like, it just hasn't worked. It's not like them per se, it's just I haven't, like, the government, the policies of the US, I don't feel like comfortable like dating, you might say. Like, I mean, it sounds really incelish, but I don't feel comfortable with like how the US is structured and stuff. Obviously, I'll be in Argentina in a few weeks. I mean, they're Hispanic. I mean, that's obviously non-European. So it has nothing to do with race. It's just I don't feel comfortable with our government. If I was
So,
with, yeah,
no, got you. Hold on. So let me make sure we get this clear. We got to still do our interview.
yeah.
Hopefully, we can do it soon.
Oh
Whenever you're ready,
yeah,
just let me know.
definitely.
Where are you? So you're from America?
Yes,
Okay. So why? Wait, how long did you go overseas for?
many years.
Okay. So I'm asking these fire, like these are like fire starter, whatever you want to call it. This is
Yeah.
Jesse Lee Peterson. These are just and if you don't feel comfortable answering, you can say I plead the fifth. I think they say in America.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you were walking down the street, you're in the middle of the street, and you got to walk to the end of the street, and you see a white guy with tattoos all over his head, skinhead type of guy, like a biker guy. You see two of them walking down the street randomly, and then on the other side of the street, you see two black guys with hoodies on. You have to walk past one of them. Who are you going to choose?
What do you mean choose?
Like which side of the street you're going to walk down? You got to pick one side.
Well, I can tell you this, Dennis. Like here in Florida, I mean, there's a guy that I walk at least 6 miles a day, sometimes up to 12 to 14 miles. And there's a guy who's like white. He's like clearly strung up on drugs. I don't know what his name is. He will like scream at me like when I'm walking by. He will say, "Oh, like F you white boy" or something. I mean, no, like he's like white. This guy's
Okay.
probably in his late 40s. He will be like, "Oh, F you white boy." Like he like in his redneck Alabama accent, because people from like West Florida, anyone
Oh, yeah.
who's here from West Florida will tell you they talk like people from Alabama. He'll say, "Oh, like F you white boy," like, and then he'll say some other crap. And he's like disabled, the guy, and I'm like, I don't care. I just continue walking past because I mean, it's hot as F, obviously, of course, in Florida once you hit like May, but like, I don't care. Like, to answer your question, I wouldn't even care because, like, in this part where I live, I mean, it's redneck country. I mean, I, as like a northern Yankee from, I mean, I come from my parents. I mean, their ancestors think like slavery came before
Yeah.
they came around. My dad's like grandparents, like they were from Scandinavia. They came to America after slavery even occurred. Like it wasn't even in the picture. Like a lot of European groups were disenfranchised in the same ways, like in their own countries. So for me, like I identify more with Scandinavian like history than like say here in America, honestly. I
Okay.
mean, I know some people don't like that, but I can't. I would just do what I felt was best in that situation. I don't I couldn't totally answer that.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
That was just a question. I'm just throwing it out there.
Mhm.
So, would you call yourself a beta or alpha male?
Neither Sigma.
What's the sigma?
More of like a it's like Sigma is more of like an independent, like a person who's not like, I mean, they do their own thing. They're confident in their ways, but they don't like live to the ways of the system, so to speak.
So,
It's
not to cut you off. I was gonna keep going. I got like until
yeah.
you got it. If you got to go at any point, just let me know. 'Cause I know it's getting late, and I know you have
Oh yeah.
school tomorrow. Just let me know. But you okay? So you're pretty much a sigma. So
Yes.
when it comes to dating a woman,
Yeah.
hooking up with a woman, would you call yourself like me, a simp, love making type of guy, or would you say you're more of like a masculine, what they say is a masculine, like smash and pound guy? Or would you, say you're more affectionate and like the, like
I would probably,
romance?
honestly, Dennis, I would probably be more similar to how you are at this point. I don't like here's the thing is the last couple of years for me were so rough. Like I was on the verge of like, I mean, I know this isn't going to sound good for YouTube. I was on the verge of committing suicide like multiple
Oh my God, I'm
times.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, it was rough. Like I felt like from my late 20s, like how I was like, say at 25, 26 to now at 31, completely different. Like as a person. So I honestly I would be more similar to you, but the thing is at the same time, I don't I look at everything from a day to day and week by week perspective. Like I don't look at stuff um like when I was like a bit young. Yeah, I mean when I was 25, I had in total around maybe 120. At 25, I had more or less like $120,000 in all my bank accounts, which I mean, like yeah, it's not like that big of a deal, but I mean, it's a lot for
No, it
like
is. That's pretty good money. That's a good lot of money.
yeah
That's
for
big deal.
someone that age. But the thing is I was not satisfied, and I thought I could do a business that could potentially gross like millions of dollars, which it should have. But I mean, stuff just didn't work out. So, yeah, in that sense, yeah, I guess it would be more. I guess what people would say is beta. I mean, the best girlfriend that I had when I was living in Russia, she was Russian, 19 years old. I was 26 years old at the time, and
Or you might not want to say that. They're going to say nasty work.
yeah, I mean it was totally legal and everything. But the thing is she was, um, like some of the stuff I did and how I acted at that time. I look back, I'm like, man, I was so like just it was stupid, like how I was like, and it was very like just like a girl, like I mean, especially going to Russia, but it's like I mean you have to live on. I mean if she met like I still have her on it's called Vkontakte. They don't use Facebook much in Russia. Like Darina was her name. I mean I could still contact Darina. I mean I know where she lives in Russia, but it's not like I just how I approached stuff was in a very like kind of feminine way, you might say. Like if I knew what I think one of your subscribers is actually with a Russian gal in the US. I don't recall which guy, and there's definitely Craig. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean I was kind of in the same position, but I will say being in the US is so different to being with a Russian that's in her own country. I mean, it's probably honestly more difficult if you're in the US being with a Russian than just being like being stateside with a Russian is more difficult than being in Russia because I mean in their country, I mean making money and stuff, I mean it's hard. It's a tough life. It's like I lived in Russia and it's just a different universe than living here stateside. But yeah, I mean, I had a lot of like affection for this gal for like months and months after like she broke up. I was going to like marry her and stuff, and unfortunately, it was over. I mean, she was just done. So I mean, that's one thing I don't know how it is with these a lot of the Americans, but with Russian gals, I mean, when they're done, they're done. I mean, you're not the relationship is completely over, and you're never going to have a chance with them again. So it's yeah.
Well, so I got a question in regards to that.
Yeah.
Forget about the Russian girls, American women.
Yeah.
Would you say you have a hard time dating in America? Like, are you like, would you say you're socially awkward when it comes to dating women? Is that the trouble you have?
I'll be honest with I don't pursue relationships here because I don't intend to
Not relationships. I'm talking about just dating. Just you have somebody to smash. I mean, is that a hard thing? Like, do you find yourself like going to bed at night, like swiping Tinder or something, hoping that you match with a hot chick that you can like hook up with? Or
No,
You just tapped up and said, and shout out to Regis. Appreciate you, Regis. Shout out to Regis.
no, it's
Did
not.
you get to
at
that
all,
point in
Dennis.
life?
No, I mean, I could. I mean, if I could, I would. I just simply don't care. Like, I have videos. It's called MGTOW, MGTOW. Like, I simply don't care. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, I'm apathetical. Like, when I get to like Argentina,
What is
or
that?
like, what?
What is antithetical?
Just like it, I don't really care much about the relationship stuff, honestly. Like, at least here, I mean, yeah, I'll go back. I have too much like crap, honestly, in my life, like basically that's going on. I can't. It's like, here in Florida, like also, I mean, the gals are very like feminist. It's very gynocentric, like state to live in. I mean, the deep south in general. I mean, it's not like with Cali girl that you had in California. Like she's a great. You could never find that like in Florida. I mean, Florida, it's very like, especially in the part of Florida I live in, it's scared. There's not a lot of resources. I mean, making $1 here in Florida or in, like northern Florida is tough. And the gals are like super feminist. I mean, it's just very difficult. And I know people aren't going to like that, but it's just what it is. I mean, I come from Germanic Scandinavian heritage, my parents, and I mean, for me to say that, like, I mean, I'm from a pretty tough breed of people, and it's like, I'm like, yeah, this is what it is. Like, I don't like, I mean, Finnish women are pretty like damn like feminist often, but even they tend, I mean, in my opinion, are more reasonable than women from Florida. Just my opinion. So
Sure. No, I was
everyone's
only
different though. I'm a very white guy though, so that's the other thing. People like in America now, people don't like very like white. I mean, if I could talk like a black person, which I'm not going to make myself different, and that would be great. But the thing is, in 20 years, the U.S. is going to be run by China. It's going to be run by Asia. It's not.
You think so? How is that possible?
Well, they're already buying up most of their debt and the assets that exist right now. I mean, it's so obvious that, I mean, it's already partially run by Asians, the U.S. So it's just a matter of time before they can completely control the economy, unless unless like serious measures are taken, which they're not being done, to be like, no, we don't want these fucking Asians to control our economy. But it's not being done. I mean, it's like, yeah.
You don't like the Asians?
I don't have any issues with them, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't seem to. They underestimate how much influence they have in the U.S., which is enormous. Like, I don't. Let me tell you this: would I want Europeans controlling me or Asians? Yeah, I would want Europeans any day. I mean, Asians are heartless. They don't like. Blacks complain about like these like whites shooting them. Asians, they don't give a shit, honestly. They'll shoot blacks like crazy and they don't care. They'll like Packies or whoever at like gas stations, they'll shoot them, and it's like they don't even care. It's what it is. And that's what amazes me. That's why I don't follow most of the Jewish created media of America, because that's what it is. It's Jewish. They don't like European people, and they certainly don't like blacks and any other groups. But that's just my. I'm probably already saying stuff that's so politically like incorrect. But I know it's probably going to help the YouTube numbers like massively. So it's just what it is. It's what I believe. I don't my brother. He left America, Dennis, like many years ago. I have not seen my brother for like fucking 5 or 6 years. Like, I'm 31, and like I look at stuff. It's like, yeah, I'll be like fucking like frank about stuff at this point. It's like I don't care.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead. Now, just say you actually, in regards to your Russia, before I ask Craig the question that I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat want to know. But before we get there,
Maverick, you have Craig right here. This is the guy with the Russian girlfriend. You said Russian girl 2 times, and it caused him to jump on here. He's like the boogeyman when it comes to Russian.
Oh, nice.
So,
yeah.
Did you want to ask him anything in regards to his Russian women, like something that
Well, I just say be like careful. I mean, my brother still. I mean, he talks to 2 of his Russian ex. He had 5 Russian girlfriends. He tried to get married to all of them, and they were like not interested in marriage. I mean, this is no lie. He still talks to 2 of the Russian gals that he's with. Like, they can certainly help someone. It's just that you have to understand they're not. I mean, they have their own agendas often, and if they break up with you, it's just what it is. So if for Craig, if it works, then great. I mean, I can't say otherwise. I mean, the Russians are from a very different culture. The mindset is very different, even for people of Western European origin. Like my grandparents came from Scandinavia, Germany, and England, Ireland, or Scotland.
Real quick, Matt. Hold on, real quick. We're gonna do this real quick.
Yeah.
If okay, so ski, like not okay. So ski, I don't know what you're doing. Let's see if ski, if you jump on here with the noob and y'all both talk at the same time.
Yeah.
Then we'll see if y'all are the same person or not. You understand? People aren't stupid. People can tell your voice tones and all that. So the ski mask way, I'm assuming you might have just jumped on, put that on there, so that way I would think, because you didn't connect your device. I'm assuming you're on like the same phone. So Craig, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So we're gonna start with Maverick's question. I mean, a comment more so that Russian women are hard to deal with. Is that true?
I don't want to even talk about that for real. I want to just leave that where it's at. You feel me?
What, with the Russian women?
Yeah, I don't even know. What
okay, so no, he's pretty much saying that he's going. You going where, Mav?
Well,
and by the way, I mean, talking about.
I said like my brother was.
Hold on, Mav, my bad. Let me make it clear, because Craig, you jumping in and you don't be hearing the whole situation.
Yeah, that's what I don't want to talk about. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you just a heads up. We were talking about. I asked him about dating. If he dates, like what's going on. I asked him if he likes to for the most part make love, or
my Russian
blow backs out. So he out of nowhere started talking about I guess he does date American women, so he dates he was dating Russian women, and pretty much they're heartbreakers. And he mentioned, said that one of your subscribers got the Russian girl, whatever. And I said, oh yeah, that's Craig. And that was like 5 minutes ago before you jumped on here. And that's where he's at. But he's no disrespect to your the chick, whatever. He's just saying that he dated Russian women because it's going back to what, Argentina?
Yeah, I mean, I lived in Russia. I lived in it right across from Russia for 3 years. So for me, it's like Tigavarish Padruski with or you're Craig, right? Do you speak some Russian?
You call me Craig.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I lived in Russia for or right next to there for a few years. It's like what I was going to say. I don't have anything against American women. The problem I have is with the government that overruns. It's just like with the marriage situation, they make stuff really ridiculous on like most guys. That's my issues. I don't. Oh. There's many attractive women, like even here in Florida. Like it's just that the government makes these policies that make it just, unbearable. And I see, like one of my cousins has 3 women that he's had children with. The last woman he married, and he's paying around $2,700 in child support, and he makes about $96,000 a year before tax. So, and he lives in St. Louis, Missouri. I look at that and I'm like, yeah, this is kind of absurd, honestly.
So my girl only Russian by blood, nothing else.
Oh yeah, well yeah, in Russian, Eastern Slavic,
but that's like the mentality is still Westernized.
Yeah, that's the biggest nationality group, I think, in America. They say Slavic. Yeah, Slavic ancestry is like the biggest group of people in America, but as far as like, I'm not going like my parents have been married for 30.
But I'm not trying to interrupt. I really just want to kind of talk to Dennis a little bit.
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Matt. Let him. I guess let him get this out. I guess if you don't mind.
Nothing to get out. It's not nothing to get out, but it's like more like a coming together. Finally, just get a chance to just get it out all on the table. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah. So I'll tell you this, okay? Just like I told Brandon in the chat, okay? My only issue at this point, I have an issue with you. I don't really care. The only problem I face is that I'm always, people literally put your name at the top. They put you, they said Brandon, they said like three other names, said I caused y'all to all leave. But like, you got Katrina accusing me of doing something I didn't do. So that's the reason why she's not here. Everybody that left was because of, other than I will say with Ski and actually not Ski, but what you call it? Or Ski and I forgot his name, the other dude, when they were doing the whole doxing. They left because yes, I was going in about the whole money situation. I did disrespect I forgot his name, the other guy, and Ski was having his back. So I'll take that one to the chin, no pause. Now, when in regards to you, they're making it seem like I am the reason why you left. When last we talked 2 days prior, we talked on the phone for an hour, and then 2 days later, I'm assuming you came in when I was talking about wordplay, texting me, wanting to do a debate with you about paying everything or 50-50, which I told you I'm down with the 50-50. Me and Cali girl, we had those months that was 50-50. And we talked on the phone and I told you what wordplay wanted to do. And I told the people what we're going to do on Monday, but you just started going off. So that's where I ended it and left it. But like the whole back and forth with you on your channel, the only reason I went in on you on your channel because it was 2 or 3 lives, you just going off. And I'm like I don't care, but it was, that was it. That's the only reason why I even said anything. But like I said, you know how I am. I don't really hold grudges and all that. But I just want to know, like, what caused the issues? Because I thought we had a podcast going. I thought we were done. I thought we were like cool at this point. So what happened on your end?
On my end, well, basically, first off, I want to apologize for. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, I apologize, Matt, because I know you're rocking out. So
no, I apologize for making fun of Cali girl and shit like that. I shouldn't have never did that. That's on me. I ain't gonna lie to you. But what pissed me off mostly was, bro, no lie, you say a lot that you was reaching out to me, and
yeah,
there's no other way around this, bro. You lie a lot, and I'm not trying to be. But like,
no, you put my lies out and everything. It could be blunt. I'm not gonna block you. I mean, boot you. Nothing. Go ahead and just be blunt. As long as it's it's an actual truth and not opinion. Make sure people know.
Yeah,
it's clear.
When you be saying you be texting people and you be hitting me up first before you be talking about stuff. That's the only thing that really started to piss me off. It was video after video after video, bro. Talking about what I do and what I believe in when I'm not there to speak on it. And I had called you and I told you, I was like, listen, if you're gonna make videos or if you even gonna speak about what it is that I do, allow me to speak on it. You feel me? Because you don't articulate what it is that most of your subscribers or the people that you interact with, you don't articulate what they do well. You'll put what you believe that they do rather than what it is that they do. So it started rubbing me a certain way because you got to remember, it started off from a falling out from an argument with one of your other subscribers.
Yeah.
And it went from there. And after it went from there, it was just you kind of like pushing a certain narrative, and it was video after video after video, bro.
And you're talking about after the situation happened, and we ain't gotta say what happened in it, but you're talking about after the chat.
Yeah. And so what I was noticing today is the same thing that's happening with me is what you did with Brandon. Brandon told you, bro, after this live, let's not talk about it no more. If you do want to talk about it, you got my number. Call me. I don't want to have the world be in our situation. Just call me before you make any video. And what was pissing me off is like, at a certain point in your video, I don't think you remember, but I think you need to rewatch that video. And you could bring it up now. I don't mind. But when you was talking about your girl's birthday, you was like, oh, I'm over here buying her a pie. I'm getting her cake. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. I make her these coupons, and then you segue into talking about my life when what you doing for your girl has nothing to do with me. You was like, oh yeah, I come from an era where I believe in taking care of my girl. I come from an era where a man is supposed to take care of their woman, da da da. And like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, I took that some way personally because like, bro, you making coupons. Like, and I'm not trying to throw shade right now.
You're good.
You making coupons for your girl right now. And here I am, I'm actually buying her stuff with like that's worth monetary like gain. Like you could actually sell that shit. It's worth tangible assets. The fact that you was comparing me when you making coupons that and shit like that, and I'm over here busting my ass to actually take her places. I just felt like we on two different levels. Yeah, we going 50-50 in my household, but I'm doing shit that is I'm taking care of my girl in a way as if it's not 50-50. I'm taking care of a whole trip. Meanwhile, your girl is going on a trip, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but your girl is going on a trip that she paid for and she's funding it, and you're trying to tell her how to spend her money. And so at that point, I'm like, bro, we not the same. How is this man gonna even speak what I do and what you do in the same breath?
Hold on, real quick. First, though, I gotta address when you say she paid for it. How did she pay for it? Because we drove there, and my car I was using for the trip, or the rental. We drove there. What did she pay for it? Because the hotels, yes, because it was her trip. I'm just going.
Mileage. So when you got
Don't
miles,
pay for what?
she had her miles. She had her miles saved up. So that's
still. But we didn't use. But remember, we didn't use any of that. We didn't fly. She used, about the hotel room. Yes, she used her miles to get those free rooms.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying, though. She was actually, let me tell you, just so you know the trip. The trip was actually to see her nephew. I didn't want to go to Vegas. I didn't want to go to Vegas. I was good in Cali. But she wanted to go see her nephew, who she didn't see for like months. And she wanted to he moved to an apartment. So she wanted to wish him, welcome him into the apartment, whatever. So that's the reason why we went. It wasn't for me. So understand, I drove her down there, but it wasn't for me. But let me, before we go too deep into it, let me address a few things that you said, because I don't want this to turn into the same old thing. So let's add context. I could pull up that video if you want me to, but what happened was I was actually at Kylie Girl's house. I talked to you. I was ordering a cake the day before. I was ordering a cake at Walmart. Okay, and I was talking to you on the phone. We talked for almost an hour. And I was talking about how H-Way was right in a sense, and how you were right in a sense. Y'all both were right. Huh?
That
what
day
was that?
That day you was on that live, we hadn't talked for 3 whole days.
Yeah, okay, so 3 days. It was Friday or Saturday, one of the two.
So
got picked up
before those 3 days, I had told you, bro, if you're gonna make a video mentioning me, call me first.
But here's the thing. No, I didn't make a video. Here's the thing. Let me tell you how I know what day it was, because the day that we talked on the phone, remember I said I got a live premiere right now, and I told you what I was talking about. I literally told you that I'm talking about you and H-Way situation, what happened. I said that y'all both was right. I said the problem is with Craig and a lot of people, y'all don't listen to the conversation. Y'all be focused on, all the other stuff and not the actual conversation. And I said with H-Way, he sits back for 20 minutes or an hour, getting all the information from you guys. And then he goes at y'all, and y'all be stumped because it's he got everything. Y'all can't really say he's wrong in regards to what he knows. But that day that I did that video, I told you what was going to be in the video. That video was a half an hour long. It was the fallout between you and H-Way. And I clowned only on the fact that you usually come on here, you give me a vocal beatdown. And sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're wrong. Shout out to Matt. Appreciate that super chat. But you give me a beatdown. So I was laughing and I was enjoying the fact that it was all fun and games, because, we were just talking. I'm not going to be fake and act like you're a weak man or whatever. No, I just said what I said on that live the day before or whatever, when y'all went at each other, and I'm laughing, I'm trolling in the comments. I said it was refreshing that Craig finally met his match, to where you had two guys that were both right. Nobody's really wrong. H-Way is doing his life for one way, and Craig, he's going about it where he got his house at this point. That was that video. And if you go look at the date of that video, you'll see that's the last time we talked, and we talked for an hour, because I literally told you that the live's about to start in 2 minutes. I got to go and do it. And then I said, you say, okay, I'll talk to you later. We didn't talk for 2 days or whatever, 3 days. But that day was on a Sunday. It was Callie's birthday when we talked, or when you saw me on live. What happened was
I was going to pick up a pie. And that birthday cake that I ordered with you on the phone. Remember, I was at Walmart and I told you I'm about to order a cake. And I walked over to the cake department and you were on the phone with me. So I told Cali girl, I went to pick up the pie. And on my way to pick up the pie, I just finished cleaning up the whole house because we had to have it set up for a birthday. I was only on live for 10 minutes. And the only thing I said, you could go back and look at it. Look at that live. You will see that the only thing I said was, hey guys, Wordplay texted me and he wanted to do a debate with Craig and me.
You didn't say it like that.
Okay, I'll put it on right now. Go ahead, you can go ahead and talk. I'll put the video on right now because I promise you I did not disrespect you. If I did, then I would be a fool. I'll tell you I'm sorry right now. But I'll pull it up. Go ahead.
The thing is, it's all about context. You was making videos, and this is the problem that I was trying
I didn't make no more. Hold on, wait. We gotta have context. I didn't make after we talked on the phone, Craig. I didn't make one video particularly talking about you, other than that one video. And I'll pull up my screen right now because we gotta have context because I want you to understand that you are literally hurt for the wrong reasons, or not hurt, but you were mad at me for the wrong reasons because I literally hurt. I did. Here we go, right here. No, actually, that was me and you. So we'll pull it up right here because we need the context, proper context. Was this a month ago?
I don't even know, G.
Okay, so the video, I think it might have been a couple months ago. I'm gonna find it here. It was you and H-Way. It was after I came back from Hawaii. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Here we go. Do you remember? Was it before or after Hawaii? Do you remember?
I ain't even gonna hold you. Probably afterwards.
Crap. Where were the? I don't have. Oh, you go ahead though if you want to add while I look for this video because I want to have the proper context so we know exactly what happened. But you go ahead.
But basically what I was saying while you was on that video, he was basically talking about what you was doing for Cali girl and everything that you was doing to kind of like, make her day go. And I wasn't saying shit. I was just kind of like watching the stream as it went. And then Christina was even hyping you up. She was like, "Oh yeah, you're a good man. You're doing something for her. I wish my man would like give me like a foot massage coupon and stuff like that." And everybody was hyping you up, bro. And then like out of nowhere, you was just like, see, that's the thing about being a man. Like I come from a different era. Like I come from an era where a man is supposed to take care of everything. A man is supposed to provide for his woman. And like you took like her hyping you up from coupons as like your moment to like kind of hype yourself up and put me down in that same word. And I didn't appreciate that. You was
I'm gonna pull up that live right. I'm gonna pull up the live right now.
Please do. I'd
rather pull up the live so we got context. I promise you I didn't do that.
Please.
Okay, but this is you see this is the video that I did about you and H-Way. This is it right here. And it was
listen though. We don't need to see the video. Watch the video.
No, I'm not going to show the video. I just wanted you to see that was the video. That was a month ago. I didn't do one video after that about you. You look here. I didn't do one video. I didn't talk about you.
You kept mentioning. You kept mentioning. So listen. After the argument with me and H-Way, you made a whole video called "Last Night Was a Bully Beatdown." That was
this is it right here. I just showed you. It's called "A Real Bully Beatdown Occurred."
I know that was the first one, and then
no, it was only one video.
More videos and did a few more lives.
No, I never. No, I'm going to show you. Like the reason why I'm trying to get this context, I promise you, Craig. This was the only video, and this was the same day that we talked on the phone. Look at your call history. You're going to see that the last time we talked, it was for that 45-minute or however long call was. This was a month ago exactly. This was the one video. I was on the phone with you and told you, hey, I got to do this live in like 5 minutes as a premiere. We'll talk after. But we didn't talk after because I got busy. You probably was busy. But this was the video, and it was equal, fair. I could have went in on you and tried to make you look bad because there was a lot too. And I didn't do none of that. I literally
Listen to what you just said.
I'm saying I could have because what you're insinuating. Go ahead.
You were doing that.
No, I'm trying to get you to understand, Craig. I could have did what you're trying to tell me. I could have did. I could have made you look bad by lying and fabricating and hyping the situation up. I didn't. We would have to watch this whole video because I promise you, people will watch this video. I
wouldn't have went off on you if I didn't feel like you were making me look bad. You know that, right?
No, this video literally made you look good. This video literally was you and H-Way are both right.
Look good. Think about this.
One part is
you think, Craig? I did Spark. I don't want to play this. I don't want to play this whole video.
15. You get 5% interest.
Huh?
I'm a man that moves in logic, bro. If you're gonna make me look good, I would not have anything to argue with you on. Especially a video with thousands of subscribers watching. But if you're gonna make me look bad, that's when I'm gonna lose my shit. That's when I'm gonna be upset. It's only logical, bro. You said something that I didn't agree with. That's why I really want you to watch this video back so that you can see what it is that we had a disagreement on. So I can pinpoint it and show you where
I'm gonna do the live. I'm gonna do the live. This is next. I'm trying to get you to understand, Craig. If you watch back this video, people are probably gonna watch this video just to see the context. I literally was on the phone with you and told you what I'm saying in the video, that like Craig was right because he has it right now. He has a house, he has a car, he has his hoopty, whatever he says, whatever you call it, sidecar, whatever. And then he has his girl. He's living a good life. He has no bills other than his, the house and all that. So yes, he's paying $4,500 a month, but he's making, $50,000. His girl pitching in, so he's good. I literally said that in this video, and I said with H-Way doesn't have a house yet. He doesn't have, a car. He doesn't have all that stuff. He's, renting. I said that he stated that he's doing things a certain kind of way, so that way. Shout out to Todd. Todd, I'm gonna wrap. We're gonna finish this with Craig. It might have been a bad time. I know you were sleeping. We might be better to come on a different day, but let me see if we can wrap this up with me and Craig within the next. It's going to be about 20 minutes, half an hour possibly. But shout out to Todd. This is Matt's brother. They look just alike.
Dennis, if you want to entertain your other subscribers, I'm not even trying to take away.
No. This is important, Craig, because I want to. I want to get this out.
Because Dennis, we're not on level no more. So I'm not important to your channel. I'm not even gonna hold you.
No, Craig. Craig. I want to get no.
Let me finish, Dennis. I don't want you feeling like I'm taking away time from you to actually build your channel. So I don't mind having this conversation another time and letting you, allow the other subscribers to get their piece out. Because at the end of the day, bro, like we just hashing some shit out that has nothing to do with your growth. So
no, this is an important thing because a lot of people have missed you, and I want to put your piece. I want you to be at peace. Do me this favor. Let's do this, okay? We'll make this. Give me 10 minutes, guys, because I want to pull this live up just so we know. Because there's only literally 5 minutes into this live before the chaos happened with the whole. And mind you, let me tell you guys this. And Todd, I'm pretty sure you probably gave. Actually, no, because you mess with just all the chicks. I mess with women I love. She told me I can't spend money on her. Okay, context. I can't spend money on her because we just did Valentine's Day. Or it was Valentine's Day, and it was about to be a birthday. She didn't want me to spend because she's handling my money now. So I had a tight budget. So I went and got flowers. They came for like $30, and then I got a card. And I was in the aisle, and it was a Spanish card, and it had pretty much like in Spanish, like you get a foot massage, you get a movie night, watch anything you want. I can't change the channel, or I gotta get punished this way. So it was a fun card to make her laugh. But she said no gift. She didn't even give me a flower. So the situation was when I told people about that, she's in the chat right now. She liked it because it meant something. It wasn't just me getting a card saying Happy Valentine's Day and giving her, cash or something. It was more of like meaningful. So that's the context of the card. And the only reason why I was like, what the heck, is because I was confused because, like I said, I thought we were tight at that point. And that happened. But here's the stream right here. Just so you can watch it on your own. But I'm just going to show you the first 10 minutes.
Here's going on,
or
guys.
not 10 minutes, but when it came down. If you go back and watch the video.
Long story short, what happened at her parents' house, and I had to like shoot. It's like a line with like a bunch of people with
just so you know, Craig.
Pickups. No.
Whoops. This is the start of it.
I was gonna have a surprise party, but I know, because she had something planned for her
talking
birthday.
About her party.
And
surprise party. Let's see.
Clean. So, it was funny because her dad, like,
we're talking about her dad.
Appreciate you, Taz. I think they let you skip the line. I think. Shout out to Christina in the fruit tart pie.
All right, where's that? All right, we're gonna get to it real quick. This is important.
I'll show you in a second.
Actually, it happened towards the end because I remember I was yelling.
So I had Kylie girl people that was trying to hate in the chat and left.
Oh, wait, this is when I started singing. What I was doing here.
They do like cheeseburgers, double cheeseburgers.
You know what we'll do? I think we can do it on another live because I think I'd rather you go and just do the skipping. You're gonna see I didn't mention nothing about you.
Because you know, I got a
Dennis,
certain amount of minutes.
Dennis,
listen,
Change it, and you
time for you.
Dennis,
Like,
Go for it.
maybe like you could just let Todd like give his ideals on the whole word
bro,
like Israel and just
listen,
Yeah, go for it, Todd.
if you want to end this, if you want to do your thing, we can link up on another time, bro. For real.
Yeah, just look. Just look. Just remember this, Craig. I would rather not have to do all that. If you can, just go to that live and look at the 5 minutes before I started flipping out on you.
Remember it, bro.
You're gonna. No, I'm saying, I promise you don't remember. If you go in there, you're gonna see the only thing I said was you and Wordplay are gonna do a debate with me about like you paying 50-50 and you know, and Wordplay, man pays it all. And I literally said nothing about me. I'm the man and I'm paying all this money and I'm balling. I never said that because I wouldn't be saying that because that's not the truth. So if you look at that, I never bigged up myself. You just started flipping out for no reason. I was so confused. We were all positive. So go watch that video. And then I'll be on live tomorrow. You can jump back on, and then we can hash it out because you're going to see that I never said one bad thing about you in that whole live.
Tomorrow, like I said, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, do your thing on live tonight. I'm not trying to take away from your channel, bro.
No, I said tomorrow. Yeah, just reach out tomorrow, okay?
I'm not going to be available tomorrow, bro. Like,
whenever. You know what I mean. Just whenever, okay?
That's the thing. I'm not trying to make this an error, bro. I just had some time now. I saw you was available.
Yeah.
It is, G. You feel me?
Okay. So either way, you know, I'm gonna have Todd because he's waiting for Todd to come so he can tell us about this whole Iran situation. So whenever I'm on live, and if you want to stick on here, you can now. But whenever I'm on live, you can always jump back on. So Todd, shout out to you, Todd. You look the way you look on this screen. You look like you're sometimes like Elon Musk, like you don't move, like you're like robot, like you're stiff.
Yeah.
Like I thought you were like I thought you were like you and Matt literally look just alike. Like he does that too sometimes. Like you don't know if he's like buffering because you're like I can't do that. You see when I move, I'm always moving around my head knob. I'm like erotic. I said erratic. So maybe that's just me. So I didn't know if you were like on here or if the screen's frozen. But I appreciate you coming on here. You should already know. You know, I'm a goofy dude, so don't be offended by that.
No, it's cool.
People in the chat might say I was roasting you, but it's all good. They're telling you to blink if you're safe. Yeah. So what's going on over there in, you know, with Maverick, you want to give him the question that we're all waiting for?
Well, still, Todd, like I explained to Dennis earlier, that your insight with regards to like the whole Israel and Iran situation, I think, is more prolific. Like I mean, there's more there. I mean, more depth. I think you could explain in a more concise way. So that's why I said Todd's. I mean, he's like the perfect person to explain this for Dennis's audience.
All right. Well, I don't have a lot of time, but I'll just try to sum this up. Is that about 46 years ago, if my math serves me correct, there was a shakeup in the leadership in Iran. Prior to that, there had been leadership under the Shah, and that was what often would be regarded as more of a Western-backed, Western-aligned government. It had the stamp of approval from the U.S. Some might even say that it was directly from the U.S., and so it was a government that was being supported, financed, militarized by the United States and other Western countries. Think of contemporary, maybe Saudi Arabia or one of these Gulf states. Iran was in a similar position. And then the Iranian Revolution comes around. They have an Islamic theocratic government that took over. And not theocratic in the same context as like some of the Gulf states, Qatar and what else? United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia. These countries have more of a theocratic Sunni model. So these are like monarchs, Sunni monarchs, more or less, that are running those places. Whereas Iran was although it does have various ethnic groups, Iran was a government set up as a Shia, as a Shia Islamic government. And although it didn't directly align with the Soviet Union, it did generally lean more with the Soviet Union. It generally took the approach that, okay, we're a system, we're a government that's going to take our own approach with things. And ever since, just like other neighbors of Israel, just like Iraq and Syria and some of these others, it has had its fair share of issues with Israel. And at this point in time, there's really only two countries in the Middle East, in that region, that have any kind of real ability to shape the events of that part of the world. And I think it's fair to say that those two countries would be, well, maybe Saudi Arabia also, but if we exclude Saudi Arabia and Turkey, the two countries would be Israel and Turkey, or Israel and Iran. I'm a little bit tired. And so because of this rivalry that's existed between the two places, along with the support that Israel's been enjoying from the U.S. for quite a number of years now, it's created a lot of tension, and they've been at each other's throats. There's been high-level assassinations. There's been bombings. There's been just this prolonged war that's been going on, and it hasn't really been an all-out war like we think of between, say, Russia and Ukraine. It hasn't been to that degree, but it has been this war that's been, it's just been going on and on now for decades. And at this point, it's fair to say that it functions as a sort of asymmetric war between not only the Israelis and the Iranians, but I think it's maybe more proper to really make the comparison that it's the West and the United States in general that are using Israel as a sort of as kind of maybe a proxy to a degree, in order to act as a sort of influencer in the Middle East. But of course, it also begs the question: is it really in the best interest of the United States to have this outpost, to have this outpost in a region of the world where, frankly, many would argue that it doesn't benefit most Americans, and in fact, it really tarnishes the reputation of the United States, because irrespective of maybe some of the more impressive aspects of Israel, Israel also has a messy history, and it goes without saying that if you have a country like Israel in the Middle East, it could really be more of a liability for the United States in the long run, rather than actually benefiting its external interests.
A couple questions, okay?
Yes.
With based on what you just said. So, if we pulled out of Israel, okay?
Yes.
Pulled out of Israel and out of Ukraine, we just said y'all figure it out, okay?
Yeah.
Would that be bad for us?
Well, and then again, it's really a matter of which worldview do you subscribe to, because I think what we're seeing now, especially with Russia, for example, is really a question of continentalism versus Atlanticism. So Atlanticism being this idea that it was the great naval powers, the great ocean powers, places like Western Europe, and then would eventually expanded to the Americas, that this is really the heart of civilization. This is really like it's up to these countries to really be at the center of global trade, of civilization in general. Whereas the Eurasianism is a branch of continentalism. Continentalism generally tends to believe that it's the great expanses of both Asia as well as Europe that should be at the center of civilization, and that it should really be places like, say, Russia, that are able to dictate the future of not only Europe, but also a great deal of Asia as well. So I think these are really the two competing schools of thought here.
So the reason why I asked that first question, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not really knowledgeable when it comes to history, when it comes to politics, the world for the most part. I'm kind of just Ohio, and now I'm in California. So I asked you, the reason why I asked that question about if we left, like what Trump's talking about, he would do if he got in. Even though I think he would probably defend Israel, but definitely not Ukraine. Do you think if we continue, like we fight back against Iran, like which looks like we're about to with those troops, that geopolitics? Yep, there we go. Do you think it's about to be a World War III? Do you think we're headed there, or we're here now?
It could be. I mean, some are saying that we're there. There's essentially an asymmetric war happening, and
what do you mean by that?
Well, in the contemporary sphere of how global events are playing out, we don't live in the era of, say, the 18th century or the 19th or 20th centuries. So what I mean by that is at that time period, you generally might have had large militaries that were fighting each other. You would have powers that would be engaged in sometimes even total war. You would have like what happened during World War II, where it was deemed appropriate for one power to be bombing the other. One of the justifications, by the way, it's maybe a little veering off topic, but one of the justifications for that is that under this idea of Atlanticism and Atlanticist powers is that economics are actually considered a form of war. So, let me go further to explain this. If you have international sea trade happening, and you have one power that's gaining dominance over the other, then that in itself is considered a threat to the dominance of Atlanticism, of the Atlanticist states. And this was actually one of the justifications, although you wouldn't see it in your history textbooks for the most part. This was a huge reason why the U.S. decided to, or more so the U.K., and then the U.S. decided to take on Germany during World War II, because then again, it was a matter of Atlanticist versus Germany, which was more of a continental power. Now, going back into this idea of asymmetric wars, that generally this is a type of war between belligerents who we could say have different powers of different levels of military power. So you might have a superpower like the United States that is going up against, let's say, the Viet Cong. In Vietnam, this was a clear example where one entity, one country clearly had dominance, which was the United States and its allies taking on the Vietnamese. And of course, what did we hear? This was a matter of supposedly of domino theory. Now, for better or worse, while they were fighting under the banner of communism, these countries, it really wasn't a matter of communism. It was a matter of national liberation. And so, yes, they were fighting under maybe the star or under sickle and hammer, but it wasn't about communism. It was more about national liberation. It was just they were using communism as a vehicle for this national liberation. For example, let's think if perhaps it had been
Dennis.
Uncle. Sorry?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I was just going to.
I just wanted to ask Dennis. I do have the timestamps. Whenever you
okay, just put it in the chat. Or actually, just text it to me because I can't. Because you got Ski in the back office, so I got you.
I got you.
Go ahead, Tom. Son. Okay.
So let's say if instead of being communist that had came out triumphant after World War II, it had been, let's say the third positionist or the fascist camp. I would almost guarantee you that these same countries, instead of fighting under the banner of sickle and hammer or the star, it would have been under the idea that their positions were fascist. So as I said, this was about national liberation. So that was an example of asymmetric war. Now we're seeing the same thing with Iran, with the United States, in that clearly the United States economically much stronger, in theory has a much stronger military, and yet Iran right now is using, for example, how do you say it? Ansal, no.
Sure. You got it, Matt?
It's the Houthis in Yemen. it's okay. I'm not even going to try because I only messed it up. But essentially, they're using this movement. There's technically a name for it, and it's something like onslaught. I can't remember what it is, but anyhow, it's that they're using this movement to help try to bring forth their agenda. So they're trying to cut off shipping, so the Israelis cannot access the shipping routes. And then, of course, you have Hezbollah in Lebanon, and there's some other militias operating in Iraq. So basically, what they're doing is they're using an asymmetric war to take on an opponent that economically is much stronger, that has, at least in theory, a much stronger military. So I think as we move more into the 21st century, well, we are in the 21st century, we're seeing a greater influence, a greater role played by these types of actors, these state actors, that strongly, yes, they have militaries, but they don't have the massive capabilities yet are able to wage a war on powers that are, at least in theory, much stronger. Because let's say, for example, if you can take a some sort of I don't know, like if let's say we have a drone that's $30,000, but to take down that drone, you have to use a missile that costs $1 million. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's about waging an economic war. So in that way, you're able to take on an opponent that's much greater.
Yeah. So my question to you is, because remember, I'm like, I have no clue, I have half the stuff you're talking about. The biggest question I had was, do you think that right now with people talking about World War III, do you think, once again, it's happening, and what do you think is going to happen? Do you think we can come back from this?
Right now, unfortunately, the United States, and when I say the U.S., of course, I mean collectively to the deep state, and especially to, it's sad, you see it both with Democrats and Republicans right now, especially with Democrats, so are in particular really the driving force behind this kind of imperialistic agenda, it seems, at least at the moment. And if things continue on the path they are on, I would not be surprised if we find ourselves in what is clearly a World War III. Now, right now, we're not quite there yet. I mean, there are events happening that are pushing things forward. I think if we don't have some leadership that has the sense to say, okay, we're going too far. We're reaching a point of no return, because once that point has been reached, there is no turning back. It will be full speed ahead until we're looking at a huge population or a huge amount of people of the population that's wiped out.
And would it be in America, or would it be throughout the country? Do you think America, they can touch us right now with missiles?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
who could touch us?
Russia.
Oh, really? And do they have that nuke, that supersonic? We can't stop that.
Yeah, there's like the Kinzel missiles. I mean, there's the what is it, the Sarma, I believe. There's quite a few that Russia has in its arsenal, hypersonics. There's I mean, the development that the Russians have put into their missile arsenal has just been unbelievable. And I think this is where obviously, this is where people that, at least that are a little more intelligent within the political establishment in the West, are realizing that this is not a winning battle. Like, I'm sure you can have, maybe one can make the claim that America has a sizable ground force, but with these missiles, I mean, sure, you can stop some of them, you can't stop all of them. And if you have these hit major urban centers of the United States, bam, you have millions of people dead immediately.
Now, how would that work? I mean, where would they go first? Would they go to California? Where do you think they'll hit New York? Like, where would they try to attack?
I'll tell you what they would do is that they would launch it overarchingly. So it wouldn't be like it wouldn't just be like one individually. They would say launch, just as an example, 50 at a time. Not all of them would arrive.
50 nukes at a time?
Yeah. Jesus. So not all of them would arrive. Some of them would be destroyed. But even if you hit, you have millions of people dead.
And then, I mean, there's no coming back from that. Now, do you
No.
think who will win at this point? America, pretty much, or would it be, China, Russia, and Iran working together? What do you think would happen? Like, what do you think?
In today's world, it would be them, I think, because after having looked around the Russians, they're able to live, I mean, really bare bone existence. It's not, I mean, a lot of them are very self sufficient people. They can live with very little, they're able to live off the land. I think that there's absolutely no question in my mind that that kind of conflict would favor the Russians. I don't know the Chinese well enough. I've never lived in China, I've never been there, but I can say that the Russians could. What they could do also is that maybe the borders might move a little bit with Russia, and certainly they might have some of their cities destroyed. But as we've seen in the past, Napoleon or like Hitler and all of these, yeah, sure, they can take some of the major cities. Big deal. I mean, Russia's a massive landmass. So, yeah, maybe, I mean, this is going to sound bad, but maybe you lose even a third of your population or more. Well, as we've seen in history, that's happened before with Russia. They were able to recover. It wouldn't be pretty initially, it would be very difficult, but that is a country that has, we've seen this with like Chernobyl and some of these massive wars. That is a country that has had these kinds of things happen, and they have came back from them. I don't think the U.S. would be able to personally.
So, is this true? The World War III would be fought with nukes, and World War IV would be fought with sticks and stones. Do you think that's going to be?
Yeah, mhm.
No, I was just saying because right now, I'm assuming we're not going to fight on the ground. It's going to be with missiles. Do you think it will be just a fast, like pretty much like if China and Russia decide to work together? Is it going to be like they know if they launch a
Yeah,
nuke, we're going to just send our nukes and the world is over? Do you think it would get to that point? It's a chance to get to that point.
pretty much. You do bring up one point, which I think is worth. It is something that I would also conclude that this would be quick. It wouldn't be like this wouldn't be something that'd be drawn out because essentially it would be both sides. They would try to knock each other, like do knockout blows from the get go, and then whoever came back from that, like whoever could still have its remnant of its state still remaining would be the one that would be able to move forward, whichever one had the potential to continue, at least have the vestige of a operational state would be the one that we could say is the winner. And like I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but my best guess is that it would be Russia that would be able to get out of this.
Now with Trump, do you think he's the savior in regards to like getting this all fixed?
Um, I mean, he's certainly it definitely seems like he does have more of this idea that we need to, at least in regards to Russia, that we need to really try to wrap things up in Ukraine and not escalate. You look at his policies with, I mean, maybe it's not 100% there with him as far as trying to push back against these foreign wars and intervention, but he has at least said more and at least shown some initiative in trying to reduce this type of conflict. So much more likely under Trump that things would end with, say, Ukraine than what we could see with Biden or some other Democrat. I mean, not there are some Democrats that might be interested in something like that, but they wouldn't they wouldn't get to that kind of position. It would never be permitted within the party.
Okay. Yeah, because this is fascinating stuff because, I tell people we're taking life for granted right now because we aren't even caring the fact that like you literally have war starting. Is it any way, even past if Trump do win and he does do a little bit of fixing, will the Middle East get it together? Like will they always fight each other? Like Israel, like I don't know anything about I don't know exactly what Israel did. From what people, more of the left say,
Yeah.
is that they took land from people, from Palestine. What is Palestine? They took the land and made it their land and said, the people that were there they had to leave. Is that pretty much what happened?
Yeah. I mean, it really is unfortunate often how history plays out, but that's I think it's fair to say. And if you look at, for example, the initial stock of Israelis like Sephardic Jews and these kind that many would argue are actually the more indigenous. Some of them have actually been more skeptical of contemporary Israel and its policies. There's been research done into, for example, the Khazarians, who were a civilization that originated from Central Asia, that what you see now in Israel, contemporary Israel with the Ashkenazis, that they're not even technically Semitic people. So we hear that term anti-Semite. Well, one might even argue that if you look into the history of the Khazars, like the Khazarian civilization, that what you see now in Israel, that these are not even actual Semitic people. They're like, say, Ashkenazis, in that they simply just took the land. And I think that at this point, it's like they've gone in, they were able to really be aggressive enough and kind of bully their way and just push their way into that part of the world. And at the same time, the U.S., the mainstream conservative movement was, I think, foolish enough into pushing this idea that, look, we have a foothold here in the Middle East. This is our shining gem for the world, that we have our outpost of the United States in the Middle East. And it will probably be something that is looked back, like that we can look back on, that probably will be viewed as a huge mistake. At least that's my opinion.
So there's something about you had I guess, like, what is it, Israel? They got something about sacrificing a red pig or whatever, or something, like some type of red animal. I guess they're trying to do it on like a temple, and I guess it's supposed to bring like the Messiah back or something. Is that, my question is, why would it? Is that like they're trying to like allow people in Palestine to like, or Palestine to allow them to sacrifice this red heron or whatever it's called, and then it's supposed to bring the whatever down from the heavens. Why don't they just do that and allow them to realize how stupid they are? Because do you believe that if they do sacrifice this animal that in this temple or whatever, it's going to cause some Messiah or whatever to come back from the heavens? I mean, do you think that's true? I ain't gonna call it stupid because that'd be ignorant. I don't know religion, but red heifers. There you go.
Again, this goes back to the Schofield or Schofield Bible, where there was a lot of I think subversive teachings that were inserted into Christian doctrines. And I'm not an expert when it comes to like Christian theology and so forth, but I think what's happened, unfortunately, is that there's been a lot of influence within much of the like American or Western Christian denominations, the influence of this Jewish influence trying to subvert Christianity. And what is it? What does Christianity stand for? And I think from what I've learned is that if you look at like the Old Testament, New Testament, there were certain kind of messages given. I think that the Jews were pretty much instructed to conform to the ways of Christianity, and they rebuked Jesus. And so I think when looking at the big picture, it's like you have this group that has been, like I said, very subversive, and it now got into the point where you have all these like supposed Christian denominations throughout America and the greater West that are saying that we have to bend over backwards for the contemporary study of Israel, conflating what flies under the banner of Israel now, that somehow that has some sort of relation to Jesus Christ and to like biblical doctrine. I don't think so, but there's many people who believe that.
Yeah, because I don't really that's the thing. I don't really understand why people, like I said, I'm not religious, and I
Yeah.
know it seems like with Israel, they're trying to, get that done. And, it's kind of to the point that, do you think that the Jewish community right now, in regards to Israel, whatever, um, are they the ones making this situation that the world might come to an end because of their, I want to say ego, but their unwillingness to understand that they took land from people? Do you think that's what's going on right now, and that's what's going to ultimately happen?
Yes, and there's been, I think, a lot of propaganda and indoctrination. You put people under so much propaganda for a long period of time, and they're going to buy into things, ideas that are nonsense, even. And a lot of, so one thing I also mention is if you look at a lot of these really aggressive Israelis, many of them don't even come from, like, they don't have their traditional ancestral roots in Israel. They haven't been there for like 1,000 years. They were people that were living in New York or in Berlin or like in Western countries. And they came back with a vengeance, thinking that, okay, this is my land. I'm not going to like try like cohabitate or try and make this work. And so I think some of these people, they're projecting something that really is not, it's not even like, it's not even Semitic. And yet people that push back and say that we need to come together, figure something out, they're called the anti-Semites. And yet many of the people that are the most aggressive for Israel could be put into question if they're even Semitic people. So
This is
weird.
kind of it's kind of crazy because I don't know I don't know world politics, geopolitics, whatever you want to call it. I'm more of like, what's proper, what's put in front of us with, Trump, with the Biden,
Yeah.
on that level. So, it's scary because I just feel like if we do go and get into this nuclear war, it's going to just be over. And I'd rather like the missile hits me directly and just destroys me, or evaporates me, instead of like living through that pain. Because some people will survive. Wouldn't it be people that are in bunkers, people that are like, protected shelters? Because everybody above ground, I mean,
Yeah.
they're going to eventually die, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there would be a nuclear winter, and yeah, it would be the after
What's
effects
the
of it.
what's the nuclear winter?
Well, when you detonate a nuclear bomb, like the kind of bombs that are being, or kind of not bomb, but like missiles that we're using now, would excuse me, would result in a severe and prolonged global climatic cooling event. So it would be this would occur after widespread firestorms following a large-scale war. So it would completely alter the climate. And what can happen is that the fires can inject soot into the stratosphere. And then that would block some of the direct sunlight from reaching the surface of the earth. And then this would, in turn, cause a cooling, which would, of course, result in widespread crop failure, famine. And so you would essentially, through famine, crop failure, that nuclear winter would probably be a lot more destructive even than even the direct effects of the nuclear missiles. So you would be knocking off at least several billion people probably through the subsequent nuclear winter as well.
Let me
Jesus,
let me ask
go
you.
for it.
Can I just ask
Go
you
for it, man.
one other thing?
Yeah.
You obviously live in Argentina. I'm looking, obviously, like moving there next month.
Yeah.
How far would the destruction of like these nuclear bombs be approximately? I mean, would it be the whole globe, or would it be like,
Now,
yeah?
yeah, I mean, with what I was saying with the effects of a nuclear winter, this would be global. It would be like literally yeah, there would be people who would survive, but a very good chunk of the overall population would be decimated. This would set things back for, I mean, it would, you'd be rewinding the clock hundreds of years, I think. It would be, I'm not saying it would be impossible to recover from, but it would take a long time.
Interesting.
They
Well,
say,
I mean, it's
you wouldn't grow
interesting.
food for a generation. Is that true? I'm sorry, Matt.
No, I was just going to say it is interesting when you look at the elites, like the agenda of guys like Elon Musk, and obviously he's been on like Joe Rogan's podcast. I'm not like a big fan of Joe Rogan, but like when they talk about going to space and like space exploration, it makes you wonder if some of it is tied to the fact they realize that the Earth could be decimated by like nuclear bombs and whatnot, and like they may have to explore like other like planetary like life elsewhere basically, but maybe that's not related. What do you think?
It could be. It could be. At this point, one thing I will say is that the usage of nuclear weapons would be, I think, catastrophic. And this idea that, oh, it would only be a few tactical nukes used or something on the battlefield is just complete nonsense. Anyone with heavy brain knows that this would escalate into something that would be global. It would be catastrophic. And I think for most people, they would feel its effect in some way or another. It would be catastrophic economically. Literally, there would be huge numbers of people starving to death from famines. And I saw a comment, yeah, it wouldn't be possible to grow crops for a generation. I'm not sure what the duration would be, but it would definitely be a while. And the people who would survive would be people that would have access to, say, like maybe underground bunkers where they would have large reserves and they could pretty much wait things out. But then after the rebuilding process would throw things back so far, it would be, um, as I said, it would really be like, I don't want to say starting completely over again, but so much would be destroyed that it would be absolutely devastating for most people.
Yes. I guess because this sounds scary, and it's so close to from what it seems happening. If you're in a bunker, so you have like oxygen, I'm assuming, like under like a reserve for like how many years do they have them up to? Like 10 years or
I don't even know if they can go that long, but it would
when can you get air pretty much?
You would um, you would have those like air like ventilation systems.
Oh, okay.
You could put seeds like store seeds and things like this underground. And in theory, you could produce certain crops even underground and also have reserves. In fact, I think it's Norway, if I remember correct, actually has all these different seeds where they can grow crops again should this kind of thing happen. Um, so as I said, it would be possible to start over again. Just it would be a huge task.
I mean, people. So pretty much like cities.
Can I ask you one thing, Todd?
Yeah.
I don't mean to interject in this.
Are you fine, Matt? Go for it.
Don't you think like if like America would just like stand down along with Israel and let countries carry on like their own affairs, that most of this bullshit would be like, I mean, none of this stuff would people would even have to think about, correct?
Yeah, it's really a matter of do this whole idea of unipolarity, and is it the US's obligation or is it its duty to be this sort of supposedly stabilizing force in the world? And again, just like I went into this idea of continentalism versus Atlanticism, it's this idea that supposedly the world is more stable if you have one entity that can supersede the authority of other states.
Yeah.
That you have this unipolar entity right now, of course, being the United States, that's a more stable way of operating than if you have, say, multiple civilization states that dominate their respective regions that can vie for power and influence, like in a multipolar world.
Well, and you also remember with John Mark Dugan, that his daughter, he was the Russian, he had that friend that wrote the fourth political theory, Alexander Dugin. Yeah, his daughter was actually assassinated in a the Ukrainians had assassinated him, or his daughter, like a year and a half ago. And this was a big topic that he wrote upon, that he was not a big fan of this unipolarity of like the US. He believed in a multipolar system where all these different spheres of the world had their own influence, and they were sovereign from like the US control. But basically this guy that both Todd and I know, Dennis, his name is John Mark Dugan. I brought him up earlier in this video. He was a Pinellas County. He worked for the police department, or in South Florida. He was in the Marine Corps. He exiled to Russia because he exposed corruption of the police department in South Florida. And one of his friends was assassinated. Her name was Daria Dugin. Her dad was a very famous Russian writer, Alexander Dugin, and he wrote about this fourth political theory, and he discussed kind of the problems of having this unipolar world, that like why we're on the precipice of like a world war, because the multipolar world is much more effective in the times we're living in. Correct, Todd?
Yeah, well, it's again, I think this goes back to the idea of is having one hegemonic power right now, being the U.S. Is that a better way of engaging in global affairs? Is that a more just and fair system, or is it just empty platitudes that in reality this kind of world only enables maybe some of the collective Western countries to benefit and prosper? And even there, it put like individually within those societies, there's many people struggling. So it's like it begs the question: is this really the best way of organizing our society? And my belief, I mean, I don't know if you know this, Dennis, but my brother knows this, that I personally believe in the multipolar world. I don't think this unipolar model is something that benefits a lot of people. And yes, it would, having a shakeup would cause, there would be people that would lose power, money. It would result in kind of a shakeup of things in the world. But I think in the long run, this idea of just like in a free market and more of a market facing society, having more competition, which in theory at least allows for more competitors, having like better prices, et cetera. I think it's the same thing. And I know you did, you were doing rideshare like with Uber. And I would actually, if I can make a comparison here, I would actually say one of the problems with them is that not being in a competitive environment, basically making it so for people who are driving that they would that they weren't being like adequately compensated. That would be, I mean, that would be a comparison to this. And so it's like, do you want an environment where you have competing states, or do you want just one state that supersedes everyone else?
Yeah, I think with these companies, they just they got Uber and Lyft for the most part got rid of all the competition with the public on a public level, and then now globally they got rid of all the companies. So you're right, they're dominating and they can up the price. Like I had the one ride I did yesterday, because I don't really do it no more. I haven't done it in months. I did it yesterday for a few rides because I was trying to let out some steam. And I remember I did a ride $60. They charged $60, but I only got $33. Now, this question right here, ask Todd what he thinks about the conditioning our media has done to us to prepare us for global anarchy coming our way. Oppenheimer in Civil War.
Yeah, I would say that it definitely. In fact, there's this idea of I think it's called I can't remember who coined it, but it's been brought up by Dr. Edward Dutton. He's a psychologist. He's fairly well known on YouTube in that sphere. But he's talked about this idea of anarcho tyranny, and I think that really this is yeah, I mean, this is a very, very valid concept in that you have, again, these state entities or state actors that are pushing for certain kinds of um, chaotic idea or a certain amount of chaos that kind of furthers their agenda, and at the same time are extremely suppressive against entities or individuals or forces that they don't agree with. There was a comparison that he gave that Dr. Edward Dutton out of the UK, that on one hand, you could have a person who's a clear criminal being given a slap on the wrist because of the, I don't know, let's say the injustice or the kind of hard background he comes from. And then you could have someone that says something that's offensive who's given a 2-year prison sentence.
Crazy.
Yeah,
I think that's happening now. Anybody in the chat got any questions that I didn't touch on? Because that was my biggest thing. I fear that happening because I can imagine if I, for some reason, was able to find my way in a bunker, but I wouldn't go unless my kids were with me. But if they were with me, if somehow I was able to get into a bunker, say, I got blessed, won a lottery, and I was able to build something like Bill Gates did underground. Now, do you think there's underground cities right now that we don't know about that, are preparing for this to happen?
I would say that there's infrastructure built for some of the some of the state elites, like the heads of state of some of these major countries. I would assume that US, Russia, maybe China, North Korea, we know that they have a huge underground network for some of their major state officials. So I'm not sure if I would call them cities, although in the case of North Korea, with how extensive some of these networks are, you could say that they are almost cities to a degree.
Okay. So yeah, because it's scary the fact of thinking like even if you wouldn't survive actually, but if you were in an underground bunker, when you come out, you got skyscrapers. Wouldn't they be demolished or would they still be standing? You think?
If they were under the direct, like a close to a direct hit, no, they would be knocked out. But if they were like some could, like some of the infrastructure might be able to survive if it was a little further away, because some of these skyscrapers now, it's pretty incredible like how strong they are. But I think, like I said, the real impact would come from the nuclear contamination, as well as the nuclear winter. Like for me, for example, being in Argentina, I don't really have to worry here about Argentina is probably one of the safest places you could be in the world. It wouldn't be a target probably of a missile, but the nuclear winter I wouldn't be able to escape from. So I would then have to deal with maybe a Hunger Games kind of environment where there would be massive food shortages and where the dollar or whatever currencies might be reduced to next to nothing, and I would have to contend with that side of it. So it would be then that ensuing chaos that someone in this part of the world would have to deal with.
And you wouldn't have cell phone, like cell phone would be done, right? Like internet, all that, wouldn't that all be done? Or would that infrastructure remain?
I think some of it would probably still be operable. I mean, if it was being conducted with like satellites and things like this, I think at least some of it would probably still work. Certainly wouldn't be 100%, but yeah, it wouldn't be totally destroyed.
Now, are you in tech? Like, is that your specialty?
I have a background like a graduate education I completed in biotechnology. So this encompasses chemistry, genetics, molecular biology, computation. What else? Chemoinformatics. So a lot of it's built, or not built, but a lot of it's around, like, say, drug repurposing, or like like drug repurposing, molecular docking, chemoinformatics, all of this good stuff. So we also, sorry.
Okay.
No, I was going to say, I know you had some interest in information technology. There is the IT component as well. Like you do have to use like some Python for like scripting and things like this. But nothing like, I don't have the kind of extensive IT background that someone who was like a computer science major would have. Are you still doing them?
No, I'm not. I'm actually not getting in. I'm not doing the tech route. I'm doing project management, but I'm going to go more of like so I was already doing, event planning and all of that. That was my passion for the most part. Running bars and nightclubs, et cetera. And that's pretty much the same as project management in reality, based on what you would do. So I'm probably not going to go the tech route in regards to it. I'll probably, look to do it outside of that, because I don't really want to learn programming and anything such, which you don't really need to know programming to do project management per se. But I'm still deciding, but I'm more likely ain't going to be through tech. The Brandon guy that's on my channel, he's the tech guy. He's the guy with, he's cybersecurity specialist. But I was going to say, you might be, I'm sorry, Mav. Would you Mav, would you actually agree that he may have been the smartest, you might be the smartest person to come on my channel in regards to like my girlfriend, we call her Cali girl. I'm pretty sure you've seen her in the chat. She would probably be excited right now because she likes this. She's also a biochemist or whatever. She's a scientist also. She got derailed. What was that?
Oh, that's great. No, I really like scientific people. Actually, I was just with a girl that is she's like a blood doctor. I also, it's funny, that's the kind of like the kinds of women that I tend to attract myself. So it's funny.
I got lucky.
No, to answer you, Todd. I mean, at least in his spirit, he would be probably the best. I mean, look at like the kind of work he does and stuff. I'm not going to go much into that, but like, yes, he is definitely at the top of his field. I mean, the fact he can live like in countries and still make like 3 times more than say what an average American can make, like living in Argentina, like remotely, and his like understanding of these areas is on a it's on a different level. I mean, it's like in a different life he probably would have been a very high ranking like politician or like worked for like in law, like some kind of legal area. But yeah, he's very definitely one of the top guys you could have on this channel. So
who has a higher IQ out of you two? Because at first Mav, I was like, oh my god, because Mav was like, I thought he was what do you call it again, Mav? Those
like a savant.
Savant.
Our expertise is a little different. I mean, it's like my brother's focus is just it's a little different than myself. So I don't really like comparing per se. You just have to look at like where the expertise is. It's
just like, for this, like. I was just saying, my IQ is a 90. What was it, 95, 105?
Yeah.
Well, what would you say in regards to IQ? Do y'all know y'all number?
I don't know. I took the Air Force test. Yeah, I took the Air Force ASVAB, and that's the closest to an IQ test. Dennis, and I scored like a 72, which is pretty. It's pretty high. Like, but I mean, there's guys that score like high 80s, 90. But like an IQ test it's not like the end all be all. And when people say IQ, they don't like administering IQ tests nowadays, like in America, because people call it racially discriminative. So it's like the military ASVAB is the closest you're going to get to an IQ test, in my opinion. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, and I think there's 3 main areas that are measured by like what's referred to as G. I think it's something like it's quantitative, verbal, and spatial. I think those are the three core metrics that can be determined. And so usually people will be stronger or weaker on one of those three areas. The thing I would also say with IQ tests, for anyone who's watching this, I would point this out. I would not necessarily take the results of one of those like quick online IQ tests seriously, because with a lot of those are not really accurate reflections of someone's actual like IQ, if this is really what they want to know. There are actual like legitimate IQ tests that can be administered, and those are often, well, if it's something you really want to figure out. But these online, like these, I don't know, these quick online IQ tests, a lot of times those are not giving you accurate results. It could be too high, too low. You don't really know. So if you have done one of those and it gave you like, I don't know, a really low score, for example, I wouldn't take it seriously. Or if maybe it's a really high score, I would just take it with a grain of salt, because those are not, they're not considered valid aptitude tests.
Okay. I got you. I was going to say, by the way, I got people, I just looked in my private chat, and they're talking about, Cali girl, smartest girl I know, or person I know. I'm talking in regards to smartness. I'm talking about, the way he knows about pretty much everything. Cali girl would probably be excited right now, just like when Brandon came on and he was like the resident, like, let's say know-it-all, but super smart guy. I think, you and Brandon would give each other a run for your money in regards to that. That's what I mean by Cali girl should probably be excited right now, because she loves, being educated and learning something new. I guess that's what all scientists would do. Do you mind answering this question right here? If you have an opinion on Bitcoin, if y'all both want to touch on that, if you know anything about it enough to have an opinion on it.
Okay, I will say this. I can't say. This is in terms of the cryptocurrencies, this is beyond my realm.
So you didn't play around with any, like you didn't just take $5,000, like this F you money. I'm gonna put some money on some Bitcoin or some Dogecoin and hope it goes up, or AMC or GMC or whatever, or GMA.
Oh, like in the past couple months, no.
Or like past year, you never bought any crypto, or never, any of these, like, these
Like,
are all like those novelty stock or crypto.
A long time back I did, and I ended up selling it, and it wasn't one of those things where I can really say that I'm any kind of expert on. I haven't really honestly, I just don't know so much about this area. I mean, there are people who do. I know one or two people. What do you think?
I'm terrible. I just buy and I sold a bunch of different times before it increased to actually to a point of making money, because I panic. Like, I actually had a stock that was trading at like $27, and I bought $5,000 worth of mind you, I just made $5,000 off the stock, because I bought it and it went up from 28. It was options actually. It went up from like 26 to like 28, and it pretty much doubled my money, and I cashed out or sold at 90 like 500. So I made 4,500. But then
Nice.
I bought $5,000 of this stock, and with Robinhood, and what happened was it went from 28 to 26, and I panicked, and all the options went from 5,000 worth of options to like $200. I'm like, oh my God. And it expired in 2 weeks. So I'm like, it ain't no way this is going back up. So I just had to sit on it. So I panicked, and I ended up when it went up a little bit, I just sold it all and just took the money and said whatever, it's still profit. But the long story short, the next week it ended up going up from $26 all the way up to like $50. It was like one of those tech stocks. So if I would have kept those options and kept the money in the account to pay for those options more, so that those options were worth like $50,000, 50,000 plus. So after that, I'm like, I'm not messing with the stock market no more, because I panic sold, because I got nervous.
Like imagine and like I'll answer the question. Imagine like
go
if
for
you
it.
took some of that money you had made from your family member that where you inherited the house and then you invested that into like say Bitcoin like around 2012 or so. I mean imagine I mean you'd be like I mean you would have crazy amount of money, but it's all in the past. Like that's why I always emphasize you got to look at like the next opportunity. You can't like I personally I often get too like caught up in like previous opportunities rather than look at what's in front of me and like where like real like potential monies to be made. But
you can't rewind. You can't rewind the clock. It's just time marches on. And if you're so preoccupied with the past or so preoccupied with something about the future, I think there's an idea called mindfulness where you focus on what's currently happening and on what you can get through at the moment. And that's really where I think a person's mindset ought to be, because it's like in the long run, it's not going to do you any good for your mental health just to be like constantly preoccupied about like, I mean, of course, maybe there's things you should think about in the future, but especially past mistakes. Okay, did you learn something from it? Great. You learned something, move on and figure out what you can do next time.
Yeah, like my brother, Dennis, he had a friend actually, he's Estonian, and the Estonian friend had another good friend from Finland. The Finnish guy allegedly he bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of Bitcoin in like say 12 plus years ago. I'm talking about Daniel Reiser. What was the Finnish guy's name, Todd?
That was
I can't think of the guy. He was Finnish, but this guy had bought like huge amounts of Bitcoin early on, and he became worth like eventually like 9 figures. He bought because some of the Scandinavian countries in northeastern European countries were some of the first big buyers of like Bitcoin. So you'll meet like Finnish people that had bought like Bitcoin when it was really low, like percentage wise, and now they're sitting on, or they already sold like millions, tens of millions worth. And this fellow bought that amount, and then he eventually he was worth around what was the tell like 9 figures. But the guy eventually like committed suicide. He was like a cocaine addict, and he actually bought a castle in Finland. And he was extraordinarily wealthy, but he just who knows.
Yeah, he had a bunch of he had like some like gold diggers and stuff, like just the most like and this is one of the problems even for like guys that have really deep pockets, is that even if you are attracting like women, often the kind of women that you're attracting are just really not. I mean, these are the kind of women that are just going like just literally wait for you to die, and they're like they have literally no concern about like your well-being or anything. Now, look, I'm not some blue pill guy. I'm not here to say that there's any such thing as a dream or anything like this, but this breed of women is something that are. I mean, it's really unfortunate seeing the way they act when you have a guy like this, for example, who ended up dying, and they're trying to literally take any dime they can from him or from his deceased estate. So
messed up.
Yeah. Anyhow, I have to. Yeah, I was just going to say, I have to go to bed. I'm a little tired.
Oh, I appreciate you.
Yeah, gracias por tu tiempo,
time.
Tad. Te voy a hablar contigo mañana. Y sí,
whenever you can jump back on, just let me know, and we can do something more so that I can tell people you're coming on, because I would love for you, Brandon, Mav, and Cali Girl. I'm pretty sure I'm not missing anybody in regards to like the super smart scientist folks that I think we can throw questions at you and that people would love to hear. So, Mav, just let me know when y'all can both come back on, and then I don't know what you got going in the background. But yeah, let me know when y'all can come back on, and then we can do something, and I can actually promote it so we can get more people that'll be looking forward to it in the chat.
Oh
So
yeah,
thanks for
for
your
sure.
time.
Yeah, I mean, like fortunately with Todd's time zone now, he's only like 2 hours ahead of. Well, he's 2 hours ahead of my time zone. He would be like almost the same time zone, or well, no, he would actually be 3 or 4 hours out of your time zone. But yeah, I mean, of course, very busy person. But like I told you, then it's like an hour or so ago. I mean, bring Todd on. He will be really informative with the Israel-Iran thing, and hopefully everyone. I mean, they learned something.
Definitely enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But all right, but yeah, thanks again, Todd.
Well, see you later, Todd. Buenas
been a pleasure.
noches. Yeah.
Good night.
Yep. Have a good night. Yeah, appreciate you, Matt, for having them on. Because
Yeah.
that leveled it up. I'll tell you, I just
crazy. I mean, it's level. It's just. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, he's saying league of his own.
Oh yeah, no, I like this is the whole point I'm trying to tell people. Today was a banger live. Super long. I'm gonna clip some of these moments, but banger live when it comes down to it. These are conversations I'm trying to have. It was productive. We learned a lot. Yes, I went in, got heated, couple moments, but besides all that, everything else was informative, fun for people, in the chat. And this is what I want to do. I guess, depending on if Craig jumps on here right now, I'll let him have his piece with me, showing that time, whatever stamp. And, we can,
Yeah, I mean, like I think something too, Dennis, also maybe look at your brand and your channels like an open, like a talk show, so to speak. Like it's almost like I hate comparing like Howard Stern or Rush Limbaugh. Like you don't need to necessarily look at it as one genre per se, but as kind of an open radio show. Like I've told Nab, for example, he has like an awesome voice for radio. Like even though I don't agree with everything that he says now, I mean, how it kind of reminds me of DJ Vlad. Like he has that really positive vibe when he talks. He's like made for radio, and I'm not like any business expert, but I can almost guarantee you, like if they were to some kind of AI like ratings or something, like he would score really high. Like how his voice, this is, I mean, like 100% made for radio. But
no, he does. He does, like the way he was going in, the one day, or yes, or trying to, he was on my team compared to with the other two. It was, it was smooth. He had it together. I'm just hoping after today, Matt, that this is it with the beef. Just people to understand. All I ask for respect. The way Rage Face came on, even though he'd be going at me in the chat, he even said he was shocked I came on, that I let him on. I just don't want nobody. I'm tired of it. I don't want nobody saying I'm picking on them, I'm bullying them. I'm not. I'm just being me. But I guess Craig will be the last person.
Well, like when I was like when I was like say 24, like some guys here, some of your biggest guys are in their mid-20s. Like I didn't like listen to these kind of like YouTube channels, or I was so tightly focused on my career and stuff. I wouldn't like none of this stuff I would even listen to, but it's cool that you have this large audience. But yeah, like as I said, Christina also has a great voice for radio. Like she might not, like some people might say she's kind of boring, but I mean, I think she also has a voice that's really good audio wise, which makes a huge difference. But I'll leave it at that. Like I'll let like Will Fair speak or Craig. So
yep, definitely. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess we're gonna
I'll end this here, Dennis, but like whoever's on, I mean, like thank you for your time, Dennis. And
no, I appreciate you definitely for being on, rocking with me here.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone don't leave just because I'm leaving. So just I'll still watch. So good night here, Dennis.
Yep, have a good night. Appreciate you. You jumped off fast here without an accent. But I appreciate you, Matt. Shout out to Who Cares in the $9.99 super chat. Just do you, enjoying the stream so far. Make amends when you can.
We all guys here. Get your jabs in and hug it out. Appreciate you. Who cares? I'm just hoping I don't got to do this no more because I don't want the drama. I just don't want the drama no more. But let me, man of my word, I'm going to show where he said that I guess dissed him. Because remember, the video that I made, I told him I made the video with him and Craig, you're there. I made the video with you and H-Way in it. I told you in advance. It's all love. I thought you're cool with it because we had no issue after that video played. You were actually, I think, in the chat. We had no issues. You didn't text me. I thought podcast was still on that we were going to do. I was confused. So this is the video that started the drama.
Yeah, around this part right here is when I started getting.
Okay, so I'll put it on. This is 2 days after I did that video on live.
Kelly with the Whopper meal. No, I want y'all to understand. I'm not going to do the whole bashing, this gender or this race, or this and that. It ain't that. What it is just we lost ourselves. You remember when I was talking about, I told Craig this, we talked one-on-one. I told Craig, I'm like, Craig, think about this, okay? When I was your age, like I would never, like it wasn't a thought that a woman took care of anything. Like men took care of everything. Okay? So it ain't men or women, it's just all of us as a culture. Because, like I told Craig, men at one point did not allow women to pay for anything. So when I came here, I was trying to pay for everything. I was trying to take care of business, and they put me in the poorhouse. Instead of me allowing Cali Girl to just participate and, go halves on stuff, I would pay for everything. And I would act like I had it to do, but I didn't. And that was one of the reasons why I ended up broke.
Okay, so I'm going to keep playing the video, but let me say this first. As y'all see, I wasn't throwing no diss at Craig. I told him that me and Cali Girl, I couldn't pay for stuff, and I was capping to y'all like I was paying for stuff, but I couldn't afford it. I was hoping to pay for everything because I was raised for the most part to be a man. That's how I was raised, but I couldn't afford to do it. So just make it clear.
Dennis, you can't see like how that, because you were talking about how we're raised in two different eras and stuff like that. You're insinuating that I'm raised to be different. I'm raised to be less than. That's how I took it. You feel me? So
okay,
I mean, well, if you didn't mean it that way, I understand. But the way you said it, bro, was to make it seem like we came in a different era and your era was better than mine. You were taught, again, you said you were taught that a woman is supposed to take care of everything, this, that, and the third. And I was just sitting there listening to that, so confused, because I'm like, bro, your girl literally took you on vacation to Hawaii. She paid for everything. You feel me? Your girl is literally paying half and half with you and going 50-50 with you, but I'm getting bashed for going 50-50. And so that's what was like throwing me off. But press play.
Okay, but real quick, once again, just so you know context, I don't think nobody's better than anybody. What I was saying is that, women used to be like, women used to follow men. We were the leaders. And what I was saying is, for the most part, is that, way I was raised, the man, it was end all be all because he paid all the bills, he paid everything. But now in 2024, the times have changed to where you can't even afford, and I think I said in this video, but you can't even afford to take care of everything on your own. So it is a 50-50 thing. And I told you, like I told you on the phone, I don't think it's a bad thing. Me and Cali Girl is going to be 50-50 once she moves in here. I said it ain't a bad thing, no big deal. And that's the context of this live. It wasn't to, make you feel any kind of way. But
that might be the context. But listen, Dennis, that might be the context in your eyes. But you got to remember, prior to this, you made 2 videos prior, still talking about.
No, one video.
It was a video.
No, one video.
2 videos. There was the bully beat down video, and then was another video after that. Then it was Cali Girl's birthday.
Okay, I'll go and get that next. But yeah, because I don't remember. Here's the thing, Craig. When we talked on the phone, everything was cool. I would not, just like I've tried to explain to Brandon, I won't disrespect you if you didn't, do anything live on my channel to garner that. So when we got off that live with H-Way, I was trolling y'all both in the chat. I was cooking everybody that was on that live panel. And after I did the video explaining what happened the day before, trying to clean it up for both of y'all, so that way, because y'all both were looking crazy at different points. And that's what that video was, but I had to be honest and fair. Then after that, I'm going to see what video you're talking about and watch it, because I don't remember. That would be, if I did that, I'm a piece of shit, fake person. I'm telling you in advance, because I just talked to you. So I wouldn't make a video disrespecting you and calling you names. You got to give me the timestamp. I'm not going to watch the whole video, but if you give me a timestamp.
But after, so you gotta remember the day, and I believe that video that had 4,000 views. That's the video that we're talking about, right? After that, I immediately called you the day afterwards. And you know what I mean? I was like, hey, you was trolling me in the freaking chat, da da da. I get it.
Yep,
How
exactly.
6 in, blah blah blah. But then I was like, hey, but if we're gonna make, I remember telling you, I was like, if you're gonna make a video, just don't try to spin the narrative one way. You know what I mean? I was like, don't try to big up one person while bigging down another person. You know what I mean? And I remember telling you that. And so you made that video and you did exactly what I didn't want you to do. And I was like, I'm just gonna let that ride. And then you did it again. You kept making video. It was like video after video after video. And then Cali Girl's birthday was the third video. You know what I mean? And I was like, bro, you made 3 videos after we had already discussed this, and you keep talking about me when I haven't even talked to you. You know what I mean? And I had told you, don't do that shit. It's the same thing
Oh,
that Brandon. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying real quick because I'm looking right now, okay? And I promise you, you have officially start my path new career video. Then you have what's next with YouTube video to where I'm talking about,
You gotta remember,
what's next.
you make pre-recorded videos, and you also make your live videos.
No, that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't a pre-recorded video, that's why I'm saying give me the timestamp and context
I got
next.
you.
You
I
ain't do
got
it
you.
today, but next time because I'm
Yeah, I
looking
got
for the video because I don't want you gotta understand. I don't want misinformation when I'm telling you
no.
I would be a piece of shit phony person if I did that. So right now we have this video, but as I said, I'm going to look because pretty much we got. I mean, just make sure real quick because I'd rather know the context. That way we don't. We're not. I'm not giving misinformation. I'm not making you look like a crazy person. But let's see. Well, look. Let's just get. I guess we can get back to the. I can't find Kelly her birthday now. Amazing has to bike and. So pretty much we have. Where is it? Crap. God, forget about it. I can't even find it. I mean, I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. So, do real men pay 100% of bills to their girlfriend? That was a live. That was the live that.
Listen, let's before we go forward, like listen to the name of the title of that video. That's a shot to me, bro. That's a shot to me.
Fully,
Like,
no,
let's just be
no, it
real. That's
was.
a shot to me.
No, it was. I told you though when we were on the phone. I said that.
But but no, you didn't tell me about that. You didn't tell me about that one. You didn't
You
tell me
know, you
about
know
that one.
why? You
If
know
you would have
why
told
I
me
did
about
that.
that one,
You go
because I care too much about my reputation to let you release the title of a video like that. So I know for a fact you didn't talk to me about that. I would have said, "Nah, we're not gonna name it that."
You know why I named it that though. But if
But
you
that's a
felt some
shot
kind of
to me.
way, no, it wasn't. It was actually a joke because remember when you come
Listen,
on and you clown me that live too. You were clowning me. Everybody was clowning me. And you see, I didn't get mad because we were at the level that we were joking. We were going to do a podcast. We were cool. I let you clown me. I took it. You even said that, you were clowning me. And I never one time got mad because remember, it was just funny. So when I said bully beatdown, you know that people think if you're the bully, my bully. And that's what everybody was saying. So I was excited in the chat, like, oh my God, it's the first time that the bully's getting payback. So if you didn't like that title, all you had to do was immediately tell me I don't like that because
I'm
make
not
me look
talking about
crazy.
the
I would
bully
have removed
beatdown.
it.
The bully beatdown. I don't care about that one. I'm talking about the one where you talking about, oh, do real men pay 50-50 or do they pay the whole thing? And that's
Oh
what
no. That was no. This is where you got it wrong. This is another thing because this is what I mean by like this is why I wanted you to tell me what videos. That live video was not for you. That video was the live that made you flip out on me. Oh, now I see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Right here. It's Cali Girl birthday party. Okay, then it's fake friends. Driving, looking good right now.
Yeah.
Got the job. And then it's black men try to get Cam Newton in the case of the beast. And then it's the amazing network. I think this is when I was going in on you because I want you to remember, Craig.
And you see how many
You
videos that is, bro? That's
no,
two.
it was
It
no
was
the only
3.
video I did talking about you. Now I didn't talk about you on my lives. I talked about you on after the Cali Girl birthday party live. I did a video addressing you directly for the first 20 minutes of either a pre-recorded video or the live addressing the fact. But at the end of it, I said, you know what? I don't care. And I literally said, you know what? I don't care. Why am I doing this? This is a waste of time. And then I stopped. It was only 20 minutes. And I remember that because I was so frustrated with you in the comments during our birthday party, trying to ruin my day, had me frustrated. Like, what did I do? We were cool. But the whole do real men pay 100% of the bills? That live was supposed to be our podcast. So that title was wordplay. Wordplay. You know, wordplay don't got no issues with you. He is the one that texted me and said, hey, I want to, me and Craig can debate because I feel like, men should pay
full, and then you said you're okay with your girl paying half. Okay. Now, mind you, when I say the real men, I think I'm a real man, and I wouldn't be paying full bills if Cali girl lived with me. And I said living with parents, okay. Cali girl lives with her parents. So you gotta understand, I put the title because it got to be a title that get people to want to tune in. But this title was this situation with wordplay because he told me, because I told him me and Cali girl is 50-50 now. He said that I'm not a real man if I can't afford to pay all the bills by myself. And that was the reason why I did this title, not because of you. So just understand, this title was for me, not you. We didn't even talk about you on this live. Your name wasn't mentioned one time. This is 49,000 view live. This is the biggest live. And we didn't say your name one time. So just know that for context. I didn't say Craig at all. It was done, even though that was the day we were supposed to do the podcast. But let's see what happened. Let's see the rest of this. So you understand this wasn't a shot to you.
I know Kelly had to hit him with the black man hate, but it ain't even that. What it is I had Cali girl.
Appreciate you. Who cares? Have a good night.
So
Who
Cali
cares?
girl. I mean, so the way most men were raised.
Real quick, before I do, if you want me to skip anything, like move forward, just let me know. But I'm gonna just play it through because I don't care. But if you want me to skip anything, just let me know. All right, because I got you on this live. So here we go.
We just trying to make sure.
Hold on. Let me see the chat. We got a lot going on. Forcing yourself to be in a relationship is nasty work. No, it ain't. We didn't force each other to be with each other. That's not it. But yeah, I'm proud of you, Christina. Absolutely, I'm proud of you, Christina. Like, don't let nobody try to talk you out of trying to make things work. If you feel like it's best for you and your family, make it work. Make it work. Oh, I'm gonna make it work. Oh, I'm gonna make it work. I know I got the lyrics wrong, but yeah, make it work. I respect that because he is what you got, a good guy. He's just, we know, just some men get misguided sometimes. I lost myself. Imagine if Cali girl listens to all the people that were trying to hate in the chat.
I'm gonna skip a little bit because this is just.
Then we wouldn't have got to this point where we're at, where we're going to be the best.
Or make it go faster.
Wait. I think
we're going to keep it on.
What the heck?
That's right there. Hold on. It's right there. I think I popped it right there.
She didn't listen to nobody. She did her. We're good. Back to be Christina's husband.
Look at that.
There we go.
You don't appreciate things until it's about to be gone. And that's pretty much what.
Well, but let's make it clear, though. I didn't mention nothing. I didn't spill shots. I wasn't belittling you because I said that me and Cali girl 50-50. So just keep that in mind.
But that was after me. That was after me hearing everything and then getting so much hate from you going at me from talking about going 50-50 and hearing that last thing talking about, oh, well, I come from a different era. You got to remember, you made 2 videos right before that. And then this was the final straw for me. You get what I'm saying?
No, I didn't. Here's the thing. This live, I didn't do a video before this live. That's the point. Like you. Okay, so we'll finish this up so you can see people. If you want people to see what I said to you, which I'd rather not, but I promise you got to go find a timestamp of me disrespecting you after we talked on the phone because it ain't happened. That Friday we were cool. We were literally laughing. I was laughing, clowning y'all in the chat, and people were calling me the ultimate troll because I was like roasting y'all like y'all be roasting me, and I'm like, this is fun. Now I see why they do it. But after that, and we talked on the phone the next day, I never made a video directly about you other than that video with you and H-Way. And other than that H-Way video, you got to find a timestamp to show me saying anything about you. I promise you there's not one. I didn't mention your name at all until after you said this comment in the chat. When you said this comment, you can look up the lives right now. This live, you have this live is Cali Girl's birthday, and I'm looking at it right now. And you have after it, all 3 of those lives after were nothing about you. I didn't even talk about you.
No, after so listen, anything after what I said in this chat right here, literally right there, anything that's after that, I don't hold against you, bro, because what I said was all bets off the table. You feel me? So I don't hold it against anything that you said, any video that you made after the fact. I'm talking about right before, like right after me and old boy had the falling out. And I was talking about how me and my girl, we do things 50-50, and that's how we live our life. That's when I started having problems because you had made 2 videos. I'm trying to tell you, bro, and I don't have the time steps and everything pulled up, but I could pull it up for you at a later date.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that tomorrow because I'm looking like right now. I'm looking at my
I'm talking
video.
about. If you don't want to take my word for it, I understand. But I'm telling you, if you take my word for it, you had made a few videos back to back, and then this was my final straw. Just hearing you keep mentioning my name without calling me first, without saying something first. You feel me? Now, mind you, you didn't mention wordplay in this video. You didn't mention you and him having this conversation or anything like that. All you went.
I did. I could pull it up. I could pull it up in video. It was the first like 10 minutes. I was on my way to get the cake, and I said that me.
I'm talking about there. From right there, you were talking about how me and you come from different eras and how you were taught to be a man and paid for everything and da da da.
You're talking about right here?
Yeah. Like
okay.
30 seconds prior before I said what I said.
But think about the context once again. See, this is why I was saying that you came in and you didn't understand the full context. I literally said that I was telling about the conversation we had, and I said that I was raised, and I told you on the phone, I said I was raised that I was supposed to take care of everything, which is why. Yeah, remember I told you my grandfather, like he paid all the bills for my grandmother, and I said that the way I went about it, I took care of all the chicks that I ever been with, which is why they always ran game on me and played me. And I said that, like when I came to California, Cali girl, I'm not comfortable with her paying anything. But now I'm used to doing 50-50 because, she takes me out to eat. She pays the whole bill sometimes. And then if I go, sometimes I pay the whole bill. But the thing was, if you would have watched the whole live, which you just jumped in at the end, I started the live talking about like, Cali girl's birthday, I just cleaned the house and I rode my bike there or whatever. And I was telling people that wordplay, and I literally said the words, wordplay hit me up, and he said he wanted to do a debate with him and Craig to where, he feels, the man should pay everything. And Craig feels that the man should be 50-50. And I said, I used to be like wordplay. I used to think like him. I thought the man was supposed to pay everything. That's what you're supposed to do as a man. But now I'm 50-50 because I've realized that, most people do 50-50 now, and we can't afford to do, you pay it all yourself as a man because cost of living is too much. I literally said at the beginning of the video, so I would make myself look like a piece of shit if I wanted you to look like a piece of shit, because I literally said, Cali girl, we're 50-50. Like other than my apartment, now we're 50-50. Dinner, like cell phone bill, everything, 50-50. So just keep that in mind. And if you go back and you look at, I'm looking at I was going to show you the actual, my history, my YouTube, so I can show you that prior to that live Cali Girl birthday that I thought we were cool, I did a video right here. Do I have the bike? Just made it back home. This was a video, nothing to do with you. Before that, it was the domesticated art of getting in the IT field. This is about Brandon, not you. This right here was this is right here, I think, was the video that you're talking about right here. The fallout from Death Row, Hustlers live. Right here. This is the video.
Go to your pre-records too.
Okay, I'm gonna do that next. And then this one right here was when you all went off on each other. This is the most random podcast. So after this, I did the next day was the Death Row, but I was talking about both sides. I felt y'all both were right in reality. H-Way was right on the new age, but like back, Craig, when you were H-Way's age, times were different. Like cost of living and everything didn't inflate to where it's crazy. You have to have 2 people pay for everything. Then this wasn't about you. This wasn't about you. And then Cali Girl birthday, we talked the day before, and I thought we were cool. And then this video right here, I did a 20-minute at the beginning of the live talking about you, which is why I put fake friends. I thought we were friends.
Yeah, you good. No, you good.
Okay. And then after that, I didn't talk about you.
Anything you said after that, it is what it is.
Okay. And like I said, this was Brandon. No mention of Craig. All right. So let's go to pre-recorded. So pre-recorded 1 video, just so you know. And like I said, put bygones be bygones. I don't care. Anything you think I said to you, I apologize. It's just I don't want to be arguing with people for no reason, because this was literally
the whole reason. I'll tell you something. The whole you can treat me how you want to treat me. I don't care. This is what I'm trying to teach you. What I'm trying to tell you is you got to stop making videos about people when you have a disagreement. And that's the whole reason why I even just came back to talk to you about this shit. Because at the end of the day, bro, like that's our biggest problem. You know what I mean? Like not even me, It's a you thing, bro. I really don't like, and I don't care. But you and Brandon, bro, y'all could have easily squashed that shit offline. A lot of your downfalls that you have with a lot of people that's on this internet, bro, you could easily squash this shit with these people offline. You know what I mean? You don't have to keep like bringing up little jabs when people can't defend themselves. And I think that's a lot of that's where a lot of your problems come from. Because Brandon said it yesterday when y'all was in the heat of the moment. He was like, "Listen, can we at least let this moment like fizzle out right here? Can we at least like not let it go forward right here? If you got anything else to say, don't say nothing else. Don't make another video without talking to me first. Don't say nothing without talking to me first." You feel me? And that's a respect thing. It goes further than just internet or nothing like that. It's a respect thing if you really do respect somebody and you care about somebody like that. You know what I mean? And that's why I started getting fed up, because it was like, yeah, we talked on the phone, but bro, it was video after video after video, and I wasn't allowed to. I'm not allowed to spin my narrative on your channel because it's your channel. You feel me? And it's the same thing with everybody else. So when you got the platform and you got the spotlight and you have the ability to just say what you want and speak on our names the way you want to X amount of viewers at any given time, bro, you got to understand making these videos is a detriment to our character, to our brands, to who we are as people. You feel me?
No, I get you. But let me say this, okay? You once again, you gotta use proper context in regards to, once again, y'all beefed, y'all went at it, it was funny. I was trolling like y'all be doing me, and I was telling you to bang out the forehead. So I made that video was literally comical, but I literally was fair in my observation of you and H-Way. And I told you I was gonna do a video because you gotta remember, Craig, the same way that you guys come on my platform, that I'm trying to grow here again, and y'all say whatever to me and I gotta live with it. I should be allowed to, not respond, but commentate what happened, which is what that live was. I wasn't going directly to where I was trying to disrespect you. All I was saying is that you both are right. The biggest gripe I had against you is you don't listen to the conversation half the time. You be like gonna chat and you be worried about what you're gonna say back. You don't listen to what somebody's saying, because if you do, you would understand half the time that that's where H-Way gets you, because he listens to the whole thing and he's quiet. And then he just comes in and just smokes everybody because he has all the ammunition, because he listened to the whole conversation. But other than that, I didn't throw those shots at you, and I didn't mean to if I did. So once again, I'll tell you my apologies if you felt that way, because I literally thought we were going to do a podcast. I talked to your friend who I call Frankenstein. I'll tell you that I call him Frankenstein and Mushmouth only because he decided to, not knowing anything that happened, going out live and like try to disrespect me like the way I look. But I didn't care about disrespect. I don't care about that. But you can't roast me and not expect me to roast back when you look like that, just like me. The audacity for me to roast you when, look at my hairline up. I'm still trying to learn how you cut hair. I've been I've been watching your videos cutting hair, trying to learn to do the same fade that you got. Literally, I've been trying to copy your style, and I screw it up every time, and I got to just cut it all even. But he literally was trying to clown me, my lineup, and then my way I look and this and that. And I'm sorry, it was fair game with him. And I don't hate the dude. I'm just saying I like to roast. So if he roasts me, I'm gonna roast him back. But let me say this last thing. I want you to remember, okay, with Brandon, the same thing you just said about I should have talked to him behind the scenes. Craig, you know that you are alpha dog. You know you're a man that is not going to allow somebody, if you had a platform, the level, even though it ain't huge, but if I do a vertical, I can get 150 people, 200 people in here, and they're going to be active. But right now, with me doing this level, I'm going to be at 30, 40 people, okay? So here's the situation. Brandon came on to be a co-host to a show that I wanted to do with him. And he was going to come on here and there to do politics and science conversations. That was his role. That's all he wanted. He wasn't going to police the way I talk. Now, I did a podcast with him years ago. And the point of the matter was, with Brandon, he was policing me talking about women. And I did my whole hour before telling my childhood about me getting molested. It is what it is. I'm sorry. Chick was like 15, 16 at the time. I was like 10, 11. And I was forced into doing it, even though, yes, as a man, I didn't care, but I didn't know what I was doing. And I didn't want to be down there mush mouthing all day. Okay. So here's the situation. That's the reason why I have disdain And I had to stay for Black women because those were the women that did that multiple times to me. And then me being called brokey and you know, you're weak in bed and this and that for just being me were from Black women. So that trauma is the reason why I was disrespecting Black women. When I was on that podcast, he didn't allow me to do that. He tried to check me multiple times, telling me I'm not allowed to do that. Okay. So I get it. It was him and a lower show at that point. They own it. Okay. So what happened was when we agreed, he's in the chat right now, we agreed that I'm going to do my channel the way I do it. If he wants to do his show, it'd be his way or the highway. It'd be his own show. But don't tell me what to do outside of, you know, what I'm doing on my own. He decides to multiple times, and Craig, you know, you're not allowing this either. On my own live, he's telling me to be quiet and a couple times says shut up, and people like, even though he acts like he doesn't remember, he told me to shut up a couple times, told me to be quiet on my channel. And you know how I get when people do that. I wouldn't even tell you, Craig, to shut up. Okay, before I do that, I'm just gonna boot you. I'm not gonna say shut up, you're a grown man. So and he was only saying it because he felt in control enough that when I was over talking, which is my channel, I could talk for an hour if I want to. He felt like he had control enough to tell me to, you know, hey, chill. And then I got a time limit, a minute or two. But these are all things that I humbly allowed to happen because people like the way Brandon handled my YouTube channel. So I'm like, when Brandon jumps in out of nowhere while I'm doing a live, I don't really want people on a live, but he jumps in. Instead of me being like, dude, like, come on, man, you're about to hijack my live. I'm like, okay, Brandon's here. Brandon, you take control. You tell people how, you know, to talk, when to talk, blah, 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 because people love it. And he took that to the head to where he, in his head, he still somewhat thinks that he somewhat thinks that I wanted him, like I need him to grow my channel, and he got it mixed up. He doesn't understand that he makes it better, but I don't need him for me to do my YouTube channel. I can do it on my own. So yesterday, that conversation, the reason why the fallout happened was because, you know, do you think OJ Simpson did it?
Bro, I don't care.
No, but I'm saying, do you think he did it?
I don't care.
Okay, well, either way, if you clown a man's cancer, okay, and as far as we know, he's innocent. I clowned the dude that shot a cop and got shot up. I said he's a loser, just like OJ Simpson be a loser. So that's our biggest issue is he is allowed when he wants to talk about he doesn't pick and choose black or white, but I'm saying this is just a black man. When he wants to do this, he can do it, and it ain't no big deal. But when I call a guy that shot a cop, I don't call normal. I would never call you a loser because you're not. You're a successful guy. But when we beef, and I'm gonna call you a loser. But outside of your successful guy, got business, house, everything's good. So I feel like he's trying to police my language, and then he doesn't understand the hate I get in the chat. Now, you know that some of the hate I cost. Some of the people I cost to turn. But for the most part, some of these people are just nasty. They be going on a Cali girl. They be going on my son. They be going on my, not my daughter for some reason, but everybody. So he thinks that I need to focus more on the chat, not realizing that that was made my channel great. I would look at the chat and I would go down and read every comment. And y'all used to hate it because I used to be like 10 minutes behind all the time. And y'all be like, dude, go down, go down. And he doesn't understand I used to do that. And the reason why I stopped was because majority of the chat became haters because of the fact it was funnier to pick on me than to just be, you know, show some love when I'm accomplishing things. So because of the fact I called somebody in the chat a name again, he then said that I got an ego or I'm not humble. And then that's when he went with the pinky comment. And I felt like he could have ended the live because our show, we were already past 2 hours. Instead of saying I got more success than one pinky or whatever than you got your whole life, this man does not know nothing about my life the past 20 years. But like I said, I have no issue with Brandon. We're good now. I'm not saying we're good now, but I'm saying I don't have an issue with him. I told him that. But he doesn't know anything about my life for 20 years. So for him to act like he knew me and he knows me and he got more success than one pinky because I guess military or whatever, that's what made me snap to like this is the guy that's calling himself my friend. Then he went into calling me saying I'm pretty much get rich quick schemer or whatever, somebody that just chases after fast money and this and that.
Dennis.
So go ahead.
Only thing that I really do pray for is that like I really hope you can start like handling your relationships that you got with men better, because it seems like the relationships you got with women, you cool with. You feel me? And I'm not trying to say nothing too much, but you good with making relationships with women. My thing is, it's like when it comes to men, bro, you really need to start just taking a moment and like really understanding like what your role is when it comes to your downfall with the relationships that you have. And that's a hard process for us as humans to do, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I be telling people all the time, I say it on my own channel, I got a best friend that I can't tell her straight up, like, what do you think your problem is when it comes to you dating? I can't tell her that straight up. I gotta find different ways on saying that shit to her because she's so emotional about it. But you gotta remember, that's a woman. Bro, we as men, I can't tell you how to handle, like, I can't tell you how to go through in life when it comes to like building relationships with people, but you gotta at least one of these days, bro, like look at all the people that you have fallen out with and ask yourself why. And you can't just sit there and say they haters. That's not productive. Just throwing it on one thing is not how you get. It's not how you gonna get better in life, because you got to remember, like, this shit is gonna help you when it comes to getting forward with just like networking outside of you. It's gonna help you with networking, like just to getting what you want from people, because you need to be able to use people, bro.
Hold on, Craig. Before we move to that point, before we pass this, see, this is the problem, Craig. This is what I mean by no offense to you. You got to listen and we got to talk about the context. If you weren't going to do that, I would not have mentioned the Brandon situation. You literally said and tried to equate what I did yesterday into the reason why me and him had that falling out. So I tried to break down exactly what happened. You saw the video, and instead of you addressing that, we moved past it. Now it makes me look like an asshole again. Because we already nipped it in the bud. Now I just explained it to you what happened. So the reason why, like if he did that on your channel, Craig, would you not have had that same response?
I'm not trying to make you look like an asshole. Listen.
No, you're not making me look like an asshole. I'm saying, what response you would have had. That was the point of me even telling you that.
This is just how I would do it. This is how I would do it. If I'm having beef with somebody, like let's just say me and you are talking right now on this live, right? And you say something I don't fuck with, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get on my phone and I'm gonna text you on the side. You're gonna get a ding on your phone, you're gonna look at it, and you're gonna know to stop. You're gonna know to chill out. Because our beef not getting aired personally. It's not getting, because my personal relationship means more to you, more to me with you than these viewers, than these chats. You feel me? So because we know that technology runs a little different, bro, you have the ability, if you really care about these relationships, to nip it in the bud in a more professional manner that doesn't have to be aired out in front of thousands of viewers, bro.
Craig, why didn't you do that every single time? Now you're a hypocrite. Unless you really didn't care about dealing with me, which means you just went away from YouTube. You never text me before going in on me, ever.
I told you that. I told you, do that for me, and you wasn't doing it. That's the main
doing
reason.
What for you?
You didn't keep hitting me up before you was gonna say what you was gonna say, and that's what.
Hold on, Craig? I did the video after, literally, the video premiered 5 minutes after, or 2 minutes after we got the phone. The video premiered on live, and I didn't do another video about you. So what do you mean?
Media video. I'm talking about just in general. When you, for Cali Girl's birthday, you didn't hit me up. You ain't tell me you was gonna be mentioning my name, and in that context, you got to remember when it's just like you don't like it when. And bro, I'm not gonna lie, there's no amount of apologizing I can do for the shit I've been saying in these chats, bro. I've been going in on your ass. I'm not even gonna lie to you, and there's nothing that I could say to ask for forgiveness. Like, that's just.
No, you're good. I don't really gotta apologize. I don't want to hear it anymore. We're good. That ain't the point.
No, I know that's not the point, but I'm just saying. Oh, I've been saying some foul shit too.
No, I respect that. And I said some nasty stuff. But one thing I will tell you, I would never talk about your chick, no matter what. So next time, we just know, keep it between me and you, and just text me next time. It ain't that big of a deal. That's the point. Like Brandon, like, look, let's just, so I can not mention his name anymore, because I don't want to go down this bridge. All I'm trying to get you to understand, Craig, is that this was the wrong battle. Because when it comes down to it, if you have a man tell you that Pinky, he has more success, and this is a guy that's who got the chat on his side, he's pretty much like became a bigger part of your channel. It's hard to react in the way you're talking about with the text message, because in the heat of the moment, he was going in on me. And it was either I end the stream, which I should have just ended the stream, which would look cowardly on my end. And I didn't know how to react. Honestly, you gotta understand, I thought Brandon would be the last guy to do that. He literally chose to chat over me, and that's how I looked at it.
So
I never in my life had a dude say I have more success than one pinky than you have.
You got to get this internet feeling shit and your fucking real life friend shit separated. I know you said Brandon don't know you in 20 years. Fine, so be it. But what I'm trying to tell you then is for your life, for your sanity, for your success, for your longevity, for your family, bro. Like, you can't keep beefing with people that you quote unquote keep giving your number to, that you keep caring about, and then making these videos when at a certain point, bro, like, that's the thing. You ever notice that, like, you don't mix work and pleasure? Friendships is a pleasure. Relationships is a pleasure, bro. You don't mix your work and your pleasure together, unfortunately. There's a reason why you don't see Raimi on my channel all the time. You feel me? I know Raimi in real life. That's my dog, bro.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why you don't see him on my channel all the time. Cause like at the end of the day, like, Raimi live his own life. And I ain't trying to expose Raimi for anything he ain't trying to be exposed about. So that's why you gotta live two different lives, unfortunately, bro. And anybody can disagree with me all they want. I don't give a damn. But what I'm telling you, bro, is some shit that can really help you, bro. Like, even with shit with Cali girl, bro, keep that shit private. Keep some of the shit that happened in your life. And I understand you need therapy, and talking to YouTubers on therapy. But you gotta remember, bro, like, I know I'm not gonna use it against you, bro. But there's some petty ass people in this world. You can't be telling people your trauma and all this sexual assault stuff that happened to you, bro. I get it. It's your channel. Some people don't care. They're gonna tell me, oh, damn, this is Craig, this is channel. Shut up. This is channel. Shut up. But bro, you gotta understand what your audience is, bro. Your audience constantly, when you say something that they ain't fucking with, they gonna use this against you, bro. And I can only imagine how you feel in real life, bro. Dennis, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Like, I know
real quick, by the way, please tell me on your channel you turn this phone sideways. I think you forgot. Yeah, like you forgot the game. There you go.
Fuck you.
That's 10 times better. Now you look like a professional.
Fuck you.
I gave him that 2 weeks ago. Like, dude, turn your phone sideways. I know it hurts your hands though.
Shut up.
But yeah, seriously. And by the way, you can buy one of these at Walmart. They're like $40. Actually, or Amazon, they're cheap. And you can put this on like a hook.
Got one right
here. Oh, you got that? Okay. Just saying, if you don't want to hold it here. But yeah, that's just a better look. Just for you. Just so you. Yep. Now it's HD. And you're free to clip any of this. Actually, you already got it on your channel. So I want to make sure you know. You can go ahead and do that.
Already on my channel. This is all you, bro. Like, again, I'm not trying to use this for content. I'm speaking to, listen, I'm gonna tell you some real shit, bro. I'm speaking to you from, it ain't your business. Anyways. What I'm trying to tell you, bro, is like, yo, I think you live too much for the chat. I really do. I think you live too much and you care too much about what people think about you. You care too much about your view, like how others view you, way too much, way more than you really should, bro. And so I feel like when somebody,
I got to, Craig, you gotta understand, I got to.
Because it's listen, Dennis, you feel I see it every time somebody say something about you, and you feel like you get fighted, or you feeling like somebody one up you, you feel like you gotta get your get back. I see it every time, bro, in every video. If somebody say something that's against you, or you feel like you feel like you lost the argument, you gotta go get your get back.
No, Craig, I didn't need you to make this. I want to make sure you understand this. If the reason why, remember, I didn't want to get nobody my phone number. I didn't want to talk to nobody outside of YouTube. This is the reason why, because every time I get comfortable and I start talking to people outside of YouTube, it always goes bad, because people think that because they have my personal phone number, that they can use me as a punching bag. Like, they can say, as a grown man, no matter what, I'm not going to mention, I'm not going to mention Brandon's situation is over. I'm going to just use hypotheticals, whatever. Forget about the Brandon situation, because, once again, Brandon, I shouldn't have mentioned it. But I can't have misinformation going out to where, you got to understand, Craig, people telling me to shut up, telling me to be quiet, belittling me. That only happens with me, because on your channel, Craig, they will not approach you like that, because they're going to have a level of respect
because they know you're going to boot them off and you're not rocking with them.
Oh,
So
no.
why wouldn't they do that with you?
The reason why they don't do that is because they listen. It's kind of like the 8 Mile effect. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, I know I'm short. I know I'm a detailer. I know I'm a server. I know me and my girl go 50-50. I'm gonna just say, yep.
No, I'm talking about if a guy tells you to be quiet on your channel.
But the difference between me and you is like, okay, if you talking about somebody telling you be quiet on your channel, like
No,
that
I'm
ain't
talking about pretty much telling you how like be quiet and whatever, and then somebody and pretty much somebody belittling you on your channel. Are you gonna just take that and say whatever? That's the point. Like, it only happens to me. Craig, you know, you've done it multiple times. Everybody that fell out with me have come at me reckless in a way.
shit. You be
What was
saying
that?
you be saying
No,
some
I don't. I've never, Craig. I've never one time. You can't say one time. We might miss it. We might not agree, but as long as you keep it respectful, you can say I shouldn't be talking about black people. I shouldn't be renting a car. I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be doing that. I'm going to agree to disagree, but I'm never going to say you're a bad person because you know you got a good job. You know you know how to cut hair. You know you got a nice house. Even though all the times I threw shots about you not needing that 3-bedroom house, I always said that's a beautiful house, upgraded, paying all this money for it. And, you know, like, I give you praise, like you got a Tesla. Like, I've never insulted anything and tried to get to that point. But when it comes to
I
me,
always tell you
people, what was that?
I always tell you it's just a car, bro. It's just a car. At the end of the day, it's
No,
just a
it ain't
car.
just a car. It's a Tesla. Not another
Listen,
level.
and I think that's what Brandon was trying to get at. And I saw why y'all was having a falling out because you had said something about money is what makes the man, right? Bro, it's just a vehicle. At the end of the day, if God take it away from me, bro, I'm not gonna have a Tesla no more. I just got to get something else that's gonna give me point A and point B. Figure out how else to run a business, bro. It's just a vehicle, bro.
Oh, shoot.
It's a vehicle.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. You know what? That's what it was. Somebody, I don't know if it's Brandon or not, but somebody said that money don't make you happy or something like that, or you don't have something about family. You're lonely with money. I'm like, when you get money, like the level of having like $1 million assets, you put you in a different room. That's all I was saying. Like, I'm not saying he made more money in his lifetime or so far than me, obviously. But what I was saying was I had this access to this capital, and when I had it, I had access to my friends more than ever. I was happier because I was able to do anything I wanted to do. I was able to help people in my community. I was able to do a lot of things that made me happy. But what made it bad was I lost my value of money. I forgot what I forgot what a dollar meant. I was reckless, and I was trying to explain to him that the people that never had money, really like accumulation of money that they do whatever with, which nobody can do whatever with unless you're multimillionaire. They always try to say money don't buy happiness, and money don't make you happy, or money doesn't make you comfortable, and you're lonely with money. It just ain't true. I mean, you got money for the most part. I mean, when you say your life is more comfortable the more money you make to where you're more happy, like I don't know, you tell me, how do you feel?
So I had this conversation with my girl in Vegas because I mean I'm a psychedelic head. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do a lot of psychedelics. So I'm very in tune with like my spirituality. I'm very in tune with like just trying to think outside the box. And one thing I noticed is about like when it comes like to how Americans move, bro. When I first prayed for this house, when I first got everything, I remember when I turned 30. I'm not gonna go down the whole block, but there was a lot of goals I wanted to hit right before I turned 30, right? And buying the house was one of those things. Bought the house, all of that, right? And here we are till this day, right now, trying to hustle, trying to make more money so that one day we could buy a bigger, better, nicer house. You feel me? I was like, some about Americans, some about just having something in America, bro. Just you will never feel satisfied. So, bro, that's the thing about like money can't make you as the man. You got to find something else that's going to make you happy, because at the end of the day, you can have as much money as you want in the world, bro. You're always going to want more. You're always going to want something else. So if money is what truly makes you happy, bro, I could give you 1 million and I promise you, you're going to want 10 million. After I give you 10 million, you're going to want 100 million. And you know what's crazy after you get your 100 million? When somebody gives you $100, that shit no longer is going to mean shit to you. It's no longer gonna have any more weight, bro. Like that's what Brandon was trying to tell you, bro. The things that his life experiences is what makes that pinky comment way heavier than that money comment, bro. Like being able to say, hey, I've traveled the world, I've defended my country, I've done this, I've done that. Those things weigh heavy in his soul when it comes to being a man, bro. Like, I promise you, you could give me all the money in the world. I said that shit while I was in Vegas, bro. You could give me $10 million right now. I'm still gonna be a cheap motherfucker. I ain't trying to get you demonetized, but I'm still gonna be a cheap
Very
person.
good.
You feel me?
Yeah.
No matter how much money you give me, I'm always gonna be a penny pincher because that's just who I am as a man. You know what I mean?
No, I get, but here's the thing, I get that, but once again, that's an opinion. That's not a fact. Like what you just said is not a fact. Most people might think, a lot of people might think like that. Like money, if I got $1 million, I'm gonna still want 10 million, I'm gonna 100 million. People might think that way, but not all, not even a majority. Just like a lot of people might think that if I got $10 million, I won't work another day in my life. And Cali actually knows this. If I was able to come up on like 3,000-4,000 with either a business idea or something that just worked for me in the future, and I had $4 million, I would retire and I would just buy a house, $1 million house, put the rest of the money to collect interest and set my family up generational of wealth. That's what I would do. I wouldn't try to make more. I would just be done. So I get what you're saying, but that doesn't work for everybody. The problem is what you're saying right now is not fact. That's your opinion, which is a good opinion. That's what I hope people understand when they come on my channel. Stop making their opinions the fact of life. Just like, what he went through with the military and he went through with, everything he did. He doesn't know what I went through, the people that I saved. It might not have been me going to fight a war, protecting the country, but it was still, a lot of things that I did, people that I saved in Youngstown.
But then
I might value that as important to me. What makes it lesser than
happy? What makes you a man? What makes you happy? You get what I'm saying? And you keep saying money, and that was the problem. But I'm not saying his beef and just keep speaking on Brandon because Brandon is just one of many examples that I want to use, bro. And I'm only highlighting Brandon because he's your recent. Can I be real with you, bro? I didn't have no need to want to even talk to you or do anything until I saw that you was actually having a falling out with Brandon. Because that is your real life friend, bro. Like not even real life friend, because you keep saying he not, but you know him in real life.
I'm not saying like Craig. If you have somebody that you went to school with, high school with, and you lost touch, you didn't talk to him for years, and you were still consider him a friend.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say they're a good friend because you're a good friend, but I'm saying you wouldn't
know how deep of a friendship we had before we had, that absence of no communication. If we were really good friends and always could just link it back up like it was nothing, then that's my boy, bro. That's my homie.
But the thing is we never had that. So the only reason why I felt the way I felt, because I still have trauma because he wasn't there for the episode, but it was a show that I was doing that the chick, Sabrina, she got shot. I hate to put that out there, Jesus Christ. But I think she said it on my live though. And I was the first one she called. I cared about her. I went at that hospital. She's the first one I ever had in my life to get shot. So that's like 2 days later, I do this podcast and they're trying to bash her, talking about she had played a part in her being shot. And he wasn't there for that show. Maybe he would have defended me. I don't know. But, that's the reason why I quit the show. And everybody on that show was mad at me because I didn't come to Charlotte. They were more worried about that instead of checking on me about my friend who almost died from some freaking thugs that shot up a party. And, that's the reason why. And they made it, once again, I say friend because she's like a daughter to me. Okay. Everybody, our parents love me and they know how old I am. They know what it was. We have a unique situation that it was crazy how we even met. But long story short, that happened. And, people were insinuating that I'm like a molester or I'm doing all this stuff, all because they assumed she was a pretty young, light-skinned girl that I was choosing over a friendship at the time. And that was nasty work because they didn't understand that she was cool with my son. She was cool. She was actually, working with my son in regards to the basketball. Then you had my family were all cool with her because she was a positive energy. I never tried to do anything with her. We knew her parents, they still want me to come to visit in Morocco. They all expense paid other than I got to pay for my flight, but they take care of everything. She's in the military right now though. But that was the reason why I felt some kind of way because he never checked up on me and said, "Hey, or is your friend okay?" Like I heard what went down. So I felt like literally resentment towards him and Alora at the time. But she called me later on and tried to piece it up, and it was all cool. But I didn't talk to Brandon after that. That's the reason why when he uses that friend word, I hate saying that. I hate when he says that because he did not check on me when I was at a time in my life that I needed it. Because my friend just got shot. I was having a manic episode. But like I said, I don't make him a bad person. It ain't his responsibility to check up on me.
Listen.
But don't call yourself my friend when you knew what happened. You knew those people were bullying, trying to bully up on me because like I had this person that got shot and they were trying to.
But
so that's that.
Oh, listen, you know, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. My friends don't check on me every day. My friends don't check on me when I need them the most sometimes. You feel me? But they there when I call them and let them know, hey, I'm going through something. You feel me? Brandon, I don't even think y'all was talking when you was going through all of that. He wasn't.
No, we were talking. No, we were talking, but we weren't. He wasn't on that episode of the podcast. But he obviously saw what happened. He knows what happened because
y'all just
y'all just no, we're supposed to.
Just came
no,
back.
we're supposed to. We had a trip to go to Charlotte. Okay, Charlotte. We're supposed to go in a hotel room together, but then we ended up not because that's when we fell out with the podcast. But we were supposed to all hang out. I said I'm not going to hang out with anybody because like they not rocking with me. They tried to make me out to be a pervert or something because this young lady who I care about who when that happened. So here's the point of the matter. I didn't consider myself. We're childhood friends, but this is why, Craig, I told you this before. And I told you this personally. I don't call people my friend because every time when I get money, and this ain't to Brandon. Brandon never asked me for money or anything. Period. He's the one that said to pay for the whole hotel room. He didn't care. But everybody in my life that called themselves my friend when I got my money were all in my face trying to get my money. And then when I gave them money, and then when I went broke, nobody was there for me. Nobody said, "Hey, you know what? You gave me $5,000 loan. I'll pay you back tomorrow." Never happened. So that's the reason why I don't like calling people my friend. So right now I have no friends. Literally, I won't call nobody my friend other than my cousin, Christina. But I have people that will be friends of mine. But I'm saying somebody that I'm going to be like, "Hey, this is my friend." I don't have that. I'm sorry. So people got to get over it, understand that that's just what it is, But I don't want to talk about Brandon no more. What I would say is this. Look, I don't have any issues with you. You apologize, Cali girl. That's all I cared about. And as I told Brandon, and he's going to have to understand this, all I asked for is respect. Rage Face was disrespecting me forever, and he said he was disrespecting me. But you see how I let him on, and we both, just went on and talked. I do the same thing with Brandon. I did the same thing with you. I literally forgive everybody. I just don't want to be disrespected. Is that too much to ask for somebody just not to disrespect me?
No.
I mean, that's all I want. Like, me and you had a respectful conversation just now.
Both.
Yeah, and did I disrespect you today?
You didn't listen. You didn't disrespect me tonight. I think we've been very cordial tonight. We've been handling shit like men. But I do want to say that, Dennis, you do have a habit of wanting things only to go your way. And I get it, it's your platform, so obviously you gonna want things to go your way. But when you hit that link that says, "Hey, I want y'all to come on and talk to me and give me y'all opinions and tell me how y'all feeling," when you invite that, you can't get so emotional the way you be getting. You can't be so ready to tear up your real feelings on how and not real feelings, but be willing to tear up real relationships because people disagree with you in a certain way. You know what I mean? You can't be calling people losers. You can't be calling people low IQ. You can't be calling people stuff like that and then expect your chat to rock with you. You know what I mean? When you saying or people in general when you're saying shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, do what you want on your channel, bro. You see me. I'll play beats to a damn wall, bro. That shit's fun to me. I'm getting just a new life, just doing what I want on my channel and just actually just making beats and stuff again. I ain't gonna hold you, but I pray that you find some type of peace on your daily craft, bro, on your daily hobby. This is a hobby, you would say, right? Most
actually, I'm just say hobby. And by the way, too, understand with you doing this today, now because Cali girl's cool because she, gets, because you apologize to her. I don't care about me, but now guess what? People have been looking forward to hearing from you. You can literally come on here and
literally use the vertical and put on the bottom, subscribe to, whatever. And then you go in the comments, you put, come to my channel, subscribe. I'm down for you to come on here and you can chat it up to get people to come to your channel. Because guess what, Craig? It's about black men. We're supposed to help each other out. The same way you're going to teach me how to do it. I want to learn how to do car washing business. I'm pretty sure you would teach me the same thing. I want you to prosper on YouTube. Anybody, especially because most of my channel people are black men. I want us to prosper. And you got to understand, that's the thing I push with Christina, with anybody come on my channel, to come on here, not for me. I don't even monetize those vertical lives, but I'm giving you open invitation. You have the ability now.
So right now, what I do want to say is this, Dennis, because I've sat here and gauged our relationship, not relationship. I don't know, pause, no Dennis.
Yeah.
But I've gauged how we are as far as coexisting. What I do want to say is I don't think it would be appropriate for me to always be on your channel, always be on your lives, because it opens up the door for too many disagreements, if that makes sense.
So this is
I want to be positive. I want to keep a good relationship with you, if that makes sense. And I think that if I'm always on your channel, there's gonna be more windows for me to have disagreements with you if I hear something I don't like. And so
I mean, you got to be able to talk about it without like Ray's face. Did you see when he was on?
Mm-hmm.
He disagreed with every single thing I said. He didn't agree with nothing. We were not. He's against me talking about like blacks as criminals. He thinks that you have affirmative action. You have not affirmative action. You have civil rights. You have like red line. You have all those things. That's the reason why black people are down. He articulated that in a way that I understood. He talked to a dummy pretty much. And then you have those other issues that we were talking about today live. He didn't agree with nothing. But you see how he was able to conduct a conversation back and forth without disrespecting me. He even said straight up, "I'm an asshole."
No,
Can't you do the same thing? Aren't you able to do the same thing?
But like, what I'm saying is this, Dennis. Like, I know my personality. I can't hold my tongue. Yeah. I can't. You know that about me.
He didn't hold his tongue though. He said anything he wanted to say.
There's a difference between Rage Face holding his tongue and me holding my tongue, and you know that.
But why can't you be respectful and don't hold your tongue on your channel, but on my channel? Because I hold my tongue on your channel. I'm not going to disrespect you on your channel.
I'm not trying to say I need to be disrespectful. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I think you even know it. I'm able to affect you in a way that most people can't affect you. Right? Yeah. You would admit that.
If it's for disrespect, pretty much. That's exactly it. No other way. Exactly. So why do that? Why do that? Is that something black men we can't overcome?
But Dennis, I'm not saying I want to do that. But what I'm saying is there's going to be a time where you're going to say something and I'm going to have an opposite opinion on it. And you're going to get pissed off at me. And the last thing I want is to keep having those windows of opportunities for us to have that back and forth. So what I'm trying to tell you is I don't want to just keep coming on your channel. You're going to see me pop in, pop out, stuff like that. You might see me, troll you a little bit, but no, it's never going to get disrespectful ever again. You feel me? Know that I want, bro, it's been making me happy seeing you. I can't wait till you hit 20K, bro. I really can't. I can't wait till
I appreciate it, but I want you to understand still, Craig, like, don't mess up. You got to understand. A lot of people aren't like me. No matter how many times people have come at me crazy, I've always forgive and I always try to help you. Don't blow the blessing. I mean, take the chance. I want you to be monetized. You can get to 1,000, Craig. I'll give you a cheat sheet.
I want to take the blessing.
You can get to 1,000 subscribers easy if you just you come on my channel and you share your channel and you have a conversation without being really, let's call it ignorant. We got a Discord.
But Dennis, it's the issue is this, and again, I know I could get to 1,000. I said it on my own channel. I know you watched my video and you heard me say it. I know.
I watched last one was that Las Vegas video, so I know you're going to be great. But it's like a cheat sheet to get there faster. You got to understand. I know like YouTube ain't a marathon. You want to sprint to the finish line because once you get to 1,000, you're going to get that viral video that's going to jump you to where you might be making more money than me on YouTube. All you need is one. Like the one dude there, AZ Jeep dude, or the rideshare guy that just drives all day. He was at like no money on YouTube, and he freaking did that one video on illegal immigrants, and now he made like $3,000 that month, and now he's making money.
That's all. It ain't even about the money. It's about the growth. I want more people to hear your message. So don't block that blessing. You can come over, Christina, and you can put your, subscribe to you. People are going to love you. And then they'll go to your channel, subscribe. And then the more you grow and you actually do pre-recorded videos, like clip your videos, you're going to get that. Eventually that video goes viral and you're going to have this success. Now come on your channel like, hey, I'm here. Y'all can follow me at Dennis Jerome Jr. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get as many successful people as possible so we can all grow together. So that's it, man.
I'm just saying, you know me, and I don't want to. I ain't trying to like. At the end of the day, I'm trying to not block my blessings everywhere in life. I'm not trying to, bro. I really did think about what it meant to affect another human being.
Yeah,
straight up. Me saying that your girl had Down syndrome or you had Down syndrome,
yeah,
and stuff like that. When I said that on my live and shit like that, and then I saw you on your live and saw how like it was really affecting you, and saw how like, bro, your whole energy, your whole demeanor was fucked. You looked like you was homeless but you had a home, but like just how you was looking, bro, like you just looked like you just rolled out of bed. You was just like angry, bro, and I didn't like that. I created that. I'm not even gonna hold you.
No. Make sure to make clear. You didn't. What it was I was tired because the day before I was sports betting and I was in Vegas, sports betting, and I had a long day. And I actually talked about. Actually, no, yeah. Actually, I was in Vegas that day, but no, it wasn't. You made me angry. What it is I get people keep letting me down. Keeping my number out, and then people let me down. So understand, Craig. Like it ain't hard to ask for just respect. There's not one person that, and actually the dude said I called you ignorant. I don't remember I know I said the word ignorant, but I didn't say you were ignorant. What was that? No, he said I called you ignorant. Like said I called you ignorant to your face. I didn't say he was ignorant. I don't know. I think he's saying because I said that it would be maybe I said it was
who's he?
Oh, Richie, whatever. Richie.
Okay, see, that's your problem.
No. I wanted to make that clear because you be looking at the chat, and I don't want them thinking that
I look at the chat sometimes, but here's the thing: listen to what you just said. I don't care about when we having a conversation, Dennis. Look, listen, and I need you to notice what you just said. This is going to help you right now. Notice how me and you having a conversation, right? And I don't care about what anybody else got to say about me. I don't care about what anybody else got to say about you right now because me and you are having a conversation. Notice how you looking in the chat and you like, he's saying that I called you ignorant. I didn't call you ignorant. Bro, that's why I say they come on my channel and treat me differently than how they treat you on your channel because they see that every word that's being said will get a reaction, will get you riled up. Now, that is a great quality, the fact that you acknowledge comments. That is a great quality as far as engagement and keep creating a growth of your channel and everything. But Dennis, if you can't understand the fact that you acknowledge it's like you trying to put on for a show. That's
what this is.
That's what this is. I know it is. Yeah. I know it is a show, but that's why I texted you earlier tonight, and I was like, "Hey, you want to do this shit on my channel, or do you want to do it on your channel? Because if we do it on my channel, it'll only have like 3 people watching, and
we can't real quick. Not to cut you off, I got to end this in 11 seconds because is it 10 hours you can go before it deletes the video, or is it 12 hours?
You're the YouTube guru. Right. Do what you got to do.
Actually, I think it should be good because I can always repost. It's gonna be on StreamYard either way, saved, so it's fine. But go ahead. I'm gonna end it in about 5 minutes. We're good. But go ahead and say, let's wrap your last piece. But like I said, you can come back on and just understand. Just all I ask for is respect. As Black men, let's just respect each other. And I give you the same respect. I'm never going to call you out your name. I'm never going to call you broke. I always show love and say that you're living a successful. I always call you a successful guy outside of us beefing or whatever you want to call it. I've always said that your house is beautiful. I saw your house. You walked around it. You got a Tesla. You got your car. You got a business. Like you got a relationship. I call you a successful guy, just like I call wordplay. Every single person on here, even after whatever with Brandon, I call him successful. Christina, I call because I want that positive energy to just remain. So that's all I'm asking for. I don't want people coming on my channel like they got to degrade me to make a point. Why can't we just keep it on a topic? And I promise you, future going on, you're going to see that I'm going to stay away from calling crime a Black crime. I might talk about Black issues, but not the Blacks do this, the Blacks do that. Because you know what? It's at this point, it is ignorant. It's affecting people.
Listen, No. You know what? It's fuck affecting people. It's affecting your money. Do you on? And I said it on my channel. I say this on my channel all the time about you. Like, bro, this man is stupid. He keep thinking that the content that he making gonna get him any type of sponsorships. Sponsorships is the goal. Sponsorships is the main reason why I'm on YouTube. Not the main reason why I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube right now because I love just being able to play my beats and do whatever I want on my channel. But eventually, the main reason why everybody should be on here is to get sponsorships. Because sponsorships, all you got to do is hold a product like this in your hand and be like, this channel was sponsored by this shit in my hand. It's getting me paid $20,000 for 30 seconds talking about this. That's where the true bag is. And you cannot do that when your conversation is revolved around calling people the blacks. Does Jesse Peterson have any sponsorship deals?
He actually making good money, but
no,
he's making it in a nasty way. No, you know you don't need sponsorship deals when you're making. You do realize he's making an excess of $3 million a year.
Deals is where you're going to make the most of your money. If a network can't work with you, if a network does not find you marketable, you will not be able to grow.
No. Let me just rebut that real quick, Craig. I want you to understand that a lot of people on a conservative side, we would love to have sponsorship deals, but we got fixed facts. On the conservative side, nobody is trying to be attached to us talking about anything conservative. It is what it is. I'm in the sector. If you go liberal, you can get all the sponsorship deals even before blowing up. But here's the thing I want you to remember.
You ain't gotta go
No, you do have to go liberal. I promise you. You can look up, do the research. If you look at all the liberal channels that talk about things that ain't even fact, they get more views, they got a lot of subscribers, and they got sponsorship deals all over the place. But when you are a conservative channel talking about, like politics, Trump being great or the war about to happen because of Biden or anything, or you talk about like pro-life stuff or whatever, that immediately puts you in a box to where you have those channels literally have no ads. For the most part, no ads. They have like the first ad, but they don't have ads after. And then they got to sell their own merchandise and products. But keep in mind, 50,000 views on a video is netting you about $200 to $300. Okay, so keep that in mind. That's the goal you need to hit. Once you get that first viral video, because I've been there, it took me 2 weeks to get that first viral video. $50,000. I mean, what was that?
About it. That's lowballing yourself. Because think about it. 50,000. Okay, so 50,000 views on the video. If you keep that up consistently, right? Sponsorships, people that are giving out sponsorship deals, they see that, and what they will do is they'll give you a contract per video amount of videos, right? So let's just say, hey, I need you to make 10 videos, plug it in my fucking video, my product, and I'll give you $200,000. That's it. But they just need to see that you making those views. You feel me? So once they see that you consistently hitting those views, that's when they hand you their sponsorship. And that $200 that you're talking about for the 500,000 views, bro, that becomes
50.
That becomes
no. I mean, okay. So we'll do this on live because it breaks down. It's not that simple. You got to understand, Craig. You have to conform to what they want. Because I actually got some sponsorship deals they offered me. I had I forgot the name of the app. It was the app for rideshare. That tracks your mileage. They offer me $1,000 if I do a video promoting the app, and then I get $25 for everybody that signs up. And every month I do a video, I get like $100, $200 every single month. I turned that down. The biggest one I got was for like $3,000, but it was like a gaming app that I had to put on every single video, like in the middle of it. I didn't want to do it. Craig, you gotta understand. Most of the big channels, what was that?
You need to take these sponsorship deals because think about it, bro. You got two choices right now. You can either be doing these 10-hour lives that you're doing right now and making $20, or you could do this sponsorship deal on a pre-recorded video that takes 20 minutes and get $3,000.
No. You don't get that much. No, you get it's one time. You're talking about. You got to remember, Craig. The money for sponsorship matches YouTube revenue. So you got to remember, if you do most big channels, most average channels that are like actually full-time YouTubers, they're doing about 200 to 300,000 views a day. Okay, and if you're doing that, you're making roughly about $1,000 to $2,000 a month. If you're hitting that, I mean, a day, 1,000, 2,000 a day. So you gotta understand, most YouTubers that are just full time, like putting all their effort into it, they're making between $500,000 to $2 million a year. That's real. You can look it up. Like the most mediocre people are making that money because of the fact they're consistent. They put out good content. Sponsorship deals come second. So just keep that in mind. But we could talk about it.
Yeah, on another time. I feel you.
What he's talking about? You exposing behind the scenes, you're gonna get yourself
Yeah, I ain't
blacklisted
gonna
because
hold you. I ain't
NDAs.
trying to read the comments, but I saw that too, and I'm like, yeah, no, you're not, bro. Like, no, I can honestly say you're not exposing shit, bro. Like,
No, that you can talk. I can talk about the sponsor. All these
yeah, we can
YouTubers
talk
talk
about
about the sponsorship deal because you got it because of somebody would sponsor you to get it. Like somebody would say, "Hey, this channel is doing good," and then they reach out to you and tell you, "Hey, we want you. You got to do this." But I didn't want to do a video promoting the app. I wasn't comfortable with because the app sucked, and it was actually either the Move app or another. I forgot the two, but it was one of the two. But yeah, it's all good. But either way, I'm gonna end this live. You can say your last words, and then, like I said, you're free to come on. It's all good. I have no issue. Just come with respect. That's all I ask. Just respect me. I respect you.
I'm gonna come with respect, but I'll come in far and few between, bro. Because listen, I just know it's like having two volcanoes in the same area, bro. You don't want that. When one erupts, the other one will too.
Just how about this? Don't come in when I'm talking about race. There you go, because that triggers you. That's fair. Just when I'm talking about politics, I'm talking about like Drake or somebody. Cool, because you're going to be able to not get emotional. Just like with me, I'm not going to go into a live where somebody's talking about,
bro. Feel free to hop on my channel too. Like, and I ain't trying to get clout off you, but feel free if you see me make.
Just why don't you just you got my number? I got your number now because honestly I deleted it, but I'm going to save it now because that's what I do because I don't want I was just angry. But like actually, I'm not going to say what I was going to say because the women are getting mad at me. But you can just let me know. I'll come on and do a live with you, and I'll share it on here. What I'll do is I'll pretty much stream it on here, but I'll have the audio off, so people got to come to your channel to see it. So you're gonna bring in new people, new eyes, and we can do that. Just let me know when you want to do it, and if I'm right now, my work schedule is from 4 to 8 every day, but sometimes I only get one phone delivery, sometimes no phone deliveries, and I don't have to go in, and I can just do the live. So just reach out and give me like a day in advance notice. And we can do it. I'm all good because I want you to have growth. And if I can help in any way, I'm with it. And I'm not going to tell you nothing to do with your channel. It's your channel. You tell me the topic. I'm not doing a thumb. If you want me to do a thumbnail for you, I'm down. I can help you with that. But I'm not coming up with no topics, nothing. You do all that. I just show up and it's your show. Just keep that in mind. You the lead. And I'm going to just, go off of what you're saying.
Nah, I fucks with it.
But that's pretty much it though, guys. I got to go. I got to go to bed. Okay, I wake up early, and I'm gonna make some money doing a couple of things before going to my job.
Prosper for real. I hope you
appreciate that.
Take a little bit of my advice, bro. Like, just don't let this internet shit change who you are as a person. Don't let the internet shit fuck with your mental. It's changing.
No, definitely.
But have a good night. Bless one, bro.
You too. Appreciate you, man.
Tell your girl you love her.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna tell her right now. Yeah, I'll catch you later. All right, so look, let me declare this. Appreciate y'all in the chat. Everybody's rocking out. I'm gonna say this. This is the last time I'm gonna talk about the Brandon situation. I will respect that and just leave it alone. At this point, I say what I need to say. He knows how I feel. It is what it is. As I said before, he is free, not me. I don't want to do no one-on-ones with him. Brandon, no one-on-ones. I don't want to talk to you, really, text you, just not right now. I got, a lot of I don't want to do that. But if Christina is on live, you can come on all day. If she wants you on, you can do that. If you want to do your own live with people, somebody, but it ain't gonna be me. All you got to do is reach out to Christina because she's my business manager, as I continue telling y'all, or maybe not Christina. You got, just reach out to me, text me, and I'll set it up so that way you can go on with somebody because I want you to create yourself a channel. And if I can help in any way to bring the people from my channel over to your channel, so that way the people that want to hear from you can, continue hearing from you. Because I know people are going to be asking every day, what is Brandon doing? What is Brandon doing? I am happy to facilitate that. Just let me know. It could be the same situation where you live stream on your channel and I'll have the audio off of my channel so people will know to come to your channel and watch you. I'm all for that because no matter what you think about me or anything, I'm always going to show love and help people. And, I know you don't need my help. You don't need my help, but if I can be a use to you, I'm down, because no matter what, I think, people want to hear from you, especially with this war stuff and stuff. So if I was you, I would make a channel tomorrow, and then we can share this, so that way you can get some new subscribers. So that way the people that are, you probably take all my people, but it's all good. It's a solid 30 people that want to hear from you. So I'll just work outside of whatever hours you're on. I'll do the opposite, that way. But right now I just don't feel comfortable doing together right now. It ain't against term of service, okay? Brandon, like, just take it, and just, I don't know why you're still doing this, and then people wonder why we got this going on. It ain't. I know YouTube. It ain't. Um, you can literally come in StreamYard. You can come in StreamYard, and you can literally log into your name. I'm literally logged in. Maverick is right now streaming on his channel right now. Maverick is literally attached. This YouTube stream is attached to Maverick's channel. You can go on Maverick's channel right now and see that I'm streaming on his channel right now. He's in bed, but I'm happy that I'm able to help him with some live content. I'm happy he came on. Hopefully he comes on again. I'm streaming on my biker channel, and I'm streaming on my 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 Twitch at the same time. So once again, if you decide, just like Christina, she does the same thing. When she wants to log in, she logs in on here, and then she streams to her channel. Christina, by the way, are you going to be on at 3 a.m.? I'm Christina as soldier, or not soldier, general, or actually lieutenant. Okay, lieutenant. But yeah, she's on. She streams off of my channel on her channel too. Okay, so Christina's gonna be on at 3 a.m. So maybe if I wake up, I'll try to tune into a little bit of it, but more likely I'm gonna watch it tomorrow. You are free to stream, as I said before. Christina, one thing I would try, maybe not tonight, but tomorrow, maybe, or tomorrow's live, maybe start doing in this format, because I want you to remember, if you do this format, this will help your growth. But if you continue doing it on vertical, on your channel, at least on your channel, you keep doing a vertical. Vertical. The people aren't going to remain, but like you're doing in this format, this helps you grow with actual people that's going to engage with your video. But keep your vertical going right now. That way you can get it going. I don't support snitching unless you're telling on somebody that's hurting somebody. If you're hurting somebody, then you absolutely should tell. Period. I don't care. If you're doing bad stuff to somebody, you should tell. Christina buys whole body deodorant. Just ask her to expose the branch she uses. I'm so confused. Ski, I couldn't have you on, but he was going crazy in the chat. Like, I don't know if this is really two different people, but they were literally talking to each other. Like, let me in, Dennis. And then the dude said, you're probably from Oregon. And Ski said, East Coast, baby. We bang the East. You ain't it. Dennis, please calm down. Not gonna lie, he is glazing, because I guess the white people on. And then he said, dead ass. And then he said, you homo for saying glazing. You sound like Maverick. You lame. Of why you still here. I don't play with my name like Birdman. Don't play with my name. What's New Orleans? Nobody's playing with your name. This is Noob. You got no name, Noob. Ski. Dennis, who was playing with my name? Ski. I got gang ties. Who calls themselves Ski? You ain't sliding on nobody. I bet. I track and get them. Nigga, bet. What's your addy? I know how to get around. Ski. Ask about Brian. You ain't gonna do nothing, you internet dudes or bees. You see how they talk about me. They think they can stop me. They scared and they know better. Yo, Dennis, let me come on and tell people stop playing with my name, B. I'll put your A on a shirt and put you in a pack. I got cross-country checkpoints. You ain't got nothing S. From your name I could find you. Keep playing. Ask Dennis about me.
Bet, pull up. Ask the chat about me. You ain't hang, and you be. Ski, Dennis, you know Brian Van Dusen is a constable. Yeah. No comment. I knew you was a Fed. No noob. Just let me in to prove myself and put my name to rest. I'm not a Fed. You a snitch. You know that I can get down on anyone. I'm not here for beef. I'm here to tell his bum A chat dudes N-words like you to pipe down. I can't tell you what to do because I know you rock. Noob, just because you a vid, you think you're hot S. Paris here, let's go. Paris, what's good, fam? Noob. Ski, Paris beat his case. Congratulations. Dennis, what about me? We don't have problem, right? No issue. Let me in. We want to hear bang, bang, bang. Yeah, they were literally talking to themselves for like freaking like 20 minutes. Like just going back and forth. Like nasty work. But look, guys, everybody left. Christina, appreciate you. You know, thank you for being here the whole time. I'm appreciative and shocked about that I have somebody that supports me that much, that cares. You know, I got you, Cali girl, you know, my kids, you know, my cousin, you know, I'm good. But with that said, Christina doesn't need to take a shower. She smells good all the time. Trust me, her husband, you know, definitely knows. That's why he's with her. Okay. She always smells good. Ain't that right, Christina? Don't leave me hanging, Christina. Uh-oh. Christina, you smell good, right? Oh, Lord. Actually, I can't hold it to her because she always puts her phone on mute. So it takes her a few minutes to like respond. Like you say, hello? And then it's like, hey, I'm here. I'm like, bruh, can you just leave your phone off mute? Like, why do you keep, you know, why do you keep muting? It takes you forever to like respond. She's like, hey, let me go put these clothes in the dryer while I wait for her response. She's a busy woman though, so I get it. What? I gotta dry my clothes. All right, let's see. Christina, I want to hear your voice before bed, baby. Jesus, Richie. Don't tell a married woman that she smells good as a joke. I've never seen her in person. I've never met her in person. I'm assuming she smells good because she's you know, married to a guy that's happy with her. So I would assume she would smell good. So it ain't nothing that you're no drama you're starting because her husband knows that I respect marriage, and you know, I would never go there, and I wouldn't say that on live if I really you know, that really mattered. But look, guys, I gotta go get some sleep. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. That's all I got. Appreciate y'all. I'm out. Peace.